Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And our evening session on Black Friday gets started with a dandy as Xavier Academy out of Houston takes on Calvary Christian from Clearwater, Florida. Welcome back into Clutch Sports Media's coverage, everybody, alongside Jeff Little and John Michael. I'm Larry Larson. Fellas, it's been a lot of close games in this year's tournament, and this one right here could be another one.
Absolutely. I've seen the Calvary Christian group play. They did a nice job the other night, and looking forward to seeing Houston here.
John, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I really look forward to seeing the Xavier team, especially Lincoln Wheeler as well. I mean, again, the last game for them, they beat Clinton Grace. Calvary lost to Clinton Grace, so based off of that, you think Xavier might be the slight favorites, but Wheeler had 7 points in that game, had very involved, though, with the assist. Again, he's a great ball mover, and looking forward to seeing him as well as Martin Alice as well for Xavier. Got my eye on him. He dropped a game-high 21. He is a native of Estonia for the Xavier team, so looking forward to, again, see some international flavor in this game.
John, do you think that's a direct flight from Estonia to Houston? Think they offer that?
You know, I mean, Houston, you got to figure that it's a large airport, major U.S.
Major hub.
You might be able to get a flight in there from Tallinn, the capital.
We'll have to call up United Airlines to get on that. Starting lineups getting introduced here. Calvary is going to be in their home whites. Xavier Academy in the black. And before our starting lineups, how about a check presentation?
Now it looks like Xavier Academy, they in there for a check presentation. We've seen a couple of these, which is always a good sign, again, raising money for the KB Strong Foundation.
Fighting the fight against glioblastoma, a rare form of brain cancer. All the proceeds from the tournament this year and every year going to KB Strong. So Xavier Academy with a nice photo op there, coached by Teddy Wheeler, Lincoln's dad, or not Teddy Wheeler. Teddy Wheeler's the one at Bradley.
No, Montana's the one at Bradley.
Oh, excuse me. There we go. There are Wheelers everywhere for Xavier Academy.
There are. There's Xavier Wheeler, too, again, their older brother who played for Kentucky and now playing professionally as well. So, extremely talented family. If you're a Bradley fan, you know how good Montana has been in just his freshman year at Bradley. So, again, I'm looking forward for a big rebound game in the scoring column, I think, for Lincoln possibly.
Just the second ball game for Xavier Academy here in Illinois. Calvary Christian playing in its third game, coming off 2 losses, one a really close one against Eagle Academy. Yesterday a little bit more lopsided on Thanksgiving, maybe a little bit too much turkey before a 73-54 loss to Clinton Grace. John, what do you expect from Calvary Christian, especially considering that this is a team that's not used to starting off the season cold?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of threes. They shot 28 of them in their game on Thursday. So we're going to see Calvary, and they're not the biggest team in the world, so they're going to be playing a lot of small ball. We saw them play against Grace Christian Academy. There was just a very free-flowing game. So again, they have a little bit of size that we'll see, but I'm going to see a lot of stuff behind the arc.
There's Calvary Christian's starting lineup. Tyler Sabeck joined by Rico Harris, Ethan Bergantino, Evan Kramer, and Madden Geiger, the 6'10" junior. He's a Power 5 recruit coming off 23 points on Wednesday. And Jeff, if you're Xavier Academy, they're kind of known for their quickness. They can get up and down. How do you slow down a guy like Geiger who can, for lack of a better term, slow down the game in favor of Calvary?
Well, we've talked a lot about how post players really aren't traditional post players any longer. Geiger's one of them, and Tyler Sabeck, another big kid for Calvary Christian. Again, they don't mind being out on the perimeter. The game that I covered with Calvary, I know that Geiger kind of got that mid-range game going a little bit, and he's effective from there. So I would think for Houston, if they can up-tempo this and kind of control the tempo to what they want, they may take him and the size advantage out of it a little bit.
The tap is won by Houston Xavier, and it's out of bounds going with Calvary Christian. It's a little bit of fumble off the tip-off. And Calvary will try and get on the board first here. Kramer triggers.
Another guy I'm looking at again for Xavier is Makabu Diouf, their 6-foot senior forward again. Looking forward for the battle with him and Kramer.
Bergantino going to work, keeping the dribble, caught in the corner, slithers his way and dishes out to a wide open Kramer. He makes it rain to open the scoring.
It's good to see from Kramer. The game before that I saw, he was just kind of the glue guy that sort of kept and made things run smoothly out there. Was a great defender, crashed the offensive boards and things like that. And there he is making a 3.
3-0 Calvary Christian. The starting lineup for Xavier: Martin Ailes, Lincoln Wheeler, Epiphany Afi, Makadu Diouf, and Amir Bryant, as the point-blank bunny is missed. Calvary out and running. Look at this ball movement. 3 from Sabek, pops off the heel.
Yeah, you saw Xavier just kind of collapse there. I mean, all 5 guys kind of collapsed there around the paint and left a wide open 3. Lucky they didn't make them pay.
And once Harris got it to the lane, kicked it across in the extra pass for the 3 for Sabek, but just off the mark.
2 points for Amir Bryant there. Very hard fall. Good to see him pop right back up. Bryant coming off a 9-point outing against Clinton Grace. Bergantino gets the touch.
And Bergantino again coming off of an ACL injury as we get a bucket on the other end.
Quick push up the court there by Houston Xavier, and chance for a 3-point play here.
They will count the basket. 2 for Diouf. Chance for one more. Diouf, 6'8". He's got offers from Bradley, also Nicholls State and Brown, and he converts the and one play.
And that's an example too. We've talked about it a bit this tournament of, obviously Teddy Wheeler's got that connection now with Bradley, his son, playing for the team. Jackson Seastrunk, also a redshirt freshman from Xavier that's now on the Braves. So again, like we said, as we get a triple from Geiger, teams will want one guy, and all of a sudden, boom, you're interested in some of their teammates as well.
Calvary Christian with 3 triples. It's taking an early 4-point lead. Xavier trying to answer with Ailes. Not meant to be. Rebound reeled in by Sabek. Bergantino at the right elbow. Kramer resets. Again, there is a shot clock in this tournament. Geiger lets it rip. Falls short. Bergantino stick back. Doesn't go. Look at Wheeler's speed. Dishes out to the corner. Ailes. No good.
What a behind the back move there from Wheeler again. So small and shifty.
I'm sure he can get the ball anywhere he wants to on the court.
Sabek connects from way downtown. Another 3 for Calvary Christian. And a flush on the other end.
That was Amir Bryant.
Baseline drive and dunk in the lane.
Call and response pace to this game. All dunks brought to you by Martin Tech. Here's a look. Bryant with no hesitation. Just about 5 minutes left in our opening quarter of action. Calvary Christian started last season 17-2. They've opened the TOC 0-2. Bergantino pounding his way inside, lost the rocket, staying here.
Bergantino the other night, he's another guy that just plays the game so hard. Athletically, he's got some strength to him, can score around the basket, in the lane, as well as shoot it.
You see the big brace on his knee. He just got cleared coming back from an ACL injury 2 weeks ago. Rico Harris can't connect. Wheeler out and running. He launches, swirls the iron. Sabek the board. Tyler Sabek usually playing with his brother Ethan, but the Princeton commit is out for this tournament. Kramer off the heel. Diouf lost the rock. Nice play for Calvary Christian. It turns into 2 for Geiger.
Good play by Rico Harris there in the corner to get the steal.
The response in the paint is blocked out of the hand of Ailes. 7-point Calvary lead. Bergantino, book it.
And we said it earlier before this game, Calvary is going to shoot a lot of threes, and what do you know, they've already hit, I believe, 4 or 5 in this one.
Now that one was a bank, so I'm not sure it was intended to be a bank, but from the top it went.
There's a 3 from the wing for Houston Xavier. It goes down for Diouf. His first 3, first triple for Xavier, and a timeout taken. All 3-pointers brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. It's an Enercon power-up timeout. Xavier trying to kind of hit the reset button here. They've hung around even though Calvary has made seemingly every shot from beyond the arc.
You know, sometimes at the beginning of a game and team comes out that hot, you just sort of weather the storm. You try not to give them extra opportunities. You try not to create turnover or cause turnovers and give them extra opportunities. You just try to weather it, and there will be a time where some things won't go in for them.
Look at where he shot that ball. Right there on the volleyball line. Unlimited range from many of these players in this tournament. I mean, we have seen some deep threes. I mean, the volleyball line might as well be the new 3-point line.
That arc could easily be moved back and still be effective for many players in this tournament.
Some college range threes for some future college ball players here inside Torrey Gym. Bergantino beyond the arc. Picked up by Affi. Bergantino directing traffic. Slings it out. Geiger ready to shoot. Too much muscle. Rebound batted out and right back into the hands of Geiger. Bergantino shuffled the feet on the head fake. Tell you what's really impressed me about Bergantino is the fact that sometimes it takes a long time for a player coming off a knee injury to gain some confidence back, but he's been full bore physicality.
Well, we noticed the other night, I think, you know, as the game wore on, there was a little bit of a limp, and I thought his conditioning kind of came into it. But, you know, give the kid kudos for coming back and playing as many minutes as he does, you know, 2 weeks from being released.
Yusuf Ben Bouzid drives to the cup. Can't lay it in.
Nice play though from Affi on that last fast break. He just had his hands up the entire time the ball just happened to hit him in the shoulder and it led to that extra possession.
Bergantino wiped out, still got the ball in the post. Rico Harris slicing his way in there, and he stepped on the baseline. It's going back with Xavier Academy.
Good pressure. Once he picked up his dribble, they really took away. A lot of players like to drive baseline and throw to the opposite weak side corner, and they took that away and created the turnover when Harris stepped on the baseline.
So after the timeout from Xavier, the defense has kind of stepped up a little bit of a notch. Into the high post, Diouf, 13-footer is pure.
He's got 8 already for Xavier, so yeah, this is a deep Xavier team. I mean, we could really see anyone having an explosive game, and so far it's been Diouf who's on pace for 30+.
Deep one from Sabek, you bet.
If there was a 4-point range, he'd have 2 of them.
Staying here with Houston Xavier, Sabek with the Florida State offer, among others. Kind of a very prototypical new age basketball player, forward size, but guard range.
Well, you know, I, as a coach, we used to have scouting reports and we put positions down. That is useless at this point.
The lob and the finish for Diouf. He's got 10.
Good look by Wheeler.
That's great vision there from Wheeler again. He's not the tallest guy on the floor, and at just 5'7", but great connection there with his forwards.
Great recognition of the zone off the out-of-bounds play, and Diouf just goes baseline behind the zone defense and gets the lob pass right on the money.
Kramer over Wheeler in the mid-range. Tough shot. Rebound pulled in for Calvary Christian. Gets back to Kramer. He's trapped in the corner, tries to throw it off Wheeler, doesn't work, but they get it right back. 3 from Kramer, left it short. Offensive board, Harris, and a reset for Kramer. Timeout taken by Calvary Christian. They need to catch their breath.
Yes. That was a frantic stretch.
There's that lob from Wheeler from beyond the arc. That's just something that is hard to teach.
Oh,
Timing on plays like that, it's so feel-oriented. Not every player has that ability.
Well, and you know, I mean, to throw that pass on the money like he did, it was almost for a lob dunk. But you know, to throw it right on the money like that is just an incredible skill to have.
There's Teddy Wheeler coaching up the fellas inside that huddle. I love the old school look for Teddy, by the way. Button-up shirt.
Jacket.
Going very formal.
Started with the jacket. It's
on.
off, but yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did see, I forget which team it was. There was one team, I believe, here on Tuesday night where the coach was in a full suit jacket on the sideline, so that was really cool to see.
We've gotten away from that seemingly at every level of the game. Now, if you asked a coach, I'm sure they'd say they prefer the quarter zip.
The quarter zip and casual
right
shoes, much more comfortable to be in.
An uncomfortable possession ends with a turnover. Going back with the Falcons as they trail by 6. In case you just flipped us on, Calvary Christian is controlled pretty much the entire first quarter here. Thanks to a bunch of threes. They've only made 1 2-pointer, all the rest from distance. Offie into the corner.
Back to Offie, nice pass, good give and go.
And tell you what, Xavier has a number 5 out there right now. Don't have a number 5 on my roster. Unless I'm missing one.
No, you don't.
I think a lot of teams nowadays sometimes have different numbers, whether they're home or away. So we have noticed that with a few of these teams here this year, and again also too, we're playing a lot of games in a short amount of time, doing probably loads of laundry. I hope back at the hotel, otherwise you got some sweaty jerseys out there. So
hope you brought your quarters for the hotel laundry machines.
yeah.
Offie on the second, it swirls out. Rebound caught by Ortiz, and he gets hounded and fouled in the backcourt. So Amir Bryant comes off for the Falcons. Ball inbounded to Geiger. Full court pressure here for the first time. Bergantino backtracking. What a break. Bergantino down. What a dish to Kramer, but he gets swarmed and fouled.
Yeah, usually they're on that press break, right? Again, I don't know exactly what they were trying to set up. If they were, usually if you got 2 guys in the corner there, you want 1 guy there on the opposite side again, because that's where naturally they're going to try and swing that ball. So, yeah, no one there for Xavier. Calvary is able to break it. But again, if Xavier can get a guy there, then you're looking at getting it close to being a 10-second call.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, sometimes against full court pressure, it's not necessarily always to create the turnover, but it's to speed you up. And Bergantino being experienced and having the strength to backtrack, like you said, leave his feet, throw that diagonal pass, and then across the timeline up to Kramer.
Results in 2 points. That's a long 2 from Wheeler. Rebound clawed by Harris. Overhead pass back to Kramer. He's trapped again. Right on the sideline, gets it away to Harris. Look at the ball movement. Sabek cashes in.
And I thought Calvary was going to try and kick it outside there to Ortiz on the wing.
Wing 3 left short by Boozy. Gets it right back underneath to Offie. Easy finish to end the first quarter. Houston Xavier hanging around despite an offensive barrage from beyond the arc for Calvary Christian. This power-up timeout, we'll get to that in a second. Here's a look at that last offensive possession.
And you saw Ortiz back there off to the right side. I thought they were going to kick it out to him for the triple. That's been the name of the game for Calvary, but nice finish.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. All 3-pointers brought to you by Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. We're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Going to the second quarter, Calvary Christian and Xavier Academy. Larry Larson, Jeff Little, John Michael, 3-man booth. We're squeezed in tight up here.
Good thing that HVAC is cranking out a little bit of cold air, or maybe it's coming through the windows. I don't know.
This is usually the coolest part of the gym on those nights where things get really packed.
Yep. There have been some nice crowds for the games. Yesterday, maybe not as much with Thanksgiving going on, but, you know, I know the Indianapolis Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran game was hard to find a seat.
The lob and the finish. Amir Bryant with authority.
Again, great recognition of the zone. That offensive player just go along the baseline and throw it up and go get it.
Now Bryant was kind of in that corner. Not saying that he needed a lot of momentum to get up in the air that high. He can jump out of the gym, but again, he's got a big running start there.
Now that baseline's turning into a runway. Bergantino off the bank. 8 points for the senior. That unidentified Falcon walks it up, working on figuring out who number 5 is. And a foul as Afi went up for the shot. He'll get 2 free throws.
Again, great dribble penetration. Their movement along the baseline, when you draw that defense out of the zone down there, and then you can drop it to the big guy coming down the middle of the lane, draws a foul.
There you saw that lob. Made that look easy. Afi with 1 point so far at the stripe, and it stays that way for now.
Afi is a very good-looking sophomore as far as his physical strength. Without that saying sophomore in the roster, I don't know that I believe it.
Off the mark on the second, so he leaves empty-handed. Kramer thought about it. Geiger, one-on-one with Afi. Fade away jumper, that's old school, not meant to be.
That was a really tough look there from Geiger. That was still relatively early in the shot clock. I think maybe try next time, maybe try and work it around, maybe get a little bit better of a shot, but I do admire the confidence, though, from Geiger.
He made a couple of those, we referenced Dirk Nowitzki the other day as he made them. That's kind of what we saw, a good outlet there by Geiger.
Kramer on the break. He'll shoot 2.
Great outlet pass, and Geiger on the dribble kind of bobbled that shot, and luckily he drew some contact from Ailes to get a couple free throws out of this.
Foul sponsored by the Washington Police Department. They've started to get their money's worth a little bit more here in this second quarter. Kramer with a big deep breath. That big mop of hair. He might make the all-hair team in the tournament.
Could be.
A lot of contenders. Not Teddy Wheeler, though. Not a ton of hair on his head as Kramer's off. Lincoln Wheeler pestered by Kramer and gets it across to Bryant. Full head of steam. Bryant to the cup. Lost the handle, and it's going back with Calvary Christian. Not intimidated by Bryant's speed.
No, they were. Tell you, once they broke the pressure, he had a great job. And there's Bergantino with his strength, just gets a piece of that, knocks it off of his leg.
It's hard not to foul on that play for
Absolutely.
Bergantino. Walking it up against Bryant. Downhill, underneath, out to Kramer. Those two have been on the same page all night long. And an offensive foul. And it looks like they're going to get Kramer for a moving screen.
Kind of that 5-out offensive look, and then as they pass, they'll make cuts through, and then you see Kramer's going down to set that screen, getting Geiger curling off that, and just didn't quite get set, according to the official anyway.
Layup stuffed out of the hands of Afi, and it stays with Houston Xavier.
Good play by Ailes there as he intercepted or tipped that reversal pass and went out of bounds off of Bergantino.
Got to watch the big man here. Diouf at the top of the key. Lob up to Bryant. Not enough touch. No for the second attempt as well. Sabek wraps up the rebound.
It's almost the third attempt with a tip as well. Nice behind the back, though, from Bergantino.
Sabek, another one from distance. Bryant pulls in the board for Xavier Academy and gives it right back. Ortiz, the runner, too strong. Another rebound for Bryant. Wheeler wheeling into the lane. No look dish turns into two for Diouf.
Another good cut to the basket there. Again, you see the one guy driving the lane, the other guy cutting, gives you some options.
Bergantino off the stop and go dribble. Nifty move.
He's got up to 11 now for Calvary.
Quickly back the other way. Houston Xavier with a 2.
Diouf with 14 now. And this is starting to turn into some AAU tempo right now.
And McAdoo Diouf versus Ethan Bergantino. Almost not quite, I'm not going to say this is a one-on-one matchup right now, game of 21 by any means, but these two guys are lighting it up. And, Sabek, too. The range that he's had. Let's get another look here. And you saw Wheeler, and then, boom, there's Diouf right there out on the outside. And then you play it. Boom, cuts back door.
That's a big circle.
That's just that fearlessness.
Hey, well, it's a big circle for a tall fella in McAdoo Diouf.
That's fearlessness from Wheeler. Good steal by Ortiz.
He thought about pulling up himself. Hits the trailer and Geiger. Reset for Ortiz. Harris into Geiger, and he got fouled. That Geiger against Diouf matchup, that's pretty much inch for inch right there. Geiger at 6'10", Diouf at 6'8".
Geiger coming off that baseline screen as the ball got reversed to Harris, and you just got to beat him through that screen. Otherwise, you're trailing him, and it's bad news.
Sabek is off. Hit 2 threes early. He's missed his last 2. Wheeler getting a breather on the bench. So, number 5 operating the offense. And no, we still don't know who it is. All part of the fun. Ailes missed everything. Calvary Christian has another chance to swell their lead. 3:52 left in the first half.
That's a shame about to be, again, potentially another game that comes down to the wire. We've talked about it time and again. We sound like a broken record at this point, but these teams are just so evenly matched up. And if one team maybe comes in as a favorite again, we talked Xavier, they beat Clinton the other night, whereas Calvary lost to them by 19. And what do you know, Calvary leading by 6 here in the early going.
Kramer on the flash and the finish.
Great patience by Calvary Christian there.
7 points for Kramer.
And
no
right
patience needed for Xavier Academy. Yusuf Ben Bouzid pours it in. (31-25). Calvary's led this whole game. Ortiz fade away. Left short. Lob ahead, stuffed by the rim for Diouf, but he's going to the free throw line. Calvary Christian can't believe it.
How about Diouf getting out and running the break?
Well, I can see what college coaches like about him. The way he gets up and down the floor, can score from a multitude of places, and does a great job.
And so right there, he got stuffed by the rim. Just barely caught the underside of it. I think if he got the top edge rather than the bottom edge, then he's shooting an N1.
In case you didn't know where the rim is, had it circled for you.
Or that you had to hit the top half and not the bottom side of it.
Yeah.
Diouf 0 for 2 at the line, so it works out pretty darn well for Calvary Christian.
Good, except it's a foul on Geiger.
Geiger responds.
And that shot's just so hard to block, not only because Geiger's so tall, but he has an over-the-head release too as well.
Okuchukwu sliding in and out of the paint, and a moving screen is called. So Calvary Christian gets it back with a chance to stretch it to double digits. Just over 2.5 minutes left in the first half.
I think you heard a lot of the Calvary Christian bench yelling 3. I think they thought that Xavier had someone in the lane for a long time, would be my guess.
Crowd continuing to grow a little bit larger as the night goes on and folks wrap up their Black Friday shopping. I've never been one for Black Friday shopping, by the way. I prefer my basketball on Black Friday. Foul on the floor.
I haven't been out to the stores much over the last few years, been here, but you know, it's Black Friday, at least the in-person experience is somewhat lost its luster. Obviously, it's Cyber Monday now. There's not quite the lines at the door, no one camping out, no real fights happening in line.
Well, you used to have to get there early for the Black Fridays. Now you just order them a week before online.
Sayback gets to 10 points on the stick back. 11-point lead. Afi draws the whistle. Going back to the free throw line where he's made 1 out of, I believe, 4 attempts.
Another one on Geiger there. I'm sure that's going to be a concern for Coach Burley.
And Afi's struggles at the line continue. Afi, a Power 5 recruit, even though he's just a sophomore, getting a lot of looks from major programs. Off the mark again.
We've seen a little bit of that in the tournament. Free throw shooting, I think, is one of those things that comes. You can practice it all you want, but there's a difference about running at Geiger with a runner.
Rebound reeled in by Wheeler. Ahead to Bryant. Lost the dribble, tapped out of bounds by Calvary Christian. Another mystery number for Calvary Christian. It sounds like the PA announcer has it, but we don't. Number 32.
That's
and
a
a
foul
steal.
a lot of times inside on that pass, going over the shoulder like that.
Bergantino in rhythm, off. Wheeler left alone. Can't make him pay. We're going up and down now. Kramer into the lane. Look at the moves and the finish.
Nice move there by Bergantino again. I didn't have to get much to get past the smaller Wheeler there, but I think I could tell the entire way he wanted to go with that Euro step and just thankfully got the roll after a few seconds of indecision.
Evan Kramer up to 9 points. Bryant goes up strong. Good defense, but he got clipped on the rebound attempt.
Again, good dribble penetration, and those post players, the people at the free throw line on the penetration, just dive to the basket, and it's been effective. They've either drawn fouls or gotten baskets out of it.
Bryant's first left it short, and that's one thing that this pace can kind of do. You get to the free throw line, you get a little tired.
Yeah, and a striking stat so far is Houston Xavier is 2 of 10 from the free throw line and 1 of 9 from deep.
That's not going to add up to a lot of wins. Another one missed by Bryant. Calvary Christian coming out strong, looking for their first win this week. And Bergantino got fouled.
Wheeler kind of had that hand on that hip, called him for a hold. Bergantino with his strength, and against Wheeler, I mean, Bergantino does an awfully nice job with his off arm. If you watch him, it's always out, and he's strong enough to hold that defender off. He kind of can wrap him a little bit. Not enough to draw a foul yet, but
Bergantino now up to 12 points as Madden Geiger comes out. That's one of those little things, Jeff, that It's just fundamentals, but college coaches notice stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, and any advantage that you get, as someone makes them both. Someone I definitely think can play at the next level. His conditioning's only going to get better here as that knee gets stronger.
Bergantino makes both free throws. Wheeler sets up the offense. Popping around here. Xavier in no rush. Mid-range jumper from Opie is off. Offensive rebound for Bryant, and he draws jump ball.
And that'll favor Calvary here. They will have a chance to shoot. Last shot here of this first half. Shot clock is going to be off here. With 32 to go, and this is one of the bigger halftime leads we've seen, and one of the bigger point totals we've seen here from this tournament so far. So again, Xavier is just going to have to find an answer for Bergantino and Sabek, but they have not made it easy with their prowess from behind the arc.
Evan Kramer having a big game as well.
Yep.
In the first quarter, it was that three-point shooting from Calvary, and in this quarter they haven't made as many threes, but they've been able to still continue to score by getting to the rim.
Bergantino with it, working against Bryant. Fadeaway jumper, short of the target, and Wheeler will hold, and that's all for our first 16 minutes inside Torrey Gym between Calvary Christian and Xavier Academy. Calvary Christian lost its first 2 games. They're hungry for a win. Would you say maybe Thanksgiving leftovers on Black Friday? Boy, they were stroking it from distance.
Yeah, they really were. And I mean, again, just other guys are so hard to defend from deep because they're bigger guys. I mean, Bergantino's got some size, he's knocking him down. Sabek's got some size, knocking him down. So I mean, it's just what do you do? Because otherwise, you pull out, and you have one guy crash in as they reset the shot clock here in Torrey Gym. But again, it's going to be a tall task here for Xavier, but biggest key for them is you got to make your free throws, got to make your threes. They made a few more of them. We might be looking at a close game.
Sure. Well, I thought Calvary Christian too. Not only they can be patient, take time, and take open shots. They can also push the ball and create things off of a rebound. We saw a great outlet pass down the court and push the ball when need be. But at the same time, they can be patient and run their offense on the half court. So Houston's going to have to find the answers with a multitude of scores for Calvary Christian.
We will step aside for a break. There you saw a brief preview of what's to come down in Uftring Tournament Central after some words from our sponsors. Calvary Christian leads Xavier Academy 40-25 at the break. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, we're back here in Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Kelly Vanderheit. Kelly, we've been talking to a lot of volunteers this whole week about everything they do, whether it's people in hospitality, over the referees, the tournament directors, stuff like that. And now we're talking with you. Tell us a little bit about what you contribute to the tournament.
I've done a little bit of everything. The tournament has been near and dear to our hearts since my Devin was playing. I started out in the concessions. We ran the hospitality. We got all the food donated, everything together, all the volunteers from start to finish. There's been many hours in gyms from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., but mostly I'm spending my time up at the Tournament Central, getting all the coaches and families checked in, and it's great to see fun faces. And over year, more people are coming in that you recognize that make this a annual trip and a tournament that enjoy all the time. So it's fun.
We talk a lot about with how everyone kind of sacrifices their holiday for a good cause, obviously. How long have you and your family worked with the tournament?
So we have, I know I'm going to get the dates wrong or the years, but we have been doing this tournament since 2006.
Wow.
I mean, it's been, even when KB was here, and, so it's been a long time. My husband has coached for 17 seasons, so it's our family. This is what we do on Thanksgiving, so we enjoy it.
It's definitely a big involvement. We've used the motto all week. Everyone coming from Rogers, where I first heard it, but it takes a village.
Absolutely.
And how important do you feel overall, just volunteers in general, like we mentioned, the hospitality, officials, stuff like that? Who are some people that might go unnoticed in this sense? I've asked Roger this. I asked Brian Tibbs this as well. Some people that maybe go under the radar, don't like the notoriety in terms of what they contribute to the tournament. But if you had to list a few people, who would you say?
Oh my gosh. I mean, from the beginning, Christy Cape, with Countryside, she does a phenomenal job. That Thanksgiving meal that she makes every year for those players, the heart sweat, she works so hard. Sherry Thurston, I mean, even know like Lori Weston, some of the ladies in the way beginning when we were doing the TOC, the hospitality. You put me on the spot. There's
fine.
So many different people that, pour their heart into this tournament. Parents of players that may have graduated that are still coming back because the tournament's so special to them. So Washington, they have big hearts, and we all come together as a community, and just you can see it with the TOC and all the help behind the scenes. It does take a village, absolutely.
It really does.
Yeah.
The community aspect is so unique here compared to, I've worked other tournaments, and all of them are fun. Obviously, the basketball is always great, but there's something unique here at TOC in the, like I said, the community aspect of things. Everyone's so friendly, smile on their face all the time. It's for a good cause, and it really contributes everything to it. Going to the basketball side of things, for you, Vonderheit is a very rich, storied name in this Washington area. Jackson Vonderheit's playing tonight. Yes. And, he's older brother Devin and Braden. What's it like having your youngest now on the court for the first time here in varsity?
It is crazy. It was very surreal. I was just chatting with you earlier on, Tuesday when we were sitting in the gym. It's like, wow, this is my last one. He's a junior. It's great to see him on that court. But just the years of being in this tournament in the gym, I don't feel old, but I guess I am getting older. But no, it's a beautiful thing, and I'm sure years after he graduates, we'll still be here, pouring our heart into this gym because it means so much to us. So,
what are your favorite moments from your family specifically? Players, your sons having big moments. Is there any game that sticks out to you for your sons?
Oh, my goodness. Well, just last Wednesday, so I have a really short-term memory. No, I'm just kidding. But Wednesday was a great game. I love seeing, the heart that they put out on here. The whole team does a great job. I don't have a specific memorable tournament or a game, sorry. I'm sure my boys will be mad at me. But
the best memory is the next one.
Absolutely. So exactly. I was looking for that next memory. This year and the year after
as well. So
yeah.
Looking forward to it. I mean, I know I'm not sure how involved you are in terms of watching the games, but are there any, obviously the game tonight, Washington's playing, but overall, I mean, just great slate of games. You have the TV in front of you when you're checking everybody in. What's say the most fun that you've had this week? What's something that stands out to you? Maybe not the games or just people coming in. I know you were talking to Sherry about the St. Jude kids coming later on today.
Yeah, I love that reverse signing that they did last year. I think last year was the first year these kids came in and got to experience that. It's big time for them. It's really exciting. So St. Jude kids are going to come. They're going to do some autographs and, make them feel really special.
I think that really is one of the most special things about this tournament. When they did it last year, it was such a cute thing, and I'm sure it was great for those kids. We're going to send it back up top to the gym, but as for me and Kelly, we're going to see you guys later.
Thanks.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support so you can play hard. And when cancer's the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Back inside the friendly confines of Torrey Gym, Calvary Christian leads Xavier Academy in a Florida versus Texas matchup in the National Classic. 40-25 our score going to the third quarter. I'm Larry Larson along with Jeff Little and Jonathan Michael. I feel a little left out that my first name doesn't start with J in this booth.
We've had a lot of J's circle through up here. It's like a prerequisite for entry, but we decided to let you in. L is close enough.
Well, that's awful nice of you. Calvary Christian in that offense, particularly the first quarter, got everything they wanted, especially from the outside. If you're Xavier Academy, how do you slow that down?
Well, I mean, obviously you gotta get a hand in the face, and they did slow it down in the second quarter. I don't think they made maybe 2 threes, compared to the 5 or 6 that they got in the first quarter. And you think, well, we did a better job defensively. They had 24 points in the first quarter, and they got 16 in the second, so you didn't do that much better job.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to have to control the tempo. They did a great job pushing the ball up after scores, but they need to do that after a stop. Get the ball pushed up and get an easy basket, quick basket. Get themselves back in the game. A lot of time left here, 16 minutes to, third and fourth quarter. So anything's possible.
Yeah, and again, too, I mean, if you force those miss on the three-pointers can lead to some long rebounds, maybe some easy, fast breaks for Xavier. We saw Diouf run the break a few times, so we know that everyone on the floor can do it. They have a great, guy with some ball vision, passing vision, I should say, with Lincoln Wheeler for Xavier. So, again, he's only got 2. For Calvary, it's, again, but just 4 guys that have scored, but they've all had at least 8. Geiger and Sabek with 8, Bergantino with 15, and Kramer with 9.
And that's that balanced scoring that's so hard. You can't really concentrate your defense on one thing.
Xavier opens with the basketball, and we're back underway. Wheeler, the engineer of the offense. Offie gets face guarded well beyond the perimeter. Wheeler lobs it up there. A little miscommunication, but the stick back goes for Diouf.
Tried to set a little back screen on Bergantino, and Bergantino strong enough to kind of push the screener under the basket, and Cutter couldn't get there, but luckily they got the ball off the glass.
Bergantino slides his way into the lane, slips it out for Geiger. Back to Geiger for the flush.
Nice give and go.
Gets Geiger into double figures. Ailes, jump stop. Right back from steps behind the line, well short.
And they need to get Ailes going. He's 0 for 6 from deep so far, I believe today is. And then there he left the post and left it wide open. And then I think Calvary started out of the peripheral vision there and just drove the lane and got right by him.
Good old-fashioned stop and go right there. Now you see me, now you don't. For Evan Kramer, he's got 11. Bryant lines it up, swirls the iron, stick back, too strong. Diouf tries again and gets it to go again.
And Diouf has done his job for Xavier. They got to find someone else. Again, this has been one guy doing a majority of the scoring for Xavier, and whereas 4 are doing it for Calvary.
From outside, Harris off the mark.
Big time rebound, Bryant.
Wheeler slows it down.
Coach Kep Burley comes out here in a 2-3 zone for Calvary Christian, maybe to protect Geiger from getting another foul, but then the situation too where talked about somebody that only made 1 3-pointer in the whole first half. That's not a bad defense to play.
Kramer with the shot clock winding down. The layup to Sabek with his back to the basket.
There's the patience of Calvary Christian to run their offense, get a great cut from Tyler Sabek, and able to get the reverse in the basket.
Wheeler into the corner for Bryant. Locked up by Bergantino.
We did find out who number 5 was for Xavier. That's Jekendrick Clevenger.
Thanks to the folks back in the truck for that note. Diouf pours in another one, and a timeout taken by Xavier Academy. Here's a look at that break. And Diouf got stuffed by the rim. That was way back in the first half. Whoops. 46-31, Calvary Christian. 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
And a quick note on Calvary Christian, looking ahead for them after this tournament, they're going to be facing a team that we are somewhat familiar with here at the TOC. Former attendee, North Tampa Christian. Remember, they were here 2 years ago and had Tony Bryant on that team. It's funny now, Bryant was a sophomore on that squad. He's now a senior, and he's one of the more highly ranked seniors in the entire country. I believe a top 150 recruit right now. So again, it just goes to show another guy that they identified the talent as a sophomore, and then now you see him blossom, and boom, he's a senior, and he's going to have some very high-level college looks here coming soon. So that should be a fun game between Calvary and North Tampa Christian.
Well, I'm sure this Calvary team's going to be different, too, as soon as the Ethan Sabek comes back for him. I mean, a kid that averaged 20-some points a game last year and could shoot it.
Bergantino with Bryant on his hip. Jump into the low post. Harris blocked by the rim and by Diouf. Bryant pulls it in. Wheeler, no look dish. Bryant pops off the rim. And Xavier can't buy one from distance. It's saved and given right back. Ben Boozid lays it up and in. Sounds like we've got a disconnect on those two names and numbers for Xavier Academy. So we solve one, and now we've got a mystery on another one.
Well, that's one of the ways you can get back in the game if you can. Geiger probably had to shoot that from the shot clock. We'll guess that's what happened since we can't see it.
Yeah.
Diouf and one, having his way in the lane. Makadou Diouf going back to the free throw line for a chance at one more. 22 points for the senior.
I mean, just going right to work with two guys on him right there. There you saw Sabek and Geiger. The big fella getting strong again. 22, make that 23. Xavier made, Xavier made a free throw, and then it's back to a 10-point game.
You ask how you get back in the game. You got to take advantage of all of those opportunities. They certainly didn't shoot it well in the first half as a team, but that's a good start maybe for them here in the second half.
Bergantino out high. Sabek has felt it from distance. Bergantino down to Sabek, found him again.
That pass was an angle with our booth, and I tell you, I don't know who he was throwing it to because there was no one open. He just kind of threw. Oh!
Bryant tried to get the poster machine out. The other way, Kramer for two.
This game is resembled a track meet. I mean, back and forth up the floor, and not many stoppages in this one. Guys are going to get their conditioning tested early in this one. Yeah. And it's usually those first few games of the season are always some of the toughest.
Three is off from Geiger. Wheeler over to Ailes. He hasn't shot it much. Down to Ben Boozid, and he'll shoot two.
The call on Geiger.
3 fouls on Madden Geiger. So that'll be something to watch in the last quarter and change here.
And I like what Xavier has done to, again, just kind of hang around right now. They're still within striking distance, still plenty of ball game left. Again, all you need is just a little 5-0 run here and maybe a little 7-2 run there. And then, what do you know? You're in the last 3 minutes of the game, and it's a one-score game. So, we should know better by now than to count out or, say this game is over by any means, because this tournament has just been so topsy-turvy in terms of game flow.
Offensive rebound for Wheeler. His shot was blocked. Bryant comes down with it, and he'll go to the stripe.
And they're going to get Sabek there for that one. Held my breath and wondered if that was Geiger, because, again, he's playing with 3.
They got Bergantino.
Oh.
His third, too, they said, I think.
John, you want to lean over and check that?
But be careful.
I wish we had a booth cam. John is leaning out of his chair at about a right angle to try and see the foul count. We got to get John on a yoga plan. Bergantino with 2 fouls. There he is.
Xavier's been a little better at the free throw line here, but shouldn't have said that, I guess.
Broadcaster jinx. Jeff, you've been with us these last few years. You should know better at this
I know. The jinx from the line.
Geiger, though, does have 3. That is correct.
Low post feed. Kramer, another deuce. 15 for Kramer, who has played pretty darn big for Calvary Christian.
Well, he's definitely taken it. Oh.
Pass interference.
Yeah, I wondered if they were going to get that. Tried to throw the lob to Diouf, and Sabek had a hold of the jersey. The official on the side could see that jersey getting pulled away.
Sabek said,
No.
I don't know about that one, Tyler.
And how about Kramer, though? I mean, he's got 6 field goals. Only one of them have been from deep. He's been getting them and mostly inside the arc. And it's funny because, again, Kramer's 6'2". You think he's going to be the one shooting more often?
Bryant soars, swirls it, gets it back. Can't finish that time either. And that's a held ball.
They've run that out of bounds play a couple times for that lob to Bryant, and he hasn't been able to finish either one of them. But that one would have been pretty spectacular if he'd gotten it in.
That was Jalen Pons, who usually wears number 23s and 32 today for Calvary Christian. The assist goes to the PA announcer on that one. Here comes Geiger. Oh, man, he got blocked. Gets it back. And he's going to the free throw line. Getting a little chippy here underneath the basket.
There was definitely some words exchanged there between Diouf and Geiger. Take another look at this. I mean,
he was out for blood.
Draw that little hammer right there. He's trying to make it hammer time here in Torrey Gym. That would have been the dunk of the tournament so far.
Maybe Madden was congratulating him on such a great dunk, or great block on my dunk. I appreciate you doing that. Geiger does what good players do. He'll step to the free throw line and try to make him pay. Make them both.
Made the first one.
Calvary at the line tonight is 5 of 7 right now. A little bit higher percentage than Xavier, who again is 6 for 17, just over 33%.
Xavier digging into its bench a little bit further than we've seen, at least to start the game. Wheeler over to Clevenger. Bryant, count it! And he's got some words for Madden Geiger. I think the officials called a T.
I think so too.
Here's another look at the dunk. Bryant finishing through Stevens. If you get that aggressive on the verbals, I think you might run that risk of picking up a tee.
Yeah, I'll have to I don't know. I'm not a professional lip reader by any means, but I could tell by just the expression on his face. There was certainly some bad blood there. And, it's kind of unique there for the TOC. I mean, these two are two teams from different states. I mean, usually these two teams don't have any prior history by any means. So, it is getting physical here, and a little bit of emotion to this. And I'm not going to say, whether I love it or hate it. I mean, I think that some people can do both. You don't want to see it, obviously. You don't want to see guys going at each other too hard at all. But you do like guys playing with intensity. You just want them to rein it in a little bit as well.
All dunks brought to you by Martin Tech. They will issue a tee there. And so all this is getting sorted out as Amir Bryant flushed it down through the contact over Will Stevens and then wished him happy holidays.
Absolutely. Safe travels home.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Bryant will shoot his and one free throw first. And then we'll walk it on down to the other side. And we'll see who shoots him for Calvary Christian. Bryant gets to 9 points. Look, frustrating day for Xavier Academy, at least so far. And these are young players, easy to remember that, hey, these guys are still learning on how to manage their temper.
I mean, those are some of the lessons you learn about, from sports. You may not like something that happens, but, they all even out in the long run, and you get your chance to get somebody back, so to speak. But you don't have to do it right away, and you certainly don't have to do it right in front of an official.
No.
Well, and again, I think you see it too. The officials don't want, obviously, the game to get out of hand and start being where everything is going to slide. You saw there was a little bit of word exchange between Diouf and Geiger there down on the other end.
Yep.
I think that was an appropriate time. You don't want to do it right away, but I think you want to do it early enough you can kind of nip it in the bud and before things
because
go
those
crazy.
were consecutive trips down the floor, you're going to say, hey, we're going to put an end to this, guys, and hopefully it does.
So Geiger makes both the technical free throws. Calvary Christian leading by 14. Bergantino fouled. All fouls sponsored by the Washington Police Department.
Again, I think Calvary Christian's done a great job recognizing mismatches there. We got, Bergantino, who's such a strong kid, kind of has a mismatch man-to-man, drives strong to the basket there, and draws a foul. That's how Kramer's gotten some of his with a mismatch on ball.
Geiger straight away. 16 points for Madden Geiger.
And he had a guy, I believe it was Diouf, right in his grill again. That's 6'8", 6'9" or so right there.
Pass out to Diouf, a little bit sloppy. All three-pointers brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Xavier Academy could use one here. Lob low, Diouf, double teamed. Gets the touch off the back of the iron.
A lot of bounces on the iron there. Nice touch in the lane.
Bergantino, stop and go dribble. Harris with Wheeler in his grill. Bergantino, very patient player. Shot clock's at 5. Bergantino trying to make something happen, was looking for a cutting Geiger, and it's turned over. Wheeler runs the break, ahead to Diouf for 2. 27 points for Diouf. Under 5 seconds to go in the quarter. The three from Kramer, in and out, and we go to the fourth with Calvary leading Xavier 58-45. Lots of action to catch you up on. Great job by Xavier Academy to run the break, and Diouf has gotten hot again.
Good defense that last sequence there by Xavier. They're going to have to do a lot of that here to make up for this 13-point deficit in the fourth.
PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you.
Really the biggest difference, right now, that was a better quarter at the free throw line for Xavier. Again, he settled in, made a few, now got 7 free throws on the night. Calvary's also at 7 as well, but again, the major difference is the Calvary's got 9 3-pointers on the night. Xavier just has 2. They're both from Diouf. And I think if you are the Falcons, you got to get something going either with Bryant, Ailes, Wheeler. Diouf maybe pop out, shoot some threes as well. You're going to need a big one to, again, give yourself some momentum. Again, fire up that bench, get yourselves right back in this one.
On to the fourth quarter we go. Xavier needs a comeback. They go to Diouf, and he finishes off the window.
And they can certainly come back with 2s as well.
I mean, nice little screen and roll action down the lane. Great pass.
Bergantino lost the handle. How about that 360? You want to talk about confidence in the knee? Stuck the landing, too.
And see, again, he's got that kind of that wrap there on that right knee. A pretty heavy wrap. But again, like you said at the top of the broadcast, Larry, it just has not affected him seemingly whatsoever. He looks at full go right now.
Geiger, after a little hesitation.
I think that's the toughest shot for a player to hesitate, not go somewhere else, and have to shoot that.
Clevenger slices his way to the cup. And a whistle. What's the deal here? Timeout taken by Xavier Academy, I think. No. Yes. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Well, that was a nice little move there from Clevenger. Again, took his time, kind of galloped into the lane, little Euro step finish there. That's his first bucket of the night. Again, Diouf has done so much this game. I mean, really just an outstanding performance, one of the best we've seen, at least of the day, if not the entire tournament. But again, you can't do it all by yourself, and that's why Calvary is in the lead. They got 4 guys in double figures.
Enercon power-up timeout. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 9-point game here in the fourth quarter.
Again, I think both coaches were trying to call a timeout. I know Coach Burley was probably not real happy with the 2 layups that Xavier's got right off the bat here, cutting it into single digits. And, there's always that fine line of, we've got a lead, we want to be patient and run some clock, but then you may end up taking a bad shot at the end of a shot clock that, earlier in the game, you were just catching and had all the confidence in the world. So we'll see how Calvary closes this one out or tries to, and what answer Xavier has for him.
Great small school action here. I mean, Xavier, their enrollment just 139 down in Houston, Texas. So, and they play a lot
There's
larger.
Geiger rejected by Diouf.
I say they play a lot larger than their size in a city teeming with basketball talent down there. So, and they're going to be one of the more talked about teams, I'm sure, during their season. Now, a lot of good guys coming back next year, too. I mean, again, still early on in this season, but Diouf graduates, but a lot of good guys coming back next year.
A lot of players, especially considering for a school of 139 that are getting college looks. Diouf off the fake. He is making it look easy right now. Bergantino fouled by Wheeler in the backcourt. And he's hearing it from Dad on the sideline.
Bet those are some nice rides home after the game in the car.
Well, the results certainly don't lie for the Wheeler boys. Talked about the college results for the two older brothers. Lincoln certainly well on his way.
And back when Montana Wheeler was back in high school last year, he was one of the top players, I think rated by one side as the top player in all of Houston, again at a school of 139. So I think H-Town knows the X pretty well down there.
Foul on Ailes. He did a nice job trying to play that reversal pass, just kind of got a little bit of the wrist.
Bergantino in no rush. Picked up by Bryant. Here's Geiger. Gets free. Thought about pulling the trigger. Probably a wise decision. Gets it back. Good perimeter defense here from the X. Deep three from Bergantino against the ticker. Didn't go. Physical rebound for Ailes. There goes Clevenger out to the corner. Diouf on the baseline. Muscles up a shot. Oh, man. Diouf going back to the free throw line, showing emotion. He has willed Xavier Academy back into this game.
Great baseline drive against the zone and get somebody who reaches in and he's strong enough to finish that.
We said earlier, I said the guy gets someone going besides Diouf, but
maybe not.
I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, I think they're going to ride this Diouf train as long as it will stay on the rails. I mean, he's up to 34, I believe.
That's what I've got as well. Bergantino off the spin cycle. Geiger elbow jumper. It's off. And a foul underneath.
And what do we say? Little mini runs. I mean, it hasn't been a massive tipping of the scales in Xavier's favor, but I mean, they've just chipped and chipped away. I mean, 5:42 is plenty of time for a 4-point deficit.
Well, and I think one of the things too, it's not your typical run where you're creating turnovers and that. You're getting missed shots and you're not giving up second opportunities. They're getting defensive rebounds and able to convert into scores.
In case you're just joining us, Calvary Christian has led the whole game. Xavier Academy's been chasing. Clevenger, mid-range, it's off. And I bet Coach Wheeler does not like that shot one bit.
That was a tough one. Off balance, mid-range, just not the highest percentage look.
Timeout taken by Calvary Christian. Full timeout. Enercon power up timeout. I think we've got one more, or at least two more sponsor shout outs. Martin Tech, need reliable technology solutions. Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered, specializing in business and residential. We keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. Also brought to you by Keps, the official pre- and post-game spot, Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric are proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC.
McAdoo Diouf is shooting 88% on the night. He's 15 for 17. The rest of his team shooting 25%, 8 of 32. So again, make it seem like we're, don't want to make it seem like we're, saying the rest of Xavier's playing bad, because again, they're helping create these stops too on defense. Absolutely. It's helping them come back in this game. So while it's not showing up in the scoring column, it really has been a nice effort here from the Falcons.
4-point ball game. Calvary led by as many as 16.
15 for 17, that is, and they've been tough shots. I mean, there have been a couple easy maybe putbacks or around the rim, but a lot of them are contested by a big Geiger or Sayback inside.
Rotated for Ortiz. He got clobbered on the follow through, no call. Ball's tapped out of bounds, and it stays with Calvary.
Tell you, I like that from the sophomore, though. They reverse the ball to him, and he doesn't hesitate. He's open, and he knows what he's supposed to do with it.
No contact on the follow through. I just heard somebody hit the deck hard. That was Ben Boozit on the follow. Rebound, all kinds of physical. Geiger three is off. Offensive rebound, Kramer. He'll slow it down. Bergantino lobs it over the block for Sabek. Bryant running the break. Got it, and the foul. Amir Bryant, how do you do?
Great finish inside, draws the contact. He'll have a chance for a three-point play here.
He could make it a one-point game with this free throw. Bryant, just such a physical player. In a game with a lot of physical players, he might be the most physical.
You can tell Bryant he's played some street ball, plays on the playground a lot. I mean, he just has, kind of that tenacity to him. So, gotta have guys with that little bit of edge, and Bryant's got it.
Yeah.
Remains a 2-point game. Ortiz. Sabek. Kramer through the double team off the square.
Okay, Kramer's really exploiting the fact that Wheeler at 5'7" is having a hard time keeping up with him around the basket.
Van Boozid was left alone in the corner. And the Falcons want a better shot. Clevenger. To Bryant. He's feeling it. Can't get two more. Rebound loose. It stays here. Out off Ortiz.
Great drive to the basket by Bryant, just off the mark. Diouf almost had an offensive rebound.
They're going to bring Ellis back into the game for Xavier again. He's struggled with shooting the ball tonight, but he can really stroke it. He gives him another sizable presence too at 6'6".
Well,
Timeout by Xavier Academy.
Yeah, we talked about, shooters shoot. And, and he's a shooter, and I know he hasn't had a great game, but he's in a situation where they're coming into the game, they need him because right now they're going to collapse and try to take Diouf away as much as they can. So he should get some open looks.
Yeah, Ailes had 21 points, 4 3-pointers against Clinton Grace. And he has really been kept silent today, so good job by Calvary Christian against him. This thing has narrowed up. 4-point ball game, 4 minutes left. Anything can happen at this point.
Well, a lot of the shooters I've coached probably couldn't tell you about the misses, but they can tell you a lot about the makes.
Yep.
So, that's a mentality they have. And, kudos to you need them. So this will be a good stretch for them to maybe knock a couple down and kind of change the momentum even more.
Next shot, next possession mentality. You hear that talked about so much in sports psychology, and I think 3-point shooters need that psychology maybe more than anybody else.
You got to have the memory of a what's the animal with this short of a dolphin, of a whale. I know it's some
Not
animal.
of an elephant.
Yeah,
not an elephant. No.
No, an elephant never forgets.
So while John looks up animals that do forget, we break the huddle.
I'm looking at what's coming up next. Tomorrow for these teams. Xavier taking on Eagle Academy. This is Calvary's last game here of the tournament of the National Classic, brought to you by Uftring Auto Group.
There it is.
Ailes. I want to talk about shooters shooting. Just too strong.
Coach told me to fire it up, so.
Geiger rotates to Bergantino. Geiger setting for the screen. Bergantino, crisscross 3. Short. Rebound loose. Scooped up by Xavier Academy. Trying to get it down to a 1-possession game again. Patient offense here. Clevenger got fouled by Kramer. Took a body blow. 3 fouls on Kramer.
The animals with the worst memory are chimpanzees, bees, and hamsters.
Did you say bees?
Bees.
Bees are animals? I thought
And
they're
a-
insects.
And how do we measure their memory?
That's a good question.
Is there a test? Is there like an IQ test for bees to take?
I was going to say, I don't think bees are out there, taking the ACT.
The bees are smart enough not to be out there today, though. I will tell you that. So
Putting New meaning on the phrase, bees get degrees. First one's off from Clevenger. Got to make these if you're Xavier.
And again, yeah, they were 8 for 15. It was still in a winning effort. They got by, but didn't shoot it that well from the line against Clinton Grace.
Clevenger converts. It's a 3-point game. Full court pressure here for the Falcons. 3 from Harris. It's short. Rebound for Xavier Academy. They could tie it with a 3.
Don't think Coach Burley liked that shot, but he had Geiger all alone. It was kind of a 2-on-1, and he shot it and had Geiger go into the rim maybe for an offensive rebound if he missed it, which went off his hand, and Xavier corrals it and have a chance to tie.
Falcons probably won't play for a 3 here. They've gone to the inside pretty much all day long. Clevenger had it jarred loose, and a timeout taken by Coach Wheeler with 7 seconds on the shot clock.
That was a little bit of a stagnant possession there for the Falcons. Kind of starting with that 5 out, and it kind of seemed like a possession that you would have at the end of a quarter, right? You're just kind of just trying to wait the clock down and then go with about 7 seconds to go. And you didn't have to do it, but we'll see what they drop out of the timeout. But maybe they'll see what Teddy Wheeler is going on the clipboard right now.
Well, I'm sure that they'd love to get it inside to Diouf. I mean, he's been a little quiet here in the last couple of minutes, but I think that's from Calvary. Really, they had 2 and 3 bodies around him down there on the block, and I think that's where Xavier was trying to go with it. But this is a spot where we talked about Ailes. If he had 21 the other night and 4 threes, this is a spot where you can run him off a screen and maybe as a secondary option and might get a wide open look.
Does it surprise you at all, Jeff, that they slowed down on that possession? I feel like they've played better offensively when they've been a little bit more aggressive and quick.
Yeah, and and I think Calvary's a better defensive team than maybe you might think they are. They've got a lot of athleticism and strength to them as well as size. So they're able to kind of bump people off the spot and things like that and make it tough. So I think it's kind of maybe a little bit of the defense, but also Xavier trying to be careful to get a good shot.
All right, 5 on the shot clock. They set up for Ailes for the tie. Left it short. Rebound brought in by Bergantino, and he gets fouled by Clevenger.
And I think that I'm going to double check what the fouls as the 4th on Xavier here in this quarter. So again, Falcons are already in the bonus, but you don't want to put Calvary in the bonus too early either.
We'll be shooting free throws the rest of the game.
Kramer
wide open inside, and they missed him.
Bergantino lobs it low. Sabek got fouled. Really good foul. As Sabek was left open, Ben Boozit had to hustle down there to get a paw on it.
That foul going to go on Clevenger.
Yeah, I think Xavier kind of went to his zone there, and as the ball got reversed, that left Sabek wide open down there on the block. Great pass and able to catch and miss the first.
Oh, man.
Calvary has gone cold. I mean, they started off just shooting the lights out. I think they had 40 at halftime and just 20 here in the first 14 minutes and change. Second.
Sabek 0 for 2. Out to Sabek. Can't make it from 3, and now the fasten seatbelt sign is on for Calvary Christian.
Missed 2 free throws, and then the 3 ball gets tipped back out to you and cut loose on the 3. That's some confidence.
Clevenger, the double comes. Lob low to Diouf. Bryant can't finish, but he'll go to the free throw line to shoot 2 with a chance to make it a 1-point game.
I tell you, for the college coaches watching this film, that play right there tells me something about Diouf. I'm 15 for 17. I get it. I get a chance to muscle this thing up, maybe draw a foul. Nope, I'm going to get it to a cutting teammate who almost got a dunk in and would have a chance to tie here.
That's a great point. Diouf having such a great game. Nobody would blame him if he shot that ball.
I mean, that just shows me he's got a great feel for the game. I mean, it's not just me. I don't have to do it all, although I have been doing a lot of it. Amir Bryant with that strong cut along the baseline. We've talked about that a few times.
Bryant misses the back end. 2-point game. It's been whittled down from double digits for Calvary. Bergantino working against Bryant. Poked out of bounds, stays on this end.
Coach Teddy Wheeler was going to go out there to make sure players knew what they were doing, and the official kind of said, hey, we already told you about the coach's box.
Lobbed up and turned over. Bryant with the steal. Falcons could tie it or take their first lead with a 3. Clevenger in no rush. Again, this slow offense.
Looking for the pick and roll. Here comes the weak side help.
Diouf going to work on Sabek. Spins off the rim. There's Bryant. We're tied. Bryant coming up hobbling.
Great effort going to the boards.
Brand new ball game. Bergantino! One of the plays of the tournament. Calvary back ahead. Up and down we go. Bryant slices to the cup, in and out, and a foul on the floor. Bonus free throws coming up. And a foul on Xavier Academy. They got Diouf.
Yeah.
Here's a look. There's that to tie it for Bryant.
And then you see Bergantino drove past him. If I noticed he was hobbling, and that's why he was able to drive past and just thunder it in. One of the most punishing dunks of the tournament at a perfect time for Calvary.
Chance to make it a 2-possession game. Geiger going to the line. Makes the first 3-point lead.
Bergantino did a great job pushing that previous possession up the court to beat the big guys back on defense. Once he got by Bryant, he had a clear lane to the basket and threw it down. Wow.
Bryant looks to be okay, though, still in the game.
4-point game, timeout taken by Calvary Christian, and they have weathered the storm. What a veteran group to be able to take that blow on the other end to tie it after you led by, 15 or 17 points, and then to have Bergantino make a play like that.
You know, sometimes as a coach, you're not telling your team to be, hey, let's not shoot, let's not. But I think sometimes players just in their mind think, hey, we've got to lead, we've got to be patient, we've got to be careful. And so they start questioning whether they should take shots they take every day in practice, every day in the first quarter, And there's that fine line of doing that. And, that's what this tournament's about. Early in the season, you learn these kinds of things. So, Calvary responded to the tie, and it now has a 4-point lead.
1 minute to go. 63 seconds to be exact. Could be very long.
A little 3-quarter court pressure here from Calvary, just like kind of token pressure to take some time off.
Hales into the corner. Jump pass, Wheeler left open, makes them pay. 1-point game, timeout. Xavier Academy.
First bucket of the game for Lincoln Wheeler.
And it was a big one. I mean, that players do that.
Great find off the jump from Clevenger.
Usually Wheeler's the one with the great finds, and that time on the receiving end.
Well, I think they were trying to go the 2-man game on this left-hand side, and when all the help drew to Diouf rolling to the basket, shooter wide open.
35-second shot clock here. So Calvary can take this down to about 7 seconds, give or take maybe a second or two. And Xavier Academy will have a chance at another possession if they get the stop and get the rebound.
I think that was Xavier's last timeout, so they won't be able to stop the clock. If they can get a missed shot or a steal or something like that, they're going to not be able to call a timeout and set something up. So right now, I'm sure Coach Wheeler's talking about when we get the ball back, here's what we got to do.
Crowd starting to fill up. Washington game coming up in 2 games. Metamora will play Mount Bethel next. It's going to be a great night of basketball here on ClutchSportsIL.com. All of our coverage of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions brought to you by OSF Healthcare and all the rest of our great sponsors. Sabek facing full court pressure, gets it into Bergantino. Under 30 seconds left. Bryant against Bergantino. Harris. Shot clock's at 15. Harris out to Bergantino.
Well, that'd been a great situation for Xavier to not let Bergantino have the ball back.
Bergantino missed it, and a foul on the rebound. They're gonna get Geiger.
Yep, Geiger was kind of holding him there as we have a man down for Calvary.
Bergantino on the floor.
Here's a look at that play for Bergantino.
Yep, and you see Geiger right there. I don't know, that might have been Diouf on that second look. I wasn't quite sure. It happened quick.
Bergantino just in a ton of pain. You hope he's all right, and you hope it's not that knee.
A little bit of contact as he missed that runner in the lane, and as the ball got tipped and Diouf was going after it, and they looked like he made a little bit of contact with Diouf, maybe knees hit. Hoping he's all right because he's had one heck of a tournament so far.
And Bergantino's going to get helped up here. Looks like a little bit of a bloody nose maybe. Got whacked in the face.
That's kind of the double whammy there for Bergantino. Again, he got whacked in the face and he still committed the foul as Xavier is going to have a chance to take the lead with Diouf at the line.
Their free throws have been an Achilles heel all day long, but Diouf has been the guy that has willed them back. First free throw for the tie. We're tied again.
That one looked really pretty from Diouf. He looked really confident right there. Didn't have to rely on any shooter's touch. Now who's going to be the guy for Calvary if Bergantino makes this, or excuse me, if Diouf makes this? Bergantino's on the bench.
He's going back to the scorer's table.
Yep.
And a timeout taken by Calvary Christian. That's their final timeout, if I'm not
wonder
mistaken.
if he took that timeout to get Bergantino back in the game. I don't know that he could come back in that situation. He'd just gone out on the stoppage on the foul. Unless there's a timeout, I don't think he could return to the court. So I would imagine maybe that's why Coach Burley took that last timeout. +2, he's going to discuss, hey, we're either going to be tied with 13.7 or we're going to be down 1 with 13.7, and here's what we're going to do. So
I think I just read Teddy Wheeler's lips, and he said, one stop. That's what we need, one stop. But chance to take the lead with Diouf at the free throw line coming up after the timeout.
But as we talked about, though, I mean, Calvary Christian with 4 guys in double figures, okay, we need one stop. Where do you focus on? Where does all that focus go if you're on the defensive end? Usually in this situation you can say, hey, we're going to take this away, but that's going to leave 3 other really good options there.
Well, not to get too deep into the weeds about what could happen in these final 13 seconds, but again, not saying Teddy Wheeler was wrong by any means. They do need one stop, but even if they do get a stop, let's say Xavier makes his free throw, they get a stop, Xavier makes 2 more free throws, it's still a 3-point game, and Calvary does have a chance to tie it. So again, this one's going to be hanging in the balance until the final buzzer. I can almost guarantee it.
And they have been able to get 3 in a hurry in this game. Not as much here in the second half as the first half, but.
All right, everybody take a big, deep breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Diouf, 34 points at the line. For Houston, Xavier's first lead, he got it. 13 seconds left, here we go. Bergantino, foot on the gas, across half court. Loosey-goosey with the dribble, it's loose, it's a tie-up. Possession arrow is keeping Calvary. It here.
Wow.
6.5, I believe, on the clock. So 6.9.
Again, Bergantino with the ball, and you don't have any fouls that you can give, so, you got to be careful of. Now, this is the play we saw the other day where Sabek pops out to shoot this 3.
Kramer lobs it up to Sabek. Sabek against the clock for the win. He bakes it in. Tyler Sabek and Calvary Christian weather the storm.
You know, the last game, they ran that almost exact same out of bounds play where they screened and they sent Geiger to the basket off of a screen by Bergantino. Bergantino then screened Sabek for a three from that right in front of the bench. This time he got it, was able to put it on the floor and take it strong to the basket. What a finish by the sophomore.
And when it came down to it, Calvary Christian went to the inside for the physical play after they got it down from beyond the arc on the inside. This was a game that was decided by post play in the second half.
Absolutely, and you know, we talked about free throw shooting. You know, Dave made both of his there, but still, you know, you'd like to look at that and go, wow, how many did we leave on the line and we lose by one? So, you know, a lot of things you can look at as a coach and take positives from this. We talk about that every year in so many games where, you know, you try to learn some things and about yourselves, of your team, your rotations and all that stuff, and a lot of good things that Houston Xavier can take away here.
Yeah, an amazing comeback. I mean, just Diouf was outstanding in this one. I mean, just putting the team on his back, and again, he did what he needed to do there, making those 2 free throws, and give Sabek credit. That was a tough look, which again, he could knock those down, and again, he shot it in enough time where there could have been a second chance. I didn't know where the ball was going there if it would have missed, but you don't have to think about that because Sabek is sending Calvary Christian back to Clearwater, Florida with a win.
And you were saying Coach Wheeler said one stop. They almost got it. They've got a kind of a loose ball. They knocked it away from Bergantino, but the possession arrow just happened to be with Calvary Christian and gave him a chance to run that out of bounds play.
That's a good point. Yeah, I wonder if the arrow's back with Xavier, how does that game unfold? Do they surely go to the line? Do they make 1 or 2? Does Calvary shoot a 3 to win it? Do they shoot a 2 to tie it? I mean, what a game.
Kevin Brown Hustle Award awarded to Ethan Bergantino, and I think that's earned.
Yep.
He had our vote, I'm pretty sure, from up here. So
Bergantino is gritting through it again. I mean, he is only going to get better as the season goes along, but I mean, just health-wise, again, for him, just coming off the ACL just 2 weeks ago, it's just unbelievable.
Would it surprise either of you if I said he had offers from 2 military academies?
Absolutely not.
Air Force
Absolutely
and Navy?
Not.
We will step aside for a break, and when we come back, we'll send it down to Updrink Tournament Central. What a game it was. Calvary Christian wins it over Houston Xavier thanks to a buzzer beater from Tyler Sabek. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Another crazy game here at Washington TOC Day 4. I'm Teddy Ball. We're in the Updrink Auto Group Tournament Central alongside Matthew Zobrist of the Bradley Braves. Matthew, thanks for joining us. I know a crazy game you just watched. Your teammate, Montana Wheeler, had a little bit of personal connection in that game. Overall, how did you think about it?
It was a great game, back and forth. Xavier started off slow, gave up a couple threes, but then their pressure really hurt the other team, and that's what brought them back into the game and just ended up losing on a heartbreaker.
Yeah, there's been a lot of heartbreakers in this game. I don't know if you followed or not, but I think earlier today it was like 12 games were decided between like 6 points or something like that. So a lot of close games. Hopefully later on in the night, for you at least, Metamora will blow out a team and get a big win tonight.
Hopefully they need
I don't know if you're going to be back for that game, but overall, Metamora, have you been able to follow them going into this season?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, I'm friends with a couple of guys on the team. But yeah, they're going to be good. They're solid. They're just young right now. Once they get that experience, I think it'll help them a lot. So they only got one guy that played varsity minutes last year, which that's probably their biggest downfall right now. But I think they'll be just fine going into conference and stuff.
I think that's the big talking point right now is just the age of that team.
Yeah.
And one of the things I've been saying all week long is, despite the age, if you look at the team that you guys, the first year you made it to the state championship against Sacred Heart Griffin, I know that didn't come out the way you guys wanted to, but you guys were a really young team that year. Yeah. And the fact that you were able to go that far proves a lot. And the coaching at Metamora is always elite, and I'm sure that they're going to have a really successful season this year.
For sure.
If you were to have any insight on this team, some, like you said, you're still friends with a lot of guys on the team. What's some stuff that you would say might go under the radar for this Metamora squad this year?
They're just quick. I think they got some really good fast guards that can guard and bring them into their offense pretty well. And then they got some shooters that surround them. So that's probably the biggest upside that's slept on.
Yeah, especially just great athleticism on Metamora every single year. One of the things I want to go back, for you got to play with a lot of good players in that Redbird program. When you were a sophomore, Tyson Swanson, Ethan Kaiser, a lot of other guys that go under the radar. Cooper Koch transferring in the year after that. What are, with the talent level at Metamora and how competitive they are every single year, how do those guys bounce off each other so well and not get, how do you not get in your own head about, I want more shots or something like that? You play so well as a team every year.
Yeah, it's just the team chemistry there. It's just great. I think the coaches do a great job, too, helping us out with that. We all run plays for each other. We all like to get each other involved. It's just about winning. It's not about, me. So I think that's definitely huge for us.
What was the transmission like after Danny retired from coaching? I know you had 1 year with him not as your head coach. Was it just seamless in terms of, they had the program continuous to move? Was there a little bit of an adjustment? How did that go?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it wasn't really an adjustment at all. Justin's been there for me the whole time, and then even before that. So I was already used to him and his play style because he came up with all the offense and all that stuff. So, yeah, it wasn't really an adjustment at all. It was smooth sailing.
Yeah, they've continued to play great. This year, hopefully, they're going to be good as well. Going back to the teammates you had on that team, do you still keep in good contact with the guys that are still playing college ball?
Yeah, definitely. I like to talk to them every now and then, for sure.
You guys ever, anything on the schedule-wise where you guys line up this season?
No.
That would be fun.
Yeah, hopefully sometime soon, though.
Eventually, I really hope you guys cross paths in some way. That'd be fun to watch. Ethan just transferred.
South Dakota.
South Dakota, formerly at South Alabama, right? And then Cooper, is he still Iowa?
Yeah.
Nice. So a lot of great talent out of that team, just Division I across the board.
Yeah.
For you, one last thing I'll ask you. I know you got to get out of here a little soon. Going into this game, Metamora, obviously they have the pretty decent size. Sophomore Sam Koch played good in the last game, 22 points. Who's an X-factor player for this team if you had to point out? Someone that maybe isn't exactly top of the leaderboard in terms of, points or rebounds, but is gel guy going to be important for this game tonight?
I'd probably say Colin Morrison and Zach Bourne. They're just two glue guys that you really need on your team, just that grit, that you're missing with your not your scores. They won't score the ball that much, but they can do the little stuff. Yeah.
Cool. Well, Matthew, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
I appreciate you joining us, and good luck for the rest of the season with Bradley. We're going to have Sky Gillespie join up. Sky, take over from Matthew here. And, wish best of luck for him. Thank you for joining.
The passing of the torch.
Yeah, just might be able to wear the shoes. I don't know if you're going to fill him. Matthew Zobers, that's a pretty cool guy that just sat in that chair.
That's a Bradley Brave right
That's
there.
a Bradley Brave.
What a guy. What a school.
Yeah.
So interview me, Teddy.
Yeah, so now we're from one Bradley Brave to another. Sky, you went to Bradley. What was your basketball career like?
All right. So, junior season is when I started my varsity career at Leroy High School. 44 points, not in a game.
In the whole season. Wow.
The road to 100 did fall short. Had a really rough senior season. Finished with about 60 career points or so. Didn't get the playing time I deserved. But I'm one heck of a shooter, Teddy.
Yeah.
Very situational player. Situation being if we're up 35 at the end of the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody needs that type of player. It's the guy that really cements the win.
But what did I provide for the team? Energy, passion, grit, intensity, and great bench celebrations as well.
Yeah, a bunch of handshakes and high fives, stuff like that. I'm right there with you. My basketball career, I never played in high school, except I did play intramural basketball.
Okay.
Won the school championship my senior year. Beat the freshman team 118-10. I was apart for about 5 minutes, and that felt really good to full court guard those freshmen. But, I think, from me, you, and Matthew, great athletic ability, and 3 future Hall of Famers for sure.
Big props to Matthew Zobrist, scored his first career points at Bradley the other day. Hit a big corner 3. I was on my feet for sure, watching at home. like you guys are watching at home, enjoying this beautiful stream here with Clutch Sports IL.
I do want to talk to you. We were looking at a couple players when we saw the Bradley team over there. Actually, we're going to talk to you later on. We're going to wrap things up and send things back up to the gym. Teddy Ball, Sky Gillespie, and Matthew Zobers, who joined us in earlier on. We'll talk to you later.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find a new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gym. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media, brought to you by OSF Healthcare. You just saw a classic here on the court. Last time we were in here just a few minutes ago. Calvary Christian from Clearwater, Florida, beating Houston Xavier Academy in a thrilling game. A come-from-behind charge from the Falcons, but Tyler Sabek wins it for Calvary. And a dramatic ending. We'll see what this one brings. Glad you're with us here again here at the TOC. It's the Mount Bethel Christian Academy Eagles taking on the taking on the Pasadena Bulldogs. Pardon me. I was looking at what happened last game. Mount Bethel took it on Grace yesterday. This is game number 2 of the tournament for them. Number 3 for Pasadena. Joined here in the booth alongside me is Jim Lynch and Teddy Ball. I'm Jonathan Michael. Guys, good to have you up here in the booth. This tournament just has not disappointed one bit. I expect we're going to see another close one here today.
Without a doubt. I mean, game 24, it has been game after game. The talent has not disappointed. And here we are with 2 fantastic teams. Pasadena, like you mentioned, playing their 3rd game. And Mount Bethel Christian getting ready to play their 2nd, I believe. We're just ready for another fantastic battle between 2 storied teams here.
Yeah. I surely agree. Not to interrupt you, John, and as well, I just want to say, me and Jim, the 2 games we've called so far this week have been razor thin as well. So I mean, all the games have been good. Me and Jim's have both been 1-point games. So surely that means we're in for another good one.
Well, not to be too superstitious, but I think again that trend could continue here again tonight. Again, it's Mount Bethel and Pasadena. This Pasadena team is looking to kind of rebound again. They came away with a win in their first game, but they lost yesterday to Peoria High on Thanksgiving, a 72-57 defeat. Jim, we were looking, for this Bulldogs team, looking for kind of a rebound for the 7-foot center, Josh Irving, who's been playing pretty solidly this tournament. But again, I'm still waiting on that big breakout performance, and we'll see if we can get one tonight.
Absolutely. Looking for a breakout game. Again, as you're 7 feet, highly touted. Your name has been mentioned all over in all the documentation and all the kind of pre-tournament information. I think the biggest height-wise competition you're going to see out of the Eagles is coming from 6'7" Malachi Boothman. But again, it's really in the hands of Josh Irving to create his game and go to work.
It's going to be a great battle of the big set between Irving, and we expect to see again this guy, Peter Julius, number 35 for Mount Bethel Christian Academy.
6'9". I missed him.
He had a great game. I saw him in that game against Grace Christian Academy, the Rams, the aforementioned game yesterday. He barely missed from the field. Again, he was 25 points, 12 of 13 barely missed.
I forgot it. Peter Julius is a beast. Absolutely.
Yeah, he was amazing and really won that battle against Sagun Sampa. He'll go up against Irving today, so kind of see the battle of the bigs. Irving, and he's a little bit bigger, a little bit taller, but I think he's got a lot of athleticism, can step out and shoot. Julius did a lot of his damage inside the arc, so again, going to be a really fun one here today. Another guy to watch too, we're keeping our eyes on, are Roman Avery from Mount Bethel and Caden Hudson, both in double figures yesterday in that win. Hudson, one of the top-rated freshmen in the entire country.
Yeah, I think when you look at the top three in terms of the production of that first game, Caden Hudson was the one that rounded it out. Like you said, 6'5" freshman, and a lot of this team is a lot of youth contributed. Peter Julius as well, only a sophomore, and Roman Avery, upperclassman, still being a junior. This team is going to be good for years to come, and they're already good this year, like you mentioned.
They're going to turn out the lights here in Washington. A little bit of a surprise for us here up in the booth as the two teams are going to line the floor. These are our Children's Hospital heroes. Very special moment here inside Torrey Gymnasium as more fans, players line the tunnel for them. Really cool moment here for these kids here for the Children's Hospital, getting their moment, feeling like stars here at the Tournament of Champions.
They did something like this similar last year with the autograph ceremony as well. It's just something that really proves the bigger than basketball mantra.
What an absolute treat for these kids, and a completely classy move by the Tournament of Champions to honor these kids and the trials and tribulations that they and their families are seeing day in, day out. This is an absolute special moment.
And all the high fives as well. A lot of kids favoring the right side. They want to high five Pasadena. Someone's got to run along the left side, make sure that Mount Bethel can get some of their high fives in as well. That's one of the cool things about this tournament too is, these teams, they come in, it's not like, they just show up and just play basketball and go back to their hotel, They get involved, they, take an effort to learn about the cause, make some special moments for these kids. They sign autographs after the game. Some even make visits to the Children's Hospital.
Absolutely. On Wednesday, several of the players toured the Children's Hospital, visited with many of the kids at the hospital. Again, there's so much that you hear about in terms of basketball and the talent and how the distance they travel and certainly the games. But what goes on beyond this, behind the scenes is really the special, the heartwarming stories. And it's, again, just about everything that the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions does is spectacular. It's really, really one of the best tournaments run across the country.
That doesn't get fired up. I don't know what will, as we're bringing the starting lineups here for Mount Bethel. Again, they're in the gray and yellow uniforms, those might be their alternates. And then how about this today? You see that checkered stripe there along the side, very reminiscent of the Tennessee Volunteers. They're just across state lines in Marietta, Georgia, Mount Bethel is.
Yeah, I talked about jersey combinations with Joey a couple of days ago. What would be the best matchup? And I'm not gonna lie, this one right here might be the best one that I've personally.
I really like what's going on with Mount Bethel Christian.
Yeah, and some clean red and white look for Pasadena. Here's Josh Irving, obviously number 21, the Texas A&M commit at 7 foot. Here's a three from Paris Dinkins. We're at number 2. The rest of their starters include at number 5, Derek Jordan Jr., Timmy Anderson, number 1, Troy Wilson in 0. And we'll get to the 5th here in a second. Here's a drive from Roman Avery. Here's a deep three on the way, and it comes up short. Rounding out the Pasadena lineup again, it's Wilson, Anderson, Dinkins, Jordan, and Irving. So 0, 1, 2, 5, and 21 for the Bulldogs from Rose Bowl country. For Mount Bethel here as Julius takes it away. We'll bring you their starting lineup as they bring it down the floor. It's Cajun Hudson with the ball here. Hands off to Nate Robinson at 5. Julius, number 35. Also, here's Avery, number 10. And then Dennis Esamwede, number 13. He's got it here on the block with Irving, double teamed, gets it up and over the outstretched arm and rebounded by Jordan.
Just getting that shot off over Irving is impressive.
And he's got a long wingspan too. As Jordan spins and kicks. Still looking for our first bucket a minute and a half into this one. Here's Anderson on the drive, and the little trailer was Wilson. He was off balance, but Avery's foot was on the line. It'll stay with the Bulldogs.
Not much you could do there. It's a great block, but no matter where he was going to land with that, he's going to be beyond the baseline.
I like to say this is kind of the point where both teams, they've played a couple games, getting interested and are getting accustomed back to the game. They're not making as many mistakes as they would in the first quarter compared to day 1 and 2. Yeah, but they're still feeling each other out early. Defense has been effective.
Pasadena went for the lob with Irving, who jumped up in the air and all of his limbs went flailing. I don't know if
Peter
that was
Julius
more.
wasn't having it.
I don't know if that was any bit of selling involved in there. And here's Irving knocking down the first free throw. And Irving, a strong shooter for the Bulldogs, and 7-foot, not just your old school traditional big man.
He really does kind of like to spread the floor. We notice in the first game at least, he spent quite a bit of time beyond the arc. But again, it seemed like this Peter Julius is going to make it easier for him. But again, you're 7 feet tall. I would say get in the paint.
And his matchup on offense right now is Esamwidi. Here's Julius working with Irving, the matchup we wanted to see. And Peter Julius wins round 1. He heads to the line.
This is going to be, I think, what both teams are going to try to go for. But like you mentioned, going back to the traditional big man, modern day, one comment I want to say, these kids grew up in the Steph Curry.
Right.
I mean, these big men are the ones that they want to shoot. Nowadays in the NBA, you got guys like Victor Wembanyama that really stretch the floor. And at the high school level, you're going to be hard to find a guy that just truly stays in the paint, and that makes their identity because they're so versatile.
We even saw with John Fleet in a couple of games that I got to call for against him. He's a 7-footer with size, and he's out beyond the perimeter.
What an acrobatic move by Anderson, and the follow is there from Jordan. Gives Pasadena a 1-point lead.
It's a great job by Derek Jordan to recognize the fact that his teammates attacking the rim, go for a rebound, he might get a putback, and that's exactly what happened.
Here's Julius on the arc. Now Hudson. And his freshman starter, he is in lots of trouble, has to get rid of it. Almost a 5-second call there. Here's Robinson. Kicks into the corner, Hudson. Got it to go. Now Bethel leads at 6-4. Mark 2 there, renewal by Anderson.
Great kick there to find Hudson.
And Dinkins couldn't respond on the other end. Now Bethel will take a 2-score lead. Robinson stops and pops, can't knock it down. Thought that was a shot he was going to take last time. Now right back down the floor. Anderson got stripped.
Great hands on that.
Yeah, no foul there by Esamwidi.
I honestly thought, he's making the argument that he knocked it off his legs and out of bounds, and he might have a case there.
And he might have. It was a really good play there from 13 and Gray. Dinkins hangs in the air and his feet nearly touching the ground on the come down. Can't get it to go. And the Eagles will slow things down. A lot of Eagles in this tournament here as Avery flying high like an eagle after that triple.
Now Bethel off to an early lead here. Pasadena, they really got to, not crucial to get back in this game. It's not by any means out of the way, but keep up with them. Don't let something snowball.
It'll be Anderson that set up the offense. He had a massive game in their win against Metamora as Irving slams it home. There's what we wanted to see from the 7-footer Josh Irving.
Again, I was just about to make a comment about him hanging out on the perimeter again. That to get him involved more closer to the basket is going to, I believe, provide fruitful. And there it was.
Hudson airballed his 3. Julius, how about the shot fakes? Found the open window.
This matchup is living up to it early on.
What a strong ball player.
Anderson's 3 comes up short. Julius the board. Again, Julius a walking double-double almost every time.
What a surprise if he had a double-double by halftime.
Julius might have a double-double in dunks. Doing chin-ups on the rim pretty much. Now Bethel leads it by 7.
I don't think anyone would complain if these two just traded dunks all game.
Yeah, just kind of get out of the way and let them go to work.
We talked about this one is going to be the battle of the big men, Julius and Irving. Funny enough, Julius Irving right there. I mean,
yeah.
Perfect. It just fits right in.
Yeah, I think at this point we can just turn off the microphones. We're done. There's the call of the day.
They get another look at both of these dunks. Here from Irving, you talked about him again, just hanging out around the perimeter, then just using that big frame to get into the lane quickly and slam it home. Now you see Julius here on this look. And kind of there behind the corner.
And looking back at Irving's drive, he initiated contact there, which I liked, and I wish we'd see more of that from him.
There was Wilson there for Pasadena.
One thing I will say for both these big men early on, usually with traditional, big men going back to what we talked about earlier, slower on the feet. Neither of these guys, however, are like that. You can see how quick they are in transition.
Here's Robinson on the drive, and he turned it over into the hands of Irving. Anderson quick up the floor to Jordan. He's got Julius on him. Nearly blocked it, but got it over to the outstretched arm.
Great eyes there by Timothy Anderson to find his teammate down the court. His eyes up, great pass, picks up the assist.
It'll be passing the ball here. 6 minutes to go on by here in this first quarter. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media, our presentation of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Presented by OSF Healthcare. Pasadena trying to tie this one back up on a little 4-0 run right now. Lob! Looked like that was the intention from Troy Wilson, but it hit the rim.
I was going to say, I think it had a better chance of going in than it had of being a lob there.
We saw one earlier in the day, too. I believe it was like the second game of the day. It was like a full court lob that almost went in, hit off the side of the rims. We've seen a couple of those already.
Dinkins nearly took a tumble. They find Irving. Driving in, double teamed. Hudson brought the double and poked it out, but it stays with Pasadena. Tight roping the sideline. Dinkins, he's fouled by Julius.
Great play there by Dinkins, able to keep his feet in bounds and avoid the turnover going out of bounds. That was a rough play by Irving. Dinkins gets the recovery and draws the foul.
So it'll be Dinkins to the line here again. Didn't score much, at least their game against Metamora where I was on the call. And Bulldogs playing in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. They also played in a shootout series game to help fill a slot as they took on Peoria High, the Lions local team here in Central Illinois, yesterday evening at 5:45 on Thanksgiving. Free throw good there from Dinkins.
Now, if that was, unfortunately, folks, we can't see the stat board, but I'm not tracking fouls. But was that Julius's second foul?
Actually,
we will take a look here. We'll put our Teddy ball on it. Julius is still in the game. Shot was no good there. What a feed there. And leading to the slam from Jordan. Anderson, great court vision there and just lasered it up or tied.
That's a big dunk for Derek Jordan.
This might be the most dunks we've seen in the first quarter of a game. This tournament, a double dribble on Esamwede, turns it over from Mount Bethel.
all right. I do have it a little bit delayed there. Peter Julius does have 2 fouls, and so going off of what I think you're going to say, I'll lead you into it. They got in foul trouble the other day against Peoria High, which caused them to sit for a while, kind of spiral out of control, losing by 20. They can't get into that situation.
Yeah,
Three ball is good from Hudson. Three is brought to you by a renewal by Anderson. They'll slam. Saw earlier, again, brought to you by Martin Tech.
I tell you, it's a 3-point game here as we're nearing the end of the quarter, and we're just seeing these teams throwing haymakers back and forth. It's just living up to a great billing here.
So out here's Avery is passing to bench chance D up, kick into the corner, 3 on the way, nothing but net from Nate Robinson. That one also brought to you by renewal by Anderson. Dinkins on the other end, he bangs it.
Back and forth, folks.
What a first quarter we've had. Half-court shot. I almost expected that one to go in at this clip, but we're on. Pasadena leads at 19-16. They end the half on a end the quarter, excuse me, on a 13-3 run.
We talked about, or I said earlier on, Pasadena couldn't let something spiral into, going into from a 6-point deficit to a 10, something like that could really change the trajectory for them. And they got right on it, started controlling down low with Irving, and because of that presence he has at that 7-foot frame, able to find shooters on the outside and cut that deficit down to a lead.
Absolutely. We said from the get-go, Irving has to be involved. He has to be less passive than he's been in the first 2 games. And even though he put up fair numbers the first 2 games he's played, he needed to be a bigger presence.
I want to thank some of our sponsors tonight, starting with Renewal by Anderson. So quality meets community. We're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. Also by Martin Tech. If you need reliable technology solutions, Martin Tech has your needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes your life easier and not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. Also, PJ Harry, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. 3-point Pasadena lead to start the second quarter here. And Jonathan Michael alongside Jim Lynch and Teddy Ball. With you in the booth, there's Julius. Had it poked out from behind by Irving. Bulldogs go the other way. Irving thought about it, kicks it over. Wilson lost it and recovers. Here's Wilson. Near the sideline, Irving thought about a 3 at top of the key, side steps. Nearly got a awkward roll, but it goes back into the hands of Robinson. Nice feed down low, Robinson to Julius, who can't finish off the bunny, and he's fouled from behind. I don't know if they'll get either Dinkins or Irving. It'll be Dinkins.
Yeah, I was going to say you could have picked, chosen either one. I think they both got him.
And Irving had to close the distance there. I was noticing on the last possession, they're not matched up. They're matched up on each other now, but I feel like if I'm coach, that's something, you got to put those guys on each other. They're 2 of the most athletic players on the court.
And Julius couldn't quite handle it. Another nice find. That time just couldn't hang on to the football. If you were watching the Bears and Eagles game. There's one of our nicely dressed coaches over there. Also a big day for football too. Irving turns around and scores, and he really does like that muscle flex.
He's big on the double flex.
He really is. They'll be headed to Texas A&M next year. Again, big day of football too. Our Chicago Bears a winner today over the Eagles. Here's a drive from Avery off the mark. Julius.
That's a big rebound.
Boarded, blocked by Irving. Back into the hands of Julius, so we have a tie-up. And it's Pasadena ball, and look at how pumped up Derek Jordan and Irving are. What a defensive stand from those two.
This is the kind of the energy, enthusiasm that Pasadena lacked yesterday. They brought it today. I was worried about the first couple minutes of that first quarter, but since maybe about halfway through that first quarter, Pasadena has been a different team.
Also on the flip side, I love how Julius bounces back from getting his shot block, getting the rebound, doesn't get the outcome that he wanted, but the ferocity he came out with against Irving.
What a move from Timmy Anderson, going up and over all the way around, laid it in, and Pasadena on now a 17-3 run. This was a 13-6 Mount Bethel lead midway through the first quarter. Here's Hudson driving, and Anderson, little guy, steals it away. Runs the break, up to Wilson and scores. Oh, Bulldogs timeout, Mount Bethel.
They are feeling it as they go back to the huddle there. Mount Bethel has to find some way to respond, just get a little bit of momentum underneath them, because as of right now, this game is slipping away from them early on. Pasadena, the motivation they're going with and the enjoyment after every bucket, and building up the anticipation.
Teddy, you're absolutely right. Even on that steal there, as soon as Timothy Anderson had it, you could see right away. Even the Eagles are not sprinting it down the floor. Right now they have, I wouldn't say lost interest, but the drive, the passion right now, they realize that they're on their heels. Pasadena's got them on their heels. And I think that's what Cal Boyd is stopping the game, taking this time out, and kick him in the pants a little bit and say, hey, let's refocus. Let's get back to playing basketball like we know how to.
Again, Cal Boyd, the head coach for Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Tony Brooks, the man in charge of the Pasadena Bulldogs, and both teams making their first TOC appearance.
Yeah, I was just looking at the enrollments for these two schools with Mount Bethel Christian Academy coming in with 216 total enrollment compared to Pasadena's 1355. That's quite a discrepancy.
It really is one of the larger discrepancies in this tournament. Again, a lot of smaller private schools, around 200 students or so. Again, Pasadena, one of the larger schools here. Washington, also one of the larger schools here as well. Their enrollment right around the 1,400 to 1,300 range, pretty similar to Pasadena. And their game coming up soon, later tonight, to take on Second Baptist.
I think the biggest one of the tournament was like a St. Louis area team with like 2,400.
O'Fallon. Yes.
O'Fallon,
O'Fallon was a really big school.
And O'Fallon, unfortunately today, fell to 0-3. So not necessarily how large the school is. Here's a drive. Wilson saw an open lane until Julius closed it off. They'll shoot a triple in the corner. Man closing out. That was Hudson, and Julius corrals the Nord.
Tell you, if I'm driving in the lane and I see Peter Julius as well, I'm kicking it back out.
Avery, a little stutter step back, no good. Offensive board, cross court. Here to Hudson, stands at 6'5". It'll stay here with Mount Bethel.
Although trailing, Mount Bethel has had the upper hand, at least from my perspective, on second chance opportunity. They haven't been able to capitalize on those, but even on the other end, a possession to go after a very three-point centric Pasadena offensive drive.
And a big slam from Hudson. Usually it's Julius, but Hudson getting in the mix there for the Eagles. That dunk brought to you by Martin Tech.
Just a great spin move, attack the hoop. You could just see the quickness in that footwork.
One-hander is now here's Wilson. He was about a foot taller. He probably would have thrown that one down on the lob, but a great feed. I think that was Irving with the assist. A lot of slams in this one so far. This one's been a fun one.
Like you said early, John, this has to be one of the higher.
As Avery's three is no good.
Higher ranked games in terms of slams. Oh, and if it wasn't a foul, we would have had another right there.
It would have been showtime there, and I bet our Ethan Gender standing there directly behind the.
He wasn't ready for it.
I'm sure he was. He had the cameras rolling, ready to go. He's like, this is going to be the first play in our highlight mix tomorrow morning, but it was not to be. Next time, Ethan, I'm sure we'll get another one.
To see on
yeah, see now he's got that. Now he's got the camera up, ready to go. Like Ethan, you gotta be ready this whole game now.
Yeah,
we're gonna get another 10 dunks here.
Make sure the batteries are in.
Yep.
Can't be running to switch those. You're gonna miss plenty in this fast-paced, fun one so far. Here's Anderson at the top of the key, feeds it over Wilson. Nice closeout there from Avery. Nice little bounce off the knee of someone, and it looked like. Was that a shot clock violation? It was.
Did they actually get him for shot clock?
They
or was
did.
It out of bounds?
No, they did. I looked at the shot clock, it said 0.
I heard the buzzer. I believe you're right.
And Pasadena didn't really quite comprehend. They had to shoot quickly there.
It didn't seem like a 30-second shot clock.
No, that was fast.
Here's Robinson here on the drive, hands off. Avery, good pressure from Pasadena. Julius tried to shot fake Irving and gets the roll.
I think the actual intended pass there was Essamwood.
Yep.
But Julius reached out on the spin, got it in his hand, and was able to capitalize on it.
Timeout called by Pasadena. I'm going to talk things over here midway through this late quarter. This timeout brought to you by Enercon. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
So it's interesting to see some of these teams who are not used to the shot clock, have never played with it, get down to that 5 seconds, and you see genuine panic. You're like, let's get just get it off. Even though for some of them, they're practicing with the shot clock during the preseason, but if they're not used to it, if they don't do it pretty much ever, it's a new situation for them.
A lot of the teams just play so fast they don't even really think about it until the situation
Some don't have
arrives,
to.
so.
Yeah, absolutely, Teddy.
Here's Jordan now back over to Wilson. Pasadena working it around. He got 10 to shoot here. Down to 8. See if Anderson looks over the shot clock. I'm sure he does. Wilson will tee up a 3 from the wing. Front rim down. Mount Bethel in their alternate gray and yellows. Asamoah will kick it back out to Hudson, coming off a big dunk. Nice feedback to Asamoah, nice cut. And that one is going to stay with Mount Bethel after Irving's long arms tipped it out.
It's a beautiful drawn up play there. I mean, it's unfortunate. Didn't get the ball as high enough as you needed to, but the pick and roll drawn up to perfection.
Here's the Julius versus Irving matchup again, and Julius badly misses there. Uncharacteristic miss for him again. He was much more efficient yesterday, but again, I mean, hard to replicate a 12 for 13 performance from the field as Anderson will knock down a 3.
Three for Anderson. Something we certainly saw from him on Wednesday night. He's starting to get a little bit more prolific with the shooting.
Mills Thieves brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. Perfectly fitting there. Asamoah will drive in.
Great
saw
fake.
an open lane. It just opened up right for him. An early Christmas gift for number 13 in gray.
Great patience, way to attack
Anderson over to Irving at the free throw line. Now that's actually Dinkins. A little bit slower pace here in the second quarter. Team is probably trying to conserve some gas in the tank for what could be a great finish. Anderson calls out a screen. Irving sets it, but Robinson goes right around it, bursts of speed, and Robinson pokes it out. It will stay with Pasadena. Close call.
Mount Bethel has done such a great job in the last couple of possessions, really closing out that paint. I know there Anderson was able to use the speed to get inside. But other than that, I mean, you see right here, 2 guys down on the paint. Pasadena wants nothing to do with it.
Anderson from way out. Shot that one from downtown Peoria.
Now we've seen the Eagles get a couple of stops here. They really like to close this gap a little bit.
Wide open Avery, top of the key. He's
There's
lethal
the
from
start.
up there. Second triple of the game for Roman Avery. Again, brought to you by Renewal by Anderson.
Roman Avery quietly does his job and starts ticking up that stat sheet.
Yeah, he was really impressive yesterday. Played, again, very intense on both ends of the floor. Bulldogs go back and forth here. Again, they got 11 to shoot now. Rather not 12, but they won't even get to shoot. They'll turn it over.
Makes you wonder here, do you go down, try to score quickly and get a little 2-for-1 here? You have to be quick.
That would have to be very quick. This is NBA in a 24-second clock, I think you do, but a 35-second
That'd be
clock.
really hard.
Yeah, unless they just inbounded and shot almost immediately. Here's Hudson, and he had it pickpocketed.
There he goes
Collision
right
is back to the Eagles. Avery tried to feed Julius, and we get a whistle, and it's a foul on Dinkins. Maybe a second foul on Pasadena.
Big possession for them. Obviously, probably not going to be able to get the ball back with 20 seconds, but cut this lead down to 1 possession entering into the second half.
And now the shot clock is off here for Mount Bethel after that foul. Here's Julius.
Oh,
Not
great.
even look at that shot clock. He'll make it rattle with that slam.
And that's what I'm a little confused about. Even with having Julius down low, has the mismatch, Irving pulls off.
And a lob up the other way and a hard fall. Oh no, from Irving. Oh my, he came down hard. And see some stunned faces there. Everyone looking in Josh Irving's way.
You can see it from the minute he made contact.
He's waving off the trainers, and he is all right, but man, that was gonna hurt.
A couple of thumbs up, but boy, you could tell from the minute he had contact, it was gonna be a hard spot.
We're gonna see that dunk again there from Julius. And Teddy, you mentioned again, Irving kind of popped out.
Yeah, right here. Comes around the outside, he gets it a little bit too
Just
late whenever he comes back out, and then it's one-on-one in a mismatch, gets him to bite.
Boy.
Yeah, he decided to go cover Hudson, but kind of pick your poison, and Julius slams it home. Now Irving will shoot two after that thunderous fall. Coming up at halftime, we'll sit down in the Uptree Auto Group studio. We'll have a representative from Calvary Christian, again, who just pulled out a thrilling win over Houston Xavier. Tyler Sabek with the game-winning shot. You know, they say, if you ball, you get the call, and that's the call down to the studio. We'll be standing by. Irving.
What a finish he had.
How about Irving knocking out both free throws after a very rough tumble. Here's Hudson. He gets fouled there by Wilson. And all the players seem to think that they would be shooting bonus free throws. That's not the case. That's number 3 on Pasadena, who has something to give.
Not sure what state they shoot on the 3rd, but here in Illinois, we shoot on the 5th.
I believe that's a national rule. Here's Esewino Avery. Oh, almost banked it in at the half, but it's a close one so far. A lot of big slams. Peter Julius and Josh Irving going at it. Lots of talent here all on this floor, and Pasadena leads at 32-27. Some very balanced scoring from the Bulldogs so far.
Overall for Pasadena, what a great second quarter. Coming in, being down a fair amount against Mount Bethel early on, recovering well, and then maintaining that lead, getting Irving involved a lot more. Early on, he was kind of floating around the perimeter, getting him down low and involved, able to dish stuff outside, holding on to a narrow lead, 1-2.
I love seeing Josh Irving getting more involved in this game. A little bit more energy, certainly playing a lot more physical, not shying away. I thought Peter Julius was going to size him up and just own him all game, but Josh Irving certainly had other plans today, and I love seeing those two just go at it.
Well, it's been a fun first half here inside Torrey Gymnasium. We'll take a quick break and come back again to the Uptree Auto Group studio, where one of our guys sitting by with Calvary Christian's Tyler Sabek right back after this on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome in, everybody, to Uptree Auto Group Tournament Central. Pasadena leading Mount Bethel 32-27 at the half. I'm Wesley Stombaugh, and I'm joined by, Tyler Sabek of Calvary Christian, who just took down Xavier 66-65. And Tyler, you had a game-winning shot. Just take me through that.
So we were running an out-of-bounds play, honestly, for a three in the corner. And then it wasn't there, so I just popped up and made a move to the hoop, and then that's how it happened.
You guys led most of the game. They made a comeback late, and then, a high-pressure situation there where you needed a bucket. What was it like in the huddle in that timeout right before that play?
It it was intense, but it was calm. Everyone knew that we could get a bucket and we could get to our sets and just execute.
You're just a sophomore, obviously, but are already making a very big impact on this team. Are there some older guys on the team who have been leaders who have helped you kind of grow as a player?
Yeah, my brother Ethan Sabek, that's been a big one for me, and then also Ethan Bergantino. He's been like a big help to me. He just helps me learn things. And then Evan Kramer, he just always uplifts me and calms me down in certain scenarios.
Your brother Ethan, you mentioned him. He's going to Princeton as a senior on this team. Talked about him as a leader on this team, but how has he been just in your life being? I mean, obviously it's got to be inspiring looking up to your brother and seeing guys going D1.
Yeah, he's always just a great example. He's not like a lot of other kids. He doesn't party or do any of that. He just stays locked in and stays on his grind, and he just helps me, pushes me to get better every day. And like, he'll never miss a workout, and he'll just always stay in, like, just keep on grinding. And that makes me, if I don't do the workouts with him, I feel guilty. So every day he just helps sharpen me up and make me the best player I can be.
Were there a lot of pickup games between the two of you? Did he kind of dominate you and that help you become a better player?
Yeah. There's definitely times where he cooked me in a one-on-one, but we do play a lot. So
nice. I'm not nearly the basketball player that either of you are, but I certainly remember playing games with my cousin when we were little, and he is 11 months older than me, so he was always just a little bit better than me, or maybe just a little bit generous to myself. He kind of dominated me, and I remember sometimes he'd be up big, and then he'd kind of intentionally let me get back in the game, and then he'd put me away, and it was kind of cruel of him. But speaking of that kind of competition, how have you felt so far about just the competition you've been playing in this tournament?
I felt great. I think through like playing against him, playing against these other guys, like it's helped me play well in these big games with a bunch of D1 kids on the other team. It really just helped me throughout this whole journey.
This is your team's first appearance in this tournament. Is this your first time in the area, and what's the team's impression have been just of everything, the tournament with the cause and everything with the way it's run?
It's like we all think it's very well run, and it's very like they make us feel great as players. And our team's impression is it's super fun to come up here and play like great teams, best of the best, instead of staying in our county and playing not so good teams, making ourselves feel good. Like playing these teams help us sharpen up for later in the season.
Speaking of that, what are your team's goals late in the season?
Obviously to win a state championship. Like I believe we can do that, and that's just the main goal.
I'm sure your brother had a little bit to do with it, but just from a young age, I mean, to have the success you've had, you've certainly got to love the game from a young age. What kind of made you fall in love when you were little?
I don't know. I love playing basketball, and then as I got older, my faith has helped me grow as a player. My faith in Jesus, that's definitely helped me grow as a player. And then it really just gives me like an escape from the world, and it allows me to just be at peace and just go out there and play basketball. It's just calming, and then it just allows me to stay locked in and on my grind.
Nice. Coming to Illinois from Clearwater, I know you said you're from Cleveland, so maybe it's a little bit less bad for you, but how are you and your teammates adjusting to the weather up here?
It's a little cold, definitely, but we're adjusting. It's bad, but it's not too bad yet. But it's definitely, I like it for a change, but
I'm a freshman, like I said, at Arizona State, and I've kind of started to get used to the warm weather there, and then coming back up here, it was pretty cold. So certainly it's basketball weather.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, well, thank you very much,
no problem.
Tyler, for joining me. We'll have second half action here between Pasadena and Mount Bethel on the other side of this break.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking. Member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back. It's halftime between Mount Bethel and Pasadena. Another close matchup here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions from Washington, Illinois. Just a few minutes outside of Peoria in the central part of the state. Glad you're with us here tonight on your Black Friday. I'm Jonathan Michael, joined by Jim Lynch and Teddy Ball. And guys, it's been a fun first half. I mean, overall, what has stood out to you either on the stat sheet or just in terms of philosophies and play styles for either of these two teams?
I'd say first off, the matchup of the two big men has lived up to it, at least points-wise. Peter Julius got 11 points so far today, and Josh Irving as well has 8. So they've done it in different ways. I mean, Josh Irving, they both of them have scored in the paint pretty well, but I'd say for the most part, Josh Irving is kind of spaced out compared to Peters. But the matchup itself has lived up to expectations, and I'm sure in the second half they got some stuff drawn up.
Absolutely. I think the big man matchup lived up to the billing. I am excited to see the second half, and for Mount Bethel, I'd love to see a little bit more from Hudson and Avery and see what they can do not only around the perimeter, but see that first quarter intensity on the defensive end to get them back into the game tied up. And let's get this down to the wire. Teddy and I have a reputation calling games together.
Yeah.
That we have 1-point games, and we certainly don't want to see that stop anytime soon.
I say, what are the other games you two have called this tournament?
The first one was Xavier, and was it Xavier?
Xavier and Clinton Grace?
It might have been.
I think so. I'm trying to think of the ones I called with Jim. I just know, like, throughout the week, the two that I have called with Jim have both. We called the Washington and West Hancock game.
That was we had that one. The touch of controversy at the end of that one.
Yeah, that one has certainly taken on a new life on social media.
It really has.
Even some other outlets have picked up and shared a video from that game. And Washington won at 45-43 as Hudson, what a move. And Jordan affected that shot. Calling this one the unofficial Dr. J Memorial Shootout between Peter Julius and Josh Irving. The two big men down low. Troy Wilson, his three ball is off the mark. Offensive board to Irving. Here's Dinkins over to Anderson. Dinkins gonna pass fake and shoot and bury it. There's Dinkins up to 5, brought to you there by Renewal by Anderson.
And our second game was Clinton Grace, Houston Xavier, which was, again, another great game.
Every team, and we talk about how fun it is for us, but how about how it is for these teams? As Julius nearly corralled the ball. He was juggling it back and forth and almost still threw it down.
The athleticism to be able to still have that ball and try to get it down while getting fouled is incredible.
And how about the bounce pass there by Hudson to thread through a tight window? Didn't get the bucket, but getting the foul. That would have been an assist on any other play.
Oh, and look at that. The padding came off on the backboard.
Yeah, the only way to get that back on there is to remove the screw from the padding and try to reinsert it. It's not going to happen, guys.
Oh, we might be in for a bit of a delay here in Washington. And, boy, I mean, you see so many ferocious dunkers in this tournament, and it is going to be a long week for these baskets. And that same basket right there yesterday was, I don't know if either of you guys saw this, during warm-ups of Second Baptist game. Caden Smith, I believe, threw a dunk down or something of that nature, and the backboard twisted. It was off of it was slightly, it was on an angle, and they were able to pop it back in eventually into place. Almost like a dislocated bone, like a dislocated finger, just got it right back in there. Shout out there to Jake Weston, helping get that padding back up there.
I hope it holds.
We will keep an eye on it. Again, nothing is safe with Julius Irvin and Julius Peter Julius and Josh Irving here on the floor today.
That basket has a whole lot of Peter Julius going on the next 2 quarters.
So Julius will shoot free throws here on the slightly adjusted hoop. First one knocks it down.
And I have to keep reminding myself that Peter Julius is just a sophomore. And that, 2 more years of this young man still growing potentially and filling out the weight room. It's just unbelievable. He's as strong, as quick, explosive as he is now. I just can't imagine what he's going to be like in college.
Yeah, he did need a little bit more weight there on that second free throw. Came up short. Pasadena leads it here by a football score. Here's Anderson driving into the lane, and they're going to get Julius there for a foul. You saw him try and stay upright as long as possible and see him pleading his case there. He's going to pick up what I believe to be number 3.
Scary situation. Don't want to pick up any more because, like we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, against that Peoria High game, that's one of the reasons why they went down early. He had to sit from what I understand all of the second quarter.
Yeah.
So not in that territory, but still, you don't want to be in the fourth quarter in a situation to potentially win the game and then one of your best players goes down.
And that's kind of what happened to Segun Sampa from Grace Christian Academy yesterday in their game against Mount Bethel. Again, there was another great big man matchup with Sampa and Julius there as that free throw is good. But again, Julius handily won that matchup because Sampa was in so much foul trouble in that game. As long as he can stay on the court. Some weight over to Avery. Got a man in the quarter. That's Robinson over Irving. That was a tough shot. A 7-footer right in the grill of the 5'10", Nate Robinson.
Just how much you can do in that situation.
Got to just shoot a teardrop and just hope it falls in. Trying to get it into Julius. Has a cutting Esamuide. Julius will shoot a fadeaway.
Tough shot.
Good job by Irving, not Fowley. Anderson wide open. Jordan lays it up and in.
Yeah, mentioning off the air about Timothy Anderson, he's absolutely got to get more involved in this game. Good things happen when the ball's in his hand, whether he's dishing it or shooting it.
Anderson did struggle in last week, shooting 5 for 22, but in the first game, 30 points. A season ago, averaged 31 points. So he's, one of the team's crucial players. If you can't get him going, then that's a lot of the team's identity.
One of the nation's leading scorers, I'm sure, at 30 or so points a game. If we get a jump ball, it'll favor Pasadena to get another look.
My understanding, he transferred in this past offseason to Pasadena. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Which, imagine being the coach and being like, yes, you now have Timothy Anderson with your 7-foot star.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
We're seeing that a little bit more at the high school level. I mean, obviously it's insane at the college level as Irving will shoot a 3 and knock it down. Nothing but net.
Mount Bethel's getting to the point here where they have to start getting some stops here as this game's getting a little out of hand.
Tough shot there from Hudson.
That's not what I was trying to describe.
Yeah, that was a little bewildering.
Anderson had it stripped. Here's a 1-on-3 break, and Avery. I was just about to say, Mount Bethel can get Avery going. He's kind of an energizer buddy, and he gets the easy points in transition. This timeout brought to you by Enercon, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com. And engineer your future with us. Two more games coming up tonight. They both involve Central Illinois teams. It'll be Washington taking on Second Baptist. Washington traditionally always plays the penultimate game of the night. And they'll close it out with Metamora. And they will be, I remember this. They're down Grace Christian. The Rams out of Knoxville, Tennessee. being of Knoxville, Tennessee, again, that pattern there on the side of that Bethel uniforms, I thought they stole Grace Christian's. I'm like, oh, I thought, Grace Christian would pay homage to their friends at university down the road, but nice little checker pattern there down the side. As here's Robinson. Give and go to Hudson, and a wild, I don't know if that was supposed to be a pass or a shot.
What happened there. But I thought, it was funny the way you threw it. I thought it was going to land about fourth row on the opposite side of the gym, but
he's either going to somehow try a big dunk, or he's going to try and beat someone in the 10th row with a stand, is what it appeared like. Going to be the first time that's happened today. Ooh. Avery, fader from the free throw line. What a pretty shot from Roman Avery.
And we talked about earlier, Hudson and Avery need to get a little bit more involved in this offense. And as we see it here in the last 2 possessions, start closing that gap.
Especially when you're trying to get Peters involved. That's the way to get him going, get the guys around him as well.
Wilson scores off the nice cut. It's a 9-point advantage for Pasadena. Avery's jump shot, I mean, you can believe it is butter. It is so smooth. Driving in, Robinson, and one. That'll help Mount Bethel cut into the deficit.
Great move there. As you can see, Peter Julius is continuing trying to work the two-man game with the pick and roll. But as he went up to set that screen, it was just a great attack there.
I'm sure someone's probably said it throughout one of these games, but it is cool to see Nate Robinson drive to the basket one more time.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. He was one of my favorites as, the NBA Nate Robinson as well.
Yeah.
Not ruling out that Mount Bethel Nate Robinson could make it someday. Pretty talented player. As here's a steal on a lazy pass there from Anderson. Behind the back, Avery dishes to Julius. Two-handed layup.
Julius saved Troy Wilson there from being put on a poster.
Right.
Gets the points, but very polite.
I really thought that was going to be slammed. I mean, the way he went up, and the gentle finish.
I think Jake Weston told him on the way up, hey, don't dunk it. I just reattached that patty that you just took off the basket. Now we'll see Julius again. Nice feed. Good cut. Robinson gets the roll.
Nate Robinson really stepping up in those last minute. And
all of a
just
sudden,
like
it's
that,
a four-point game.
Absolutely.
Timeout by Pasadena. Tony Brooks wants to talk it over. This back and forth game, I mean, I think it's just impossible. There is a runaway win at the TOC. I mean, this is, I forget who said it yesterday, this is Isaac Newton basketball. For every action, there's an equal or opposite reaction.
Yeah, I mean, there's only been 1 or 2 games that have been decided by like 20 points in this tournament.
I think the opening game is the only one that I can think of.
Yeah, Jacksonville rout that big win over Kingsville. And that was one of the best individual performances out of the tournament, with Mossman dropping 42.
And,
were they all on three-pointers?
Almost. I don't think it was quite. He had 10 three-pointers, just one short of the three-point record for the TOC. But he was just an absolute machine that game. And I think they left him in hoping that he would at least tie, because I know they wouldn't leave him in longer, just knowing coach and all that, they wouldn't leave him in longer than he needed to be. But, you get an opportunity to break a record or at least tie it at the TLC, give him a shot.
Yeah, that's when the scorer's table leans over and says, hey, coach, did you know?
Yeah, exactly. Give him an extra minute, give him a couple tries. If he doesn't hit it, pull him out, don't let him get hurt.
And the tournament scoring record for a single game is held by Kenneth Lewis, 51 points from Booker T. Washington a few years ago. As here's Irving. Nice close-up and personal with him there. Deep breath. He's been money from the line tonight. And broadcaster's jinx. I knew it.
Yeah, as soon as you said it, I'm like, well, now he's, 2 for 3 or whatever it might be.
Apologies to Irving there. As As they'll set for a second one to the Orange Crush. And they've had a whiteout, a blackout. It'll be orange out tonight for them. And Irving is good on the second.
We know these last two games, this building's going to get rocking for the, home Washington Panthers, as well as the little away from home Metamora Redbirds. Always packed out, especially here at TOC.
That's the game in the Washington Invitational. This is the game in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. And Robinson continues to stay hot. He's got 10 now. 7 points here in this third quarter.
All of them were in the last 3 possessions offensively for Mount Bethel.
Remind me a lot of what Reed Newhoff did for Morton as Irving tried to go for the lob there, and I don't think he was going to slam it in there on Hudson. Man, it's just so nice when you just toss it up there and let your 7-footer go up and grab it.
Especially at the high school level, they have the unfortunate ability of having to go against another big man right now, but imagine you're going against a team that doesn't have a big man of that size. It'd just be so nice as a point guard, just toss it up there to a guy like that.
So it's really is a joy seeing some of these guys take the floor. We don't have many 7-footers here in Central Illinois. We don't have many 7-footers that play high school basketball, period, but a lot of them here at the TOC.
Boy, we really do have quite a few.
Irving will come up short on that one. It's a 4-point game. Hudson hands it off. Here's Alex Kumjian, number 12, into the game. First time called his name and had his pocket stolen. Here's Anderson, the little fella. Almost throws it down, shows off the ups.
Now, gentlemen, your take on that situation. He's got a breakaway. I'm sure he can dunk, but based on that, do you go for the easy 2? You're only up by 4 here. Or do you say go for the dunk here at the TOC?
Teddy, I'll let you start.
I think if you have the surefire ability, I would say go for it. But at 5'10", I'm sure he trusts his ability. Still, I would probably go for the layup. And also, I can't dunk. So.
Yeah.
I am going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to say I think you should have gone for the dunk. I mean, if it's the fourth quarter, I think you go for the layup. Now you go, I think, for the dunk, trying to get your team energized. I mean, it's, again, 4-point game. And, try again. On the dunk, yes, there's no style points, but I do think there is such thing as momentum and energy points.
I'll flip my opinion. I'll go with you, John. You're right about that. Those big plays like that can really get a team going. We've seen it a lot.
No, I'm not giving you my answer.
The world may never know. Anderson driving in, nice feed down low to Evan Washington, getting his second time in the game today. Anderson for 3, knocking it down, and blows a little kiss.
Obviously, the shot-creating ability was there amongst his own, but the playmaking throughout that whole possession by everybody on Pasadena.
Oh, and good ball movement there from Mount Bethel, but almost too much of it is Avery to Hudson to Julius, but it will stay, though, with the Eagles. This has been a little quieter here in this third quarter, going to work against Irving, and one!
Big hit.
He heard us up in the booth and took it personal.
Julius has had this kind of, every time you watch him match up against Irving, he just wants that matchup. He's been hunting it.
Yep,
he hasn't had it a whole lot, but every time he gets the ball, you can tell he's going up for a shot. He wants to prove himself against another fierce big man.
I mean, Julius, how about him? I mean, he has faced off against some amazing center counterparts. And the sophomore has played really well against both of them so far, against some future D1 commits, and I'm sure Julius will be one himself. Last possession here. No, maybe not. Shot clock's still on for Pasadena. Here's a 3 from Wilson. No good. Rebound, Washington. Irving, the third try, his stick back is good. Down to 10 on the clock, or Avery has time, but just gonna slice it into the lane, and the Bulldogs were caught sleeping there in their doghouse. There's a 3 ball, and the corner is good! Caleb Corner for Pasadena in the corner.
That's
knocking it down, and he gets mobbed by his teammates.
Absolutely.
Three brought to you by Renewal by Anderson, and they are pushing them almost outside into the foyer. How about Caleb Corner? What a way to end that third quarter. It's Pasadena 53, Mount Bethel 45.
Exactly what he needed.
Especially coming off a play where you allow a bucket at the end of the quarter could add momentum for Mount Bethel, but able to sway things back in your direction.
I want to thank some of our sponsors today, starting with Culver's. They're proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, and they're the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. They strive to make a difference in their community, and it's giving back in a big way, as $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know that we sent you. Also, Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And also by Create a Scene, Countryside Banquet and Catering, and Laser Electric. They're proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC. Crazy way to end that third quarter. There was the and one there from Julius, and a 3 from Corner, and one other bucket I'm blanking on at the moment. I mean, so much happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of action in the last couple of minutes, but I'll tell you, Mount Bethel has their work cut out for them.
Down 8.
Yeah.
Going into the fourth, and we get a foul, a offensive foul. There on Mount Bethel is, I think Corner there drew that charge. He's giving us some nice plays off the bench.
You gotta love the energy this Pasadena team plays with.
Right.
Every win, a small win, a big one, they're going at it with the same bright mindset and picking each other up after everything. Irving there was something I noticed. Just a big smile, flexing for his guy. He does it every time. He saw it at the shot at the end of the third quarter.
They really look like a different team tonight. And you can't take away anything from Peoria High. They played a phenomenal game last night, but Pasadena looks like a different team tonight.
That was a really impressive Lions squad, and one worth keeping an eye on here in the area. As Irving going to work on the baseline. Double team, nice job by Hudson. Nearly forced the TO. Here's Wilson driving, getting it back out. Irving's triple, he can shoot it, and it just rims out. Foul going in there on Pasadena.
We're going to have a push in the back at 23 here. Evan Washington try to sneak in a little bit too much affection underneath the basket. Got tagged with that.
Washington in the game, Corner in the game. Pasadena hasn't used a ton of their bench today. Currently, it's Derek Jordan and Paris Dinkins, their starters on the bench. As Esamwide skies in. Little teardrop shot.
Again, if they can convert on every stop that they get here, they're going to have a good game. But it's got to start on the defensive end.
8-point game. Mount Bethel just needs to keep it in single digits as much as possible. Anderson will go right. Quick first step. Kick Corner in the corner and can't convert.
Again, Anderson, that playmaking ability, making people, the gravity he pulls with you offensively, bounce past the corner, just couldn't get it.
Here's a 3-ball on the way. Roman Avery knocking it down, and that's a big one for Mount Bethel. Brought to you by Renewal by Anderson.
We talked about right after the halftime break, Hudson and Avery need to step up this half, and so far they're showing that they are essential parts of this Eagles team.
Back to a one-score game. That scoring screen is correct. Irving kicking it back out. The response from Washington, and it missed way to the right. Eagles in transition. Caden Hudson, the freshman, slammed it home, and the Eagles are back within 1.
Tim with a positive announcer jinx there. All 3 of those guys really getting involved now in double digits for Hudson, Avery, and Julius.
Timeout Pasadena. And what do you know? I mean, we totally expected this at this point. The Eagles back within 1. And they'll talk things over again. This timeout brought to you by Enercon. But how about Caden Hudson, 6'5" freshman, out in transition. And again, this game is a coin flip at the moment. What a response, though, from Mount Bethel.
I tell you, Pasadena's starting to rely on the three ball a little too much again, I think. And again, you've got that lead. Threes work and maybe protect it a little bit. You got down, you got a shot clock that you got to be you got to recognize. But continue to work it inside. Driving and kicking. Continue to drive. I don't know. I would put Irving back or get Irving back inside and try to let him go to work a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, I think Peter Julius has 3 fouls.
Yeah.
Try to draw number 4, get them on their heels a little bit, maybe get them some time on the bench, and let Irving continue to go to work. I'm surprised that they're living or dying by the 3 here in the fourth quarter when they were up by 10 not too long ago.
Especially when you talk about Julius being a young player, we know he's a physical player. Try to take advantage of that. Not that he's not a good player, but get him in a situation he's not familiar with, trying to big body on another big body. He said, draw that extra foul.
You saw the TOC Matt Pasadena alongside LA counterpart Santa Ana Mater Dei is here. Marietta just outside of Atlanta for Mount Bethel, and Roman Avery gets inside the lane and scores.
Mount Bethel now with a 1-point lead. I thought we had a weatherman getting ready to do a report with that map there. Some of these states will get 7 inches, some of these will not.
Here's now Jordan on the corner. What a response from Mount Bethel. Another lead erased. None of them are safe at this year's TOC. Wilson driving in. Good defense. Esamuede for not fouling it as I say that. Got him there on the block, and it looks like Wilson will shoot a pair.
That's a tough call. As it appears from up here, straight up defense, walled up defense, looks pretty textbook. But the official has a much, much better view than we do from up here.
I just want to point out again, just in terms, especially going on this run from Mount Bethel, if they would have missed that shot and there would have been no foul, I mean, they're backed up on 2 defenders. One of the only other players that would have been able to get a rebound is the guy that took the shot. So when you are struggling already to get second chance opportunities off the threes or off drives, at least get someone down there to fight for a board.
Exactly. I've seen a lot of offensive rebounds throughout the day in this game today. We're all tied up here inside of 5 minutes to play. Avery gonna dial up a quick release 3 is no good. Just pushed out back by his coach, Cal Boyd. Trying to just keep him in bounds as he was kind of falling away. Give and go, Wilson. No good.
Oh,
Off
great
the
look
floor,
ahead.
Hudson. Oh, just mistimed his jump there. If he could have slammed it in, that would have been the play of the tournament.
I love the look ahead. Just great transition.
Anderson over to Irving. A little quieter, as we say it. Nice cut and the slam. Boom shakalaka. Josh Irving throwing it down, and Pasadena's back in front.
That's what they needed right there.
Absolutely. Get Josh Irving in the paint, please.
This is Hudson, excuse me, driving in. Jordan fighting for the board, kind of went around Hudson. They're going to say this is
yeah, it's going
Mount Bethel ball.
Say with Mount Bethel. It appears he stepped on the line.
I think that was the call. Hudson driving in. That's a really tough shot, but into the hands of Julius. Finds it. Takes the pumpkin out. Now here's Esamuede. Oh, nice move by Robinson. Moving into the lane. Outsized, and yeah, he traveled.
He got down in the paint. He saw Irving up there.
I think we're going to get a tip ball here. They're going to say it's tipped.
Now we get our replay system back working here. As you see that dunk from Irving again, just kind of curled around the baseline.
Yeah. They're saying the ball was tipped.
So we'll stay with Mount Bethel, trailing by 2.
I'm guessing the shot clock did not reset.
It is not much time left. You're going to have to shoot quick. There's only 1 second left to go, and they'll turn it over there. Pasadena a chance to get this back up to a 2-score game. What do you think the Bulldogs should do here on offense, Teddy? I mean, what do you think? Should try and work it inside, try and pop it out?
Good things happen when Irvin's inside. I try to get it inside Irvin. That's just my take.
I think right now he's up in the high post. I really want to see him sink down. You saw a play ago when he sunk like that right there.
Jordan just couldn't quite find them. He was covered pretty well. Here's Anderson gonna set the screen, gonna go left and get fouled. I'll shoot 2 after some contact.
Gotta give credit to Anderson. He's a great three-point shooter, but all around, when you average 31 points per game, you're gonna be able to do it all. And he has no fear, especially even being 5'10", not the shortest player on the court, but in terms of overall season, he has no fear of driving inside on a team with a lot of big guys.
But one of my biggest pet peeves as a former coach, emphasis on former, is you've got a 7-footer coming up to set a screen for you to go the opposite way. Now, I get sometimes that'll benefit you, but they had just 2 guys follow him right to the hoop, and there's a 4th shot. Sure, he got fouled, and you get a bad, it's a nice 1 of the 2. They're up by 3 now. Not a terrible situation. Plenty of time, though.
I didn't see it on that specific. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Teddy.
I didn't see it on that specific play, but I do recall earlier in the game where he did the same thing, and kind of the same situation happened.
I think he's trying to maybe use that reverse psychology
Right, absolutely.
a little bit. Here's Jordan in the corner, 3-point Pasadena lead. Irving on the block, guarded by Esamuede right now. Not by Julius. He's got Jordan. Has to play careful with 3 fouls. Got lucky that Jordan missed that one long. There's Robinson driving in and kick that one back out, given his matchup. They'll switch it back. Julius going to work, spins, trying to get Irving in the air. And nice defense for the Texas A&M commit. Irving lost it on the way up, and Pasadena can't believe that was a foul.
Well, if they can continue to score like this with the clock stopped, that's a perfect situation.
And that's 5 fouls now on Paris Dinkins, so he is fouled out. I haven't seen many players foul out in this tournament. So it looks like corner will come in to relieve Dinkins for the remaining.
Big 3 in the corner earlier on in the game.
Yep, later to end that 3rd quarter, so he'll play the last 2:20 as we'll get a timeout called by Mount Bethel. This segment brought to you by Enercon, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. And have cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
One thing I want to say about Julius, when you talk about how young he is, and especially looking forward for him, I'm not sure exactly what his college outlook looks like right now, but he's going to play at the next level surely with how skilled he is. When you have a guy like that, so young, usually what they lack is physicality. He has no fear of getting his hands dirty down low. In fact, he embraces it. And that is something I'm sure a lot of college coaches, and Jim, you would probably be able to understand this with your coaching background. You want players like that.
Yep.
So as he gets into his junior and senior season, even throughout early part of his sophomore year, a lot of eyes are going to open up for that kid.
Yes, I would love to see this team, well, especially him, and return in the next year or two.
And Julius has offered some Tennessee, Cincinnati, Georgia, Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Clemson. That'll get it done.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
He, again, last year averaged 19 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 blocks
it's
a game.
only going to get better.
As a freshman, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah,
for Mount Bethel.
What a talent.
Anderson lost it. Have to waste a few seconds there on the shot clock. Going to put it up and come up short. Mount Bethel has a chance to take the lead with under 2 to play.
And that one from Anderson, a little bit different, does go with the screen and then comes back and gets guarded. But I think with the reverse psychology stuff we said a minute ago, that only really works if you have regular psychology a majority of the time.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Eagles with it. This is Hudson. So you have to go to Julius. Kicking it out. Here's Esamwede. Avery with men on him in the lane. Can't get it to go. And Jordan, an aggressive grab of that board. He was flying in for that one. You don't get a timeout called by the Bulldogs. They'll have just one remaining.
A one-possession game in TOC in the fourth quarter. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Here we are.
And this timeout brought to you by Enercon. So, what are your guys' guesses of what you might see drawn up here with the offense?
Teddy, what's your take on this? I
mean, I think the team overall, like the team that has been the most successful offensively, and despite with the lead, when you're able to control down low, it has worked out so well today for both sides. So at least draw something up where have shooters open on the perimeter where you're able to dish to them, but use your big man and get the gravity of your size to create, at least separation for some shooters. You have the option of going to different guys, and also if it's worked out successfully, use your size down low. I think you have to have your big guy down low in a situation.
I'll say this: we've seen Pasadena run that play that gets Josh Irving open right on the block, almost right under the basket. I would say go right back to that. They haven't run it this quarter. It's a beautiful play. It's ended up with a dunk more than once this tournament. No reason why they shouldn't. Otherwise, you get Timothy Anderson driving, kick it. And here it is.
Here's
Anderson.
Wilson couldn't get it to Irving. Had it taken away. Here's Nate Robinson. Just going to lay it in nice and easy. That was the right decision. No need to dunk it in. Mount Bethel leads it by 1.
Get your lead. Nothing flashy. It's 50 seconds left, 1-point game.
Here's Jordan on the wing. Another aggressive poke there from Avery. Here's Wilson getting a screen. Irving, sidestep triple. You want it, you got it. Josh Irving knocking it down.
Big hit for Irving.
Says, I'm the man in the arena. Three-pointer Pasadena, and Josh Irving, his biceps getting to work, and he's flexing all the way home, but there's still some time left to play. Bulldogs but lead it by 2.
Unbelievable play for Pasadena. And I know, listen, we've talked about him going down low and being a true big man. It's clear that he wants to be out on that perimeter.
Absolutely.
He wants to play like a modern-day big man. And give him credit there, because he did it exactly how he would have drawn it up. Little pump fake, gets a guy to bite, sidestep, step back 3, drawn up to perfection.
And we've seen on the 2 previous plays prior to that, before they ran the play to try to get him open on the block, is he's picking and popping more than he's not. So, I mean, on that situation, he wanted to shoot that 3. He didn't want to go up by 1. He wanted to go up back 2. He wants to either tie it or have to win it with a 3.
And you can tell that Pasadena, they're just a team that, again, they want to make plays with emphasis. I mean, some big dunks and some some big threes. I mean, they are a team that just is big-time players. I mean, they're out in LA, they're near Hollywood. It fits them a little bit. I know Pasadena maybe not right next to Hollywood. We really got to go kind of on the other side of LA if my geography is correct. But I mean, they are a very flashy team that gets it done too. So Mount Bethel, here with 25 seconds to go. Shot clock is off as Robinson, Julius, trying to set a screen, and we'll have a foul call. Not in the bonus yet. That's foul number 3 on Pasadena.
15 seconds remaining, just under 16, 15.8.
And Julius, keep an eye on him. He's on the block with Irving. We have a timeout called by Cal Boyd and the Mount Bethel Christian Eagles.
Talk some things over. It's the biggest play of the day. Get it drawn up just right.
And 15 seconds. Again, you have an opportunity. I mean, you can hold for the last shot and have it be a 2 and a play for overtime. You go for the win in regulation, or you could also try and go for a shot
Score
after a
quickly.
few seconds, and then that gives you some options of, if you miss the shot, maybe play the foul game. I mean, there's a lot of different ways this game could go.
I'd say score quickly. Hope to get a rebound if you miss. Get some opportunities there. If you wait and don't score, game over. If you wait, don't score, and they get the rebound, then you're playing the foul game, which, as of right now, it appears both teams have 3 team fouls. You gotta foul pretty quickly. If you go quickly and you don't make it, they get the rebound. You might still have some time to get a couple of fouls, put them at the line, solve the shot here. So I would say get after the rim quickly, try to get a decent shot. If it goes in, great. Perhaps they'll foul you, get a couple of opportunities to shoot free throws. But I would attack this rim quickly.
Speaking of attacking rims, you have to keep an eye on Roman Avery, number 10. He's on the far block. You also have to keep an eye on the inbounder, Nate Robinson. Also, sometimes the forgotten guy, Avery, in the corner. A wild three, almost rimmed in. That was a tough shot. I'm not sure that's the one Mount Bethel wanted. And they're going to get fouled as Troy Wilson will try and make it a 4-point game.
Now,
Actually, no, it's still one more foul to give, excuse me.
I think, sorry to interrupt, but they clearly went with the same mindset as you, but just there, Avery didn't have his feet set.
Right.
He did the pump fake a little too early.
Really fortunate. Whoa, almost turned over.
Oh, and
there.
nearly a turnover. Now you wonder if Mount Bethel could have tried to maybe get a jump ball there as it was juggled. Now we will have free throws with about 7 seconds or so to go.
Can't see this on camera. John is going under the table. To see the shot clock.
7.5 it appears. Yeah, we cannot see
7.5, absolutely.
Not see the
First
shot
one's
clock
good.
or the game clock from our vantage point right now. First one's good, that's a big one. Now, this one to make it a 2-score game. If you're Pasadena, do you consider fouling up 3 or 4, however much you are ahead?
I'd at least foul once, make sure it's
Second one is no good. Mount Bethel a chance to tie it up. Down to 5. Here's Avery driving in. They need a 3, and they can't get it off. Mount Bethel can't believe it. They are upset at themselves there. Pasadena will celebrate an ecstatic victory, 61-58. And the Eagles had a chance, but just didn't quite know the situation.
Absolutely.
It looked like instantly after getting the rebound, they kind of looked at each other. Oh, what do we do? What
Yeah.
do we do?
Yep.
And that split second was really what decided it. Trying to go downstairs, and obviously realized they needed a 3. Just a little too late there.
Oh, frustrating ending. Frustrating ending.
But a thrilling one nonetheless.
Absolutely.
And the play of the game, that 3-pointer by Josh Irving, that sidestep one, put them ahead. And what a game for the big fella who's headed to Texas A&M. Irving with 21 points, 10 boards. He gets a double-double on the night. And what a game, too, from Peter Julius. 18 points and 10 boards from him. So he is also with a double-double. But good for Pasadena. 2-1 now in this tournament. Mount Bethel will fall to 1-1 here in TOC play. Another absolute classic here inside Torrey Gym.
Jim, how about that? 3-0. 3-0 in one-score games.
We just can't have enough good games, can we, Teddy? I mean, it's. I keep waiting for the call to say that we're going to be calling all the games tomorrow. Just you and I.
I think it'd be a great idea. You guys want a good close game in a tournament? You hire me and Jim.
We'll be there. I wouldn't be shocked if NCAA taps us for all 64 games. You're going to redo it all.
I think we're doing the NBA Finals this year too.
Oh my gosh!
It's people might say it's visions of grandeur. I don't know. It's visions of reality.
Well, again, the Pasadena Bulldogs win it 61-58 again. I want to thank my broadcast partners, Jim Lynch and Teddy Ball, making me look good and calling another great game down the stretch. I'm Jonathan Michael. And yeah, we'll send it down to our tournament central, but we'll keep it here for a quick second. Again, we'll send it to a break here in a little bit as well. But, I mean, guys, coming up, it'll be Washington and Second Baptist as we'll see Reese Alston in this game. Again, the son of Rafer Alston. He has been really fun to watch this tournament. And how about the Washington Panthers? I don't know if you call them the Cinderella of this tournament, but they're 2-0, and some people weren't expecting them to be 2-0 at this point of the tourney.
No, I think we've seen I've been able to call both games for the Panthers, and I don't know if they want to be referred to like this, but a really scrappy, kind of hustly team that gets out there. I mean, Coach Schermerhorn has his team prepared, and they just really go out there and get after it. And a team that I really love the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, and I think when you look at like early season games like this, obviously you want to go and you want to blow teams out, but you learn a lot more from these close games. Washington has already found kind of a lot about who they are as a team, just being scrappy, like you said, and really fighting for the wins that they've had. And this is a team they're going up against that is going to be tough no matter what they do. They're gonna be fighting, and it's a lot of competition for this Washington roster.
Well, you just saw them pull out the win. You'll get to hear from head coach Tony Brooks from the Pasadena Bulldogs. He's sitting by with our Larry Larson in the Upstream Auto Group studio. We'll send to a quick break and head right down there after this. Washington and Second Baptist coming up next.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back to Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Pasadena takes down Mount Bethel 61-58. I'm here with Pasadena's head coach, Tony Brooks. Coach, tight game down the stretch. What was that like for you guys?
It's just great, a learning experience. This tournament has so far exceeded our expectations of being able to get ourselves ready for a rugged season. For a rugged season. And so it's just really, the kids learn so much in that environment, and having to problem solve, how to figure things out for themselves, how to be cohesive in those moments. So it's just so valuable for us to be in that kind of a game against that kind of a team that is so talented in every position.
Your game was a very close one, and so have a lot of the games in this tournament. What have you thought just about the competition in the tournament as a whole?
Well, we heard about this tournament a long time ago, and never thought we would ever be invited, but we always knew that it's top-notch talent here. The teams, it's not just talent. I mean, the teams are well coached. The coaches are so knowledgeable and so, they're so creative in creating sets for their guys that gets them successful plays. So, it's just, like I said, it far exceeds our expectation, and we love coming here.
Your first year in this tournament is, one for a great cause, fighting glioblastoma. Is that part of the reason that you guys were interested in being a part of this?
Absolutely. We have friends down at St. John Bosco. They were here last year. We know that one of the players there had a father that also suffered and succumbed to the disease. St. John Bosco was here. So in speaking with them and kind of finding out the cause, it just makes it, that much more exciting to be here, but also profound for the kids to be able to see and visit the kids at the hospital, for to have the kids run in between the teams during the tournament. It's just first class in every way. Everywhere I look, it's just a first class tournament. Sean and those guys, they do such a great job in putting this together in honor of Coach Kevin. So.
St. John Bosco, you mentioned, that's one of those teams out in California that are really good. There's a lot of great competition out there. What's it like competing in the state that's so big and has such great competition?
Well, we don't really have to come here to get top competition.
Yeah.
We have a very rigorous schedule this year. We go to the Tarkanian Classic in Vegas. Then we return to Southern California for the Damien Classic, which is one of the top tournaments in California. So we do that to be battle tested. This is all, we can't win a championship in November, but you can certainly learn a lot that can lead you and have your kids grow up and actually become champions in January and February.
Coach, is this a team that you think believes they can win a championship?
I do. I think yesterday's game we were all kind of disappointed in our performance. We thought jet lag kind of played into that. We kind of, we were just lethargic and couldn't really overcome that lethargy during the game. We were just trying to shake ourselves. But today I think we took a giant step forward in becoming a complete team. There's going to be many steps forward that we still have to take, but this was a big one.
Josh Irving had the big three in that game, the Texas A&M commit. Just what can you say about him as a player and what you think his future is like?
It doesn't surprise me at all. Josh is a 6 o'clock in the morning guy, so he's always going to be in the gym, and all the entire team knows that he's fully capable of hitting that. I'm so excited for him because he gets beat up a lot inside. He's a thin 6'11", 7 feet. But he can step out and bury that three, and he can do other things as well. So I was very excited for him and that he hit it.
Him being a guy who works so hard and is in the gym so early, do you think that rubs off on other guys on the team?
Absolutely. It started out that way probably middle of the summer, but by October there's 7, 8 players in the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. So absolutely, you want to have senior leadership like that. Some of the senior leadership is unspoken. Some of it's just by action, and Josh leads very well, and sometimes it's just by his own action and his habits that he's developed.
The competition in this tournament is obviously big. You talked about the tournament in Vegas, but how important is it? You talked about the summer workouts, just getting started in the summer and being disciplined in that off season.
Absolutely. So basketball's year-round, and there really isn't any time off if you are really truly a hooper. It's so competitive. We played a team from Georgia today. We lost to a team from Peoria yesterday, and they all have players in their own regard that are excellent at what they do and the roles that they play on their team. So, those kind of workouts is all in preparation for this. When I talk to the kids about working out when no one's in the gym, it's for these moments that you're able to produce, not just be out there, but actually produce on the court against stiff competition. And I thought we showed that tonight.
And being in California, there's so many legends, both players who have come from California or players who have played for NBA teams in California. Do you think that serves as inspiration? Is there some pride the kids take in kind of the history and trying to carry on that legacy?
Well, guys like Kobe and Mamba mentality has it just infiltrates the entire state as well as the city of Los Angeles. People have Mamba mentality in business. People have Mamba mentality in gymnastics. I mean, it goes across the board in the influence of a guy like Kobe Bryant, God rest his soul. And there are other players, LeBron James. I argue with my players all the time. I think Jordan is the GOAT, but they never saw Jordan. So, but yeah, those kind of teams, leaders, USC, UCLA, they invite us to their practices. They show us what it takes to be at that level. And still, a lot of kids don't really answer that bell, but a lot of kids do, and it's because of those examples.
Being in Illinois, I think a lot of our viewers would agree with your take on MJ as the GOAT. As a Bulls fan myself, you mentioned USC. I think about a guy like DeMar DeRozan being from the area too.
Yes.
Modern day, I was doing some research, and they played a game at UCLA. I remember last year talking to St. John Bosco. They played a game at the Intuit Dome. Do you guys have anything like that in the LA area playing in a school venue?
We had an opportunity to, but I turned it down. No slap to Intuit Dome, but it's so far from Pasadena, and it just we tried to do that before, and it didn't work out. So I'd rather play in my gym with a packed house and ruckus and all that.
Yeah, it's also a big stadium.
Big stadium, big empty room.
Yeah. Pasadena defeats Mount Bethel 61-58. We're going to send you to a break. Then we'll be right back with Baptist and the host school, Washington. This was Tony Brooks, head coach of Pasadena, joining me. Thank you very much, Coach.
Thank you very much, Wesley.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The Washington Panthers, guided by that gentleman in the middle of that shirt, Eric Schermerhorn, are set to take on the 2nd Baptist Eagles as Day 4 at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions carries on. Welcome back inside Torrey Gym with Jim Lynch, Jeff Little. I'm Larry Larson. That's a little more like it. Lynch, Little, Larson.
There you go. 3 L's.
We lined up the alliteration today.
Nailed it. 2nd Baptist has looked pretty darn good, one of the more dominant teams in this Washington Invitational. While Washington has scrapped out back-to-back wins, these are 2 teams that are playing for a chance to go to the title game tomorrow.
Right. Absolutely. And what an opportunity here to be here late Friday night on the cusp of Mother Nature bringing her big fury overnight tonight. But I'm looking forward to this game. Washington's going to really get tested here tonight.
Yeah, Washington's done a good job of eking out a couple of wins, really with grit and determination, and you expect that out of the Washington Panthers. But
Absolutely.
They'll have their hands full tonight with this Houston Eagles Baptist team.
Panthers coming off wins over West Hancock, 45-43. No controversy at all in that game. And on Wednesday, a 58-55 win over South Point. For 2nd Baptist, wins over West Hancock, 81-69 on Wednesday, and a 60-47 win over South Point yesterday. 2nd Baptist guided by maybe the very best player in this tournament, and Reese Alston. He's considered a 4-star. More on him after the anthem. We'll take a listen in and break down this matchup a little bit more. Washington and 2nd Baptist coming up next.
This contest is part of our Washington Invitational Series with the 2nd Baptist Eagles versus our very own Washington Panthers. At this time, if you please stand, singing the national anthem tonight, WCHS sophomore, Ms. Mia Likens.
rousing rendition of our nation's national anthem in front of a friendly Washington Panthers home crowd has us ready for another game in the Washington Invitational. It's the home team, the Panthers, taking on Second Baptist. Before the anthem, we were talking about Second Baptist junior guard Reese Alston, maybe the very best player in this event. Based on what you two gentlemen have seen, what makes him so explosive?
I just think, I mean, you know, his all-around game. I mean, he's in a situation where he can hurt you inside, outside, and on both ends of the court. So, you know, I mean, when you have a player with that kind of talent and ability and uses them that way, you know, it does. It makes it fun to watch. It makes it fun to coach against. And, you know, I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn's got some type of plan in place.
Yeah, I have no doubt that Washington will be ready for him as best as any team can prepare for a talent like that. But his court vision is unmatched right here. He's able to handle the ball like it's glued to his hands, which makes it difficult for anybody to guard him. He is able to see the floor, see his four players, and that makes it difficult for any defensive team to have to guard that. Not to mention the other four people on the floor.
The lights have been turned orange as the Panthers are introduced in front of their Orange Crush student section. Second Baptist starting lineup: Shia Francis, Reese Alston, Kaysen Hall, Caden Smith, and Will Goolsby. We are going to talk a lot about Reese Alston, but Shia Francis, 6'2" senior guard, going to Navy next year. Those two make quite the 1-2 punch.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Shai Francis is a specimen. I mean, you can just see from here, he has got some strength and chiseled, and will be a handful for the Panthers.
Panthers starting lineup. You might be able to hear some of it over the cheers. James Johnson coming off an 18-point performance on Wednesday, joined by Aiden Kinnear, Luke Kaminsky, Jackson Vanderheit, and Dean Davidson. With this Panthers team, they don't exactly have one standout player, but a lot of solid players who all do their job and know their role.
I tell you, I've been incredibly impressed with James Johnson and his strength. Solid player. Really has done a great job just controlling paint, but also taking it outside a little bit in terms of a little perimeter shooting that last game. But Aiden Kinnear, what a great opening night he had. But that second half, particularly the fourth quarter in their last game, they had a timeout, which Coach Schermerhorn had some fiery words for the boys, and Kinnear came out and hit a couple of threes, a quick field goal, and just changed the complexion of that game.
Tip is won by Johnson, but it trickles out of bounds, and it's starting with Second Baptist in this battle between Texas and Illinois schools. There you see the tip-off. Tipped a little bit too far by Johnson. Inbounded on the baseline by Reese Alston. Eagles in navy blue. Panthers hard to miss in their alternate oranges. Alston picked up by Vanderheit. Drive and a dish into the corner for Francis. No good. Rebound for Johnson.
You know, you mentioned the Panthers. The one thing about them is even some of the contributions that they've been getting off the bench, you know, not necessarily a high volume of shots for guys, but somebody will come in and just knock down a three or get an offensive rebound basket. So it's contribution from a lot of them.
I'm looking forward to seeing this 12-on-12 battle here between Johnson and number 12, Caden Smith.
Smith, 6'8" sophomore. 9 points yesterday, came in averaging 12 a game. And the Eagles' first 4 games this year, they're 6-0 overall. Played a few games before they got here. How about that basket? Counted and the foul for Kaysen Hall.
Strong move by Kaysen Hall. He gets himself down the lane and is able to go up and under and get enough spin on that to get that in, draw the foul as well.
Unbelievable finish.
Hall said, "Don't forget about me." Talking a lot about his teammates.
Absolutely.
In the first few minutes. Hall, the junior, 6'3". Opens up a 3-0 lead for Second Baptist. Full court pressure now for the Eagles. Panthers break it. Into the corner. Kinnear. Off. Francis with the board. Pushed ahead. Alston. He'll try a three. Left it short. Stick back tipped into the hands of Washington and Davidson.
Players are falling like bowling pins down on the opposite side.
How about that pass fake? Kaminsky rattles it home.
I'd say half the players on the court and at the opposite stands jumped at that fake.
Well, and I think it's one of those things we talked about the Panthers. There's not a guy who really gets high volumes of shots. Alston down the lane, finishes in traffic.
Second Baptist jumps back in front. Alston, a member of the tournament's Dandy Dozen standout players that they publish every year, and those lists are deep every single year in terms of guys that go on to have standout careers. Pass stolen away. There goes Alston.
We got a foul.
Got a
it's going to
foul
be on
out
the
here.
ground.
It's so loud in here I can't hear the whistle.
Yeah. And that's one of those fouls you got to be careful with. Because he got stripped and he kind of grabbed him from behind. And we've already seen one. I think it was on the first night of play where you
breakaway, intentional foul call.
You got to be careful right here.
Yeah.
He made kind of a swipe at the ball and grabbing him, and then you got to be careful of that intentional.
Alston called for the charge. We missed it, but Vanderheit got in position. And that's a very Washington Panthers play right there. Always eager to jump in for a charge.
Vanderheit's drawn a tough assignment if he's going to be the main
Big
block shot.
Blocked by Smith. Panthers get it back. Kaminsky lobs it for Johnson, matched up on Alston. He'll step out for three. Just a little bit too strong. Rebound for Smith. Francis on the drive, bullying his way in, lost it on the way up. The stick back is banked home by Smith.
That's 6'2" senior against 6' sophomore. Right. He just moved him out of the way.
You can see how strong, and again, that's just two, 3 extra years of lifting.
Vanderheit lines it up. Way short. Offensive rebound. Kaminsky from deep. 2 triples for Luke Kaminsky. Washington down by 1 early. All 3-pointers brought to you by Renewal by Anderson.
Jeff, you mentioned it just a short bit ago. Anybody on this Panther team could knock down a 3. If somebody's not hitting it in one spot, you can trust somebody else to take it on the other.
Alston slithers to the basket for 2.
Well, and you see his intelligence there as he takes that to the basket. He slides by that defender, doesn't try to maybe I can get a 3-point play out of this. He's not going to pick up that second foul here that early in the first quarter.
Ball's popping around for Washington. Jumped back out, Vanderheit skips it cross court for Kinnear. Shot clock down at 10. Davidson swarmed in the corner by Goolsby. Vanderheit got it.
Big hit.
First points for Jackson Vanderheit. Next in the long lines of Vanderheits in Washington basketball. Ties it at 9.
How quickly they turn that possession around. Nice shot by Vanderheit up top. Good kick out by Davidson down toward the end of the shot clock there, but Second Baptist quickly back up the court. Vanderheit draws the foul.
You can see how quickly Second Baptist likes to transition that ball. They don't mess around. They get a rebound. They get the ball in. After a made basket, they like to go.
Francis pops it out. Aaron Smith, too strong from deep. He just checked in. Offensive board. Goolsby will try it. He left it shy. Johnson will walk it up, and here you see the versatility for the 6'4" senior. Trots down the left channel, and he got fouled on the floor.
I'll say for now, almost 2 1/4 games I've seen out of James Johnson, I have loved everything he's done. He is, and it's early in the season, but his size and strength, he's a great big man on this high school basketball team.
Vanderheit looking for Johnson. We'll have take two.
And for a young man who's coming right off of a long football season, he stepped right into this and got after it quickly.
But Coach Schimmerhorn, when I talked to him after the opening night, he said, you got to remember, James is somebody who hasn't been in the gym with us, maybe by himself, but in 2 months.
Ball finds its way into the corner. Manganiello is off. Long rebound is going with Washington, tapped out of bounds. Yeah, Johnson, a big part of that Washington football team that tore through the middle Illini. A lot of folks thought that they would have a chance to be playing what would have been tomorrow if those state title games didn't get postponed due to snow. And a timeout taken by Washington to avoid the 5-second call. All timeouts are Enercon Power Up timeouts. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
I like the rotations by both teams. They've, especially Second Baptist has gotten several kids in the game and giving guys rest here at the beginning of the game to get everybody kind of into the flow. That's so important that coaches have confidence in non-starters. That they can come in and contribute and help us and take care of things on both ends of the court.
Especially in the high school game, you
without
don't
doubt.
always have that by any means. Full court pressure for Second Baptist out of Washington's timeout. Johnson lobs it ahead. Davidson reels it in. He's got Francis on his hip.
Great patience by Davidson.
Kinnear to the basket for two.
Great job by Kinnear.
Good move by the sophomore. Left-hander shot fake and takes it strong to the basket, able to finish in the lane.
It's going to be a name to keep an eye on in a very deep Middle Illini conference this year, deep with a lot of young talent.
You took the words out of my mouth. The Middle Illini is young.
Jude Brown, book it. First points for Jude Brown today, and Second Baptist in front. Davidson had the pass tipped. Colt Craghead comes to get it. Kinnear, step back three, just a little bit off. Rebound tracked down by Alston. Alston,
great
what
pass.
A look! And the dunk went awry, no basket. As Aaron Smith turned the rim into monkey bars there. Swinging a little bit too long, and it helped
What
it
a
fall.
great pass. If I hang on it long enough, it'll go in.
I was going to say, I'm going to wait up here. I'm going to grab it, put it in, maybe have a cup of coffee. Didn't talk to everybody yesterday for the holiday, but it had to be frustrating, though. As somebody who can clearly dunk with ease, to have that not go flush immediately.
Vanderheit's inbound pass sails straight to Eric Schermerhorn. And Second Baptist gets the ball right back. Trying to build on a 1-point lead. Down the stretch of the first quarter. Harrison Nape in the game. Francis. Mid-range. His first basket. Lob ahead, Kinnear. Forgot about him.
Great job by Kaminsky to have his head up, looking down the floor. Kinnear wide open. Quick two.
Francis feeling it on those handles, finds Brown. Can't connect, physical rebound, brought in by Kaminsky. He's all alone. Back-to-back breakaway layups for Washington, and they're back in front.
Good stretch to here going into the final minute for the Panthers to take that lead back.
Francis in front of the student section. Brown steps into it, book it. Second three for Jude Brown. Back and forth we go. Johnson calls for Kaminsky. Pass nearly stolen away from Johnson. He
Good
Euros
move by
his way in, and the rebound falls to Francis. He glides up court. Francis to the cup. A lot of contact, no whistle. It stays on this end.
I'm not an official, but in one of those, something has to be called.
Yeah. It's got to be something, whether it's the charge or the block. And then the unfortunate part is as Francis loses that, or the shot doesn't go, lands on the guy that tried to take the charge out of bounds. So
absolutely.
Second Baptist will take it back, get it back here.
And you begin to wonder in a three-man crew like this, and again, at this level, it's always going to be a three-man crew, but you wonder if, I thought you were going to call it. I thought you were going to call it. I thought you were going to call it. We all thought all of you were going to call
exactly.
it. But again, that kind of collision, something is going to have to take. But again, that's why I'm calling it from up here.
Well,
and not where, I don't do stripes very well.
Well, and I
you've got some stripes on.
And, I cross-check it with the, it's got to be checker, and.
I will say, though, the officiating so far in the tournament has been very, very good.
Yep.
I mean, you get calls throughout the games. We've had some at the end of close games and things like that, and no official wants to be the center of attention and that kind of thing. But you're right. I think sometimes with the three-man crew, the thing I hated hearing most was that wasn't my call. But it was somebody's, and it didn't get made. So
the lob. Francis can't finish.
Kind of a screen-to-screener out of bounds play. Francis out wide. And might have got a little contact to keep him from hammering that home off the lob.
Final seconds of the first quarter. Johnson pestered. Finds a buddy in Craghead. And the freshman, Rio Schoen, got fouled. They're going to get Alston.
I think that's going to be Alston's second foul.
Yeah.
Again, we can't see the scoreboard, so we'll check in between quarters.
Pretty sure that's his. You're right. I think that is his second.
You got him one early.
Yeah, he got the charge call earlier.
That's
yeah.
right.
Who needs a scoreboard? Ball's inbounded to Craghead. Shot fake. Gets a look. In and out.
Good look.
Second Baptist holds a 2-point lead over Washington as we move to the second quarter. Time to thank some of our sponsors all week long at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. All three-pointers brought to you by Renewal by Anderson, where quality meets community. We're honored to sponsor the Tournament of Champions and to help raise awareness in the fight against glioblastoma. All Dunks brought to you by Martin Tech. Need reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, we keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure that your technology makes your life easier, not harder. Call Martin Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.martin.tech for your one-stop solution. Inside Washington's huddle, you've got to be pretty pleased with that first quarter. Really, Reese Alston wasn't able to shift gears and get going quite yet.
And that's one thing I think we've seen out of this tournament is Washington's defense has really been the anchor of their success. Obviously, they've shot well at times throughout the tournament, but I've been very impressed with what Washington's been able to do defensively.
Yeah, and for an undersized, not as athletic probably as this team from Second Baptist, but it's about preparation. It's about knowing how they're going to try to defend and who's going to rotate and who's going to help win and where and that kind of thing. And Coach Schimmerhorn has always been one of those tacticians that's able to dial up something that's going to make it tough on the other team.
Panthers playing to take an early second quarter lead here. Johnson directing traffic. Cross court for Vanderheit. It got partially blocked. Francis to Alston. Over to Hall. Touch to the baseline underneath the basket. He goes up and scores.
Great patience right there by Casey Hall. He dribbled out, looked like he was going to take it all the way out, realized, I think I got a mismatch here. I'm going to go right up with it.
Well, I'm kind of waiting for Second Baptist to maybe try to capitalize on some of those mismatches. Maybe, if you can get Vander on the block, or if you can get Comiskey on the block like happened there, that might be to the Second Baptist's advantage.
Foul there on Shia Francis. Second Baptist leading in the second quarter, working to get that score bug back up. There it is.
All you had to do was ask, apparently.
Hey, it's I spoke it into existence.
Some guys have more pull than the rest of us.
Vanderheit over to Johnson. Kinnear, the runner, through contact, and he'll shoot 2.
Second Baptist did a really good job on the ball screen. Some coaches will talk about switching it or whatever, but they really kind of doubled the ball screen, and it makes it really tough, and the Panthers were fortunate to get that long skip cross court, and he had 2-on-1, and Kinnear took it to the basket, drew the foul.
And that's part of that head game, the IQ game that I think Kinnear does very well. And we certainly, not knowing Aiden Kinnear's game very well prior to this tournament, I've been very, very impressed with his IQ game, certainly from Tuesday night through today.
The decision making doesn't seem like a sophomore.
No,
playing in his first, meaningful varsity minutes.
Right. I don't know how many varsity minutes he got last year, but boy, have I been impressed with his play.
Kinnear with 6 early points. 2-point Second Baptist lead. Both teams without a loss in the Washington Invitational, presented by the City of Washington. Hall rifled, can't connect. Rebound tipped out, gathered by Francis. Look at the handle. In and out, unfriendly rims. That one doesn't fall either, and it's out of bounds. Second Baptist will get a third chance.
Yeah, that shot by Francis, like you said, I think you see the Panthers slagging off to play the drive, and so Francis took the shot and rimmed out, and how it didn't go in, I don't know.
Alston had that thing on a string.
Yeah, he is just struggling to get inside much beyond the free throw line.
Smith in and out. Washington has a leprechaun defending that rim. Johnson showing off his own handle. He'll try it. Misses off to the right. Francis with a foot on the gas. Got away with a double dribble. And the putback is too strong from Smith. Rebound wrapped up by Craghead.
Washington has to understand, though, that this isn't going to sustain for the whole game. Eventually, the Eagles are going to start landing some baskets.
Yes.
Vanderheit fouled on the reach from Cason Hall.
As much as I always love to rely on just teams miss, they don't miss for long. Especially good teams.
Yeah, if your defense is predicated on them missing good shots,
yeah,
it doesn't last the whole game.
You're probably not much of a defensive coach.
Kinnear slows down the offense. Pass almost got away from Craghead. Johnson in traffic. Vanderheit. Just too strong. Washington's gotten great looks, and they haven't hit him either.
Right.
Alston tries it. Rebound volleyballed around and a foul on Caden Smith. Second foul on Smith in the post for Second Baptist.
And that's something you're going to have to keep an eye on as well. 5 minutes left here in the second quarter. Caden Smith picks up his second, and he'll sit down.
Well, that's one of the things that, we've talked about the Panthers' defense and how well they've defended people, but I mean, they're able to draw fouls on bigger people. They're smart by taking the charge, getting a foul on Alston, that kind of stuff. It's kind of the Panther way, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you got a bigger guy on you, simply box out. Try to get that displacement call. It's really not terribly hard.
Right.
But if you don't want to box out, you're not going to get the displacement call.
A lot of it comes from effort. You're right. Johnson,
how about that
nice
effort?
move,
Great. That's another just great effort.
First bucket for James Johnson. Had to wiggle his way in there.
Good
Tied at
patience,
19.
yeah.
Alston driving a dish. It got deflected, and they're going to call a foul here. Second one on Jackson Vanderheit, the starting guard. And so Eric Schermerhorn goes back to the bench for Dean Davidson. Vanderheit comes off.
I tell you got a freshman, Rio Shoney, guarding right now the Reese Alston, and that's impressive. I mean, I like seeing Schermerhorn's faith in the freshman.
Off the curl in the corner, Goolsby is off.
And that's always something you'll be able to tell your kids and grandkids about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When I was a freshman.
Yeah.
Especially if he goes to school around these parts, getting recruited by Illinois right now. Johnson fade away, missed it,
Nice
cleans
work.
up his own mess. James Johnson starting to get going. Washington leads. Alston, son of Rafer Alston, well documented all week long by our broadcast team. Washington couldn't get through the screen, and Alston buries it.
Decision has to be made whether you're going to switch or fight through screens, and that one just looks like a little miscommunication.
Indecision guarding him is going to be points.
Yeah.
First triple for Alston. Here's Shoney. Pushing against Manganiello. Davidson hounded, and he stepped on the sideline, going back with the Eagles.
That's one thing I've kind of noticed about Second Baptist. Their defensive pressure has forced the Panthers further and further out, which in some cases the Panthers like because that gives more room for backdoor cuts and curls and things like that in the lane. But I think now they're starting to get it farther out than they want to be, and it's really from the defensive pressure by the Eagles.
Noah Lewis into the game for the first time for head coach Taylor Land. Here's Alston plunging inside. He draws the whistle. They say no basket. It's on the floor.
He said when my dad played, those counted.
No continuation in
No,
IHSA.
Right.
Okay. All right,
They have added that in college now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a little bit closer at the next level, but hasn't exactly matriculated its way down to high school yet. Goolsby backtrack. Alston. Around the screen from Francis. Passes away to Lewis. Gets into the middle of the defense. Alston step back with a hand in his face.
Three.
But an offensive foul called on Reese Alston. Oh, wow. They got him on the kick out.
I have never seen that call.
Yeah, we're going to.
Look at the feet there.
Yep, I mean, his foot came out and made contact. There's absolute truth to it.
That is a point of emphasis in basketball these days.
Absolutely.
Three-point shooters not kicking out. So Washington gets it back, and that takes away an electric three from Alston. Craighead gets swatted. Stays with the Panthers. Davidson. Reset with Johnson. He lost the rock. What a play. It'll stay here. Here's another look from up top.
And I think that's in an effort to try to draw the foul.
Right.
But if you're going up, you cannot initiate contact as a shooter. At least that's what I've been told by people who know more about officiating than I do.
Washington turns it over. Eagles get it back, leading by 1.
And I've never seen that call in the game before,
yeah.
ever.
Not in a high school game.
Right.
Well, if it prevents those guys from flopping, as many shooters have been known to do, and someone tries to challenge that perimeter game, then I guess that's where the call comes from.
Right.
So Alston off the floor. It's the Shia Francis show. Into the corner, catch and release from Lewis. Doesn't have the touch. Rebound wrapped up and cradled by Dean Davidson.
Davidson, I think, is having a solid game today. Certainly rebounding and on the defensive side.
Kinnear. Out to Johnson. Eagles bench is noisy. They love this defense. Johnson has a favorable matchup and got fouled before the pass. I'll tell you what, Second Baptist head coach Taylor Land, not happy. He might be taking off that suit coat before too long.
That looked like pretty solid defense there,
so
and
I agree 100%.
on a pass.
Jeff.
Yeah, I mean,
the Eagles have increased their intensity right now, and what they're trying to do is just force the Panthers into some mistakes, bad passes, tip passes, and so forth. And the Panthers just have to stay calm, recognize the shot clock is still alive and moving, but not get caught up in this hairy game of basketball.
Johnson ties it. And can't put Washington in front. Long rebound. Who touched it? Second Baptist did.
Off of Goolsby's hand out of bounds. Can't corral the missed free throw.
Coach Land said right there, I had enough. I'm going to sit down for a little bit.
Well, it's starting to get warm in here. He's in that suit. Might be the only coach in this event wearing a full suit. Pass off Kaminsky's hands.
He can touch it. I don't think he...
Goolsby wrestling for it and throws it away. Kinnear wisely slows it down.
I wasn't sure if Kaminsky had touched it in the front court. He had.
I think he did.
It would have
my
been.
goodness.
It's getting a little physical here, folks.
That is correct.
James Johnson all about it as a football player.
Yep, he has no problem with it. He probably would like more of it.
Kaminsky weaving his way to the inside. Back out, catch and shoot. Davidson missed everything. All changing speeds. Goolsby from the corner, swirls down.
Big three for Goolsby.
With Alston off the floor, a guy like Goolsby needs to step up, and he does there.
And again, you see the Panthers offense, and again, they're holding for one shot, but it is well out on the floor.
Pass deflected, saved by Goolsby, playing keep away. The deep ball falls short to end the second quarter. Nip and tuck inside Torrey Gym through 16 minutes.
I would say great first half. It's two teams just throwing haymakers back and forth at this point. I mean, a little bit physical. We love that part of it. But again, I'll be honest with you, Reese Alston, we've seen some flashes of brilliance, but haven't seen what I thought was going to be his complete elevated game. I think Washington's done a great job of it. On the other side, it's done by committee. I think we've seen a lot of Panthers step up, and 22 points, probably not at the level where they want to be, but they're within 3 of a very, very good team. I think the first 2 minutes of this second half, whoever comes out in those first 2 minutes is really going to be the winner.
Could be key, and one other thing we'll throw in for keys for the second half is Alston with that third foul. If he gets a fourth one early, it's going to be tough. And for Coach Land, when do you take him out? When do you put him in? How long do you leave him in for? And that kind of thing. So he's a smart player. Like you said, the flashes we've seen from him have been there, and I think he can take over a game. But I'm sure he's the focal point of the notes up there on the board in the locker room for the Panthers.
We will send it to a break and then send it on down to Uftring Tournament Central. Second Baptist leads Washington by 3 at the half. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
At Uftring Motor Group Tournament Central, the Washington Panthers are trailing Second Baptist 25-22 at the half. Our next matchup is going to be Metamora and Grace Christian. I'm here with Metamora's head coach, Justin Dame. Coach, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You've got an important matchup here coming up. What do you think are going to be some of the keys for your team to win?
We bounce back a little bit against these guys. We got to have a better first quarter. I think we got ourselves in trouble against Pasadena in the first quarter, getting down 25-9. Kind of expected a little bit of a slow start, just having so many new guys. Only 2 kids that have played any varsity ball, and to be in that kind of an atmosphere the other night was a great experience for them. So hopefully we've adjusted a little bit and come out and play our game in the first quarter.
Second Baptist leading Washington 25-22. It's yet another tight matchup. What have you thought about just the close competition so far in all these games?
I think it's been great. I think it's been the most competitive tournament of champions that we've been a part of for sure. This is our 5th year, and we've never seen this many close games. It's been really fun. I think they did a great job of just lining up the matchups and the brackets and the tournaments with teams that are all pretty competitive and no blowouts, a lot of great games.
What do you think that kind of competition does for your team?
It does a couple things for us. Most Thanksgiving tournaments this time of year, you're playing a pretty empty gym, no fans, and then you come off the Thanksgiving tournaments and you jump right into conference games and you get a lot of packed gyms, and you'd rather have an adjustment period like we had the other night, playing in a 2,000-seat arena, packed house, and game comes down to the fourth quarter. So those are the environments we're trying to put the kids in a game like this, in a tournament like this, rather than going somewhere and playing in front of 50 fans and not really preparing ourselves for big Mid-Illini conference games.
Speaking of conference play, the Mid-Illini looks like it's set to be really good for yet another year. What do you think of the league from top to bottom?
Yeah, definitely. The Mid-Illini is one of the best conferences for all sports in the state of Illinois, I believe. You just look at all the teams that have been at state or won state in various sports just this fall. And the winter is going to be quite a few teams. East Peoria and Morton will probably be the favorites. I think Canton's gotten a lot better. They're going to have 2 pretty good guards this year. We'll be young, but we'll be pretty competitive. It's just going to be a pretty good league, once again, top to bottom. It's not going to go away. Washington, Morton, Metamora, Dunlap, all good communities that care about sports. They're always going to be good at all the sports in the Mid-Illini. It's just, year to year, who's the best team kind of changes.
You mentioned that it's your team's 5th year in this tournament. What is it that keeps you guys coming back?
Well, one, there's no gym closer other than our own, so that's kind of nice to not have to travel a whole lot, not have to spend money on eating out and staying in hotels and things like that. Getting to play at Washington, our rival school, a conference school, who we actually play for our first conference game every year, the last 5 years. So we'll be right back here Wednesday playing another game. So that'll be kind of good experience for us playing in this rowdy environment with the Washington fans and getting ready to come into that next Wednesday. So that'll prepare us, I think. That's a big part of it is getting to play, getting ready for our conference games for sure.
You guys lost a big player in Matthew Zobrist coming into this year, now his freshman year at Bradley. What did he bring to the table, and what are kind of the holes that need to be filled in his absence?
A little bit of everything. He was a tremendous shooter, playmaker. I think he averaged about 18, 20 points a game last year for us, but he probably got us, 5 or 6 screen assists per game. So there's 10 points right there, and besides just the regular assists, he averaged 4 assists a game. So there's there's 8 to 12 points every game. So he was probably responsible for about 40 points a game last year. He was the key to everybody's scouting report. They tried not to let him get the ball. They tried to take it out of his hands and make other guys make plays. And so we had to kind of change up our offense a little bit last year. We weren't as balanced as we have been the last 4 or 5 years. I think we're getting back more to that balance with this young group and a lot more threats on the court. So we're playing a little bit different without Matthew kind of having to adjust and run offense a little bit differently this year. Everything's new for us.
Are there guys you feel like have really stepped up in that hole and are filling some of that production?
Yeah, definitely. Sam Koch has grown a little bit. He's really changed his body, added 15 pounds of muscle in the offseason. He's jumping really well, shooting the ball really well, scoring. He's got a lot of confidence right now. Colin Morrison, same thing. Brady Jones, same thing. Cam Beekman's another kid in the sophomore class who's improved a ton. He's grown 3 inches. He's put on 40 pounds since last August. I think he's got some more inches to grow. I think we just got to keep getting stronger and getting older. It's hard to win basketball games when you're 15, 16-year-olds out there.
Yeah, that youth is probably a disadvantage in most respects. Do you think there are any ways that it can be a positive?
It could be a positive because next year they're all going to be here again, and then the year after that, a lot of them are going to be here again. So just getting this experience playing in games like this, it's the exact same thing our 23, 24 classes had. They were all young, inexperienced sophomores and juniors. It kind of took some lumps early. The COVID season got blown out by Washington right here in the conference championship that year. We had to take our lumps and learn from it and get stronger in the offseason, and that's what they did. And we're hoping we can do the same thing with this group.
Awesome. Well, it's Second Baptist with a 25-22 lead over Washington. We'll be right back with the second half. Thank you, Coach, for joining us.
Thanks.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Upstring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Upstring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at upstringautogroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare, and we've got a good one. Second Baptist narrowly leads Washington after the first half. Welcome back inside. Jim Lynch, Jeff Little, Larry Larson in with you, high above the Torrey Gym floor. And let's talk Reese Alston. We were talking a little bit even after we tossed down to Upstring Tournament Central. Alston with 3 fouls, in foul trouble for the good chunk of the back half of that first half. But outside of the foul trouble, Jeff, what did Washington do well to prevent Alston from getting going? He's only got 7.
Well, I think, one, they've done a good job in transition, getting back and kind of clogging the lane, not giving him clear lanes. One of his fouls was a charge that Vanderheit picked up on him on a baseline drive. So I think they've done a good job of that. You saw him start to heat up a little bit. He went behind a ball screen. The Panthers kind of sagged back off of it, and he made it. He made the other one when he got his 3rd foul. So, I mean, he was starting to get going, I think, a little bit. It was heating up, and so I think the Panthers are, just really trying to clog things and not give him lanes.
Their physicality against him has been a great part of the defense. No easy cut, no straight line cut. If he's going to go through the lane, they're going to tag him, forearm or get a chest-to-chest to him as best as they can. And that's going to wear him down. I mean,
sure.
if he realizes every time he's going to try to get through the lane, somebody's going to hit him, and I mean, body him up, that's going to wear a player down.
Second half underway. Reese Alston back on the floor. 4-star recruit, according to 24/7 Sports. Shia Francis going to Navy next year. Alston Dishes, Goolsby slows it down, back to Alston. Waving around traffic. Looking into the post, around a high screen. They go cross court for Francis, fading away. Almost had it.
Good decision, though. I mean, the Panthers really sagged in and took away the post pass. And
Kaminsky back out. Vanderheit dials up his second three.
Kaminsky had an opportunity there for a little floater, even a kind of a short or almost a kind of short corner shot. Kicks it back out for the three. Great generosity. I love how Washington's playing that right now.
well, Vanderveit sat the last couple of minutes with 2 fouls. I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn didn't want him to pick up that third one.
Timeout.
Full timeout called.
Head coach Taylor Land for Second Baptist didn't like what he was seeing. It's an Enercon power-up timeout. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Tied at 25 after that three-pointer from Jackson Vanderheit. Renewed energy in this crowd.
You know, I'm just sitting here looking back and forth between the two huddles, and both coaches are really giving a full set of directions and instructions here on, hey, this is what we talked about. This is what we're doing. I don't think Coach Land liked the fact that, Kaminsky got along the baseline, was able to kick it out to a wide open shooter, and then the offense was really stagnant. So, I'm sure they addressed both things.
Have you been there yourself? Deep in a coaching stance?
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting here because we noticed in the last possession, Washington was hedging and then doubling on every screen, and they weren't feeding the ball. And so it'll be interesting now that they're starting to move it. We'll see on any screens here. No, they're looking to feed in. And now we'll see some.
Smith squares to the basket. The follow is off. Third try also off, and they might get a shot at a fourth.
Makes me wonder if they're going to just try to use their size here and try to punish the Panthers inside.
Couple putbacks just roll right off.
On the back door, Alston hammers it home.
Wow. There is that spark.
Yeah, those are the kinds of plays that kind of can get a guy going. You just don't want him to get that fourth. And
incredible speed on that. Holy cow.
They tell you not to leave the back door unlocked at night.
You set that little back pick and clear everybody out, and it's so hard.
Kinnear had the pass tipped. Gets to Vanderheit. Against Alston. Johnson backing, shot fake, shot up. It's off. Rebound batted around, and it eventually gets to Goolsby. Chucked ahead. Smith spin cycle for 2.
Nice left.
That's good footwork by the side. I thought he might have traveled a little bit when he caught it, but that was a great move after that spin and finish with his left.
Back-to-back nasty buckets for Second Baptist as they try and take control and lock up a spot in tomorrow's championship game. Johnson on the block. Pass intercepted. Alston got fouled. Wise play by Vanderheit to not let Alston bring down the house again.
Except that's his third. And, if he's going to draw that assignment with Alston, although I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn will probably switch people off if he's going to keep Vanderheit in. No, he's going to take him out for Craighead.
Here's that dunk on the left side of your screen.
We know Ethan Genders was right there. I can't wait to see the view of that from that camera.
Francis bursts, floats, scores, and 1.
Yeah.
Too strong.
He flexes there.
Francis's ability to elevate. It was impressive. Nobody was anywhere in that level of the atmosphere he was in. He's just
I thought the same thing early in the first half. He went and got a rebound kind of in traffic and jumped and didn't just bring the ball down, but let's say snatched it. I mean, it's just like he's such a fine athlete.
Francis just couldn't get going yesterday. It was 1 of 8, but he had 25 on Wednesday and converts the end one here.
We just get, we just passed, I guess, the 3-minute mark here, but like that, it's a 7-point lead for Second Baptist, and Washington's got to be careful. They do need to get a bucket here.
Key possession for Washington. Johnson, great pass and a great bucket for Dean Davidson. Much needed.
Well, the key for Second Baptist is they just make Washington work so hard for anything they get.
Alston powers it up and in.
Just
so strong.
Yeah, walks Davidson down. I mean, Davidson's closer to his size, but he just walks him down and then elevates over him. See him play defense with his hands behind his back. I'm not getting a fourth one.
Johnson needs a pal, can't find one. Vanderheit hits the deck for it, and it's getting a little scrappy. Right in front of the student section. The officials waving to both benches as if to say, okay, all right, it's all good.
And I think they got a timeout. I think Coach Schirmer was able to secure the timeout when Vanderheit was on the floor.
No real signal yet.
Washington ball. I think what he's saying is the Second Baptist player was out of bounds as he was in the tie-up.
So no need to call it. Yeah, I think that's one of those situations. Do you want the timeout? Because you got the ball anyway.
Yeah. And they're asking about, do we change the arrow? No, you don't change the arrow. It wasn't a tie-up, so.
All right, got it all straightened out. Paperwork filed and everything. Back underway. Kinnear to the basket. It's off. Francis running the break. Ahead to Goolsby. Just off. Rebound clawed down by Francis.
Just jumping out of the gym to get that rebound.
Smith.
There it is, absolutely.
Offensive foul. 3 fouls on Caden Smith. And Second Baptist might have to play without his size for a little bit. All fouls sponsored by the Washington Police Department.
I don't know if we get a chance to see that one again, but Caden Smith with the size and strength doesn't need to extend that.
Absolutely.
He just needs to dribble, keep his torso straight, perpendicular to the ground, and he'll be fine. But
because he can go up over Vanderheit in the post. Yeah.
Is there a little bit of selling on the Vanderheit's part? Probably. I'd encourage him to do it as a coach. But
I mean, I'm undersized and then guarding the guy in the post. I'm going to try to get a call too. Thing about it is with him with 3, if he gets a 4th, you're going to be sitting for a while.
Absolutely.
Enercon power-up timeout gives us a second to thank one of our sponsors, PJ Hare. It's a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. And Culver's is proud to support this year's KBM TOC as the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. I'm surprised that Scoopy's not here in the gym watching this one. I would want to be.
You would think so. You would think so.
With samples. Just throwing it out there, Scoopy, if you're listening or watching.
And we know people in high places here.
Yeah,
we do.
absolutely.
We do.
Ball's triggered in. Johnson taking his time. Vanderheit comes to get it. We're in the third quarter. Second Baptist in control. Ball's poked away by Jude Brown, tracked down by Johnson in the backcourt. Almost walked, slips it to the corner. Vanderheit down low, Craighead muscles it up short. Rebound from Anginello.
Not a bad possession for the Panthers, just didn't convert.
Manganiello is off. Rebound for Kinnear, and he pumps the brakes.
Manganiello will become a crowd favorite for the Panther crowd down there after missing everything.
Johnson spends his dribble. And the pass is turned over.
Panthers.
Alston lobs, and the finish by Francis. A circus finish for the two-headed monster.
Wow.
I tell you, Alston looked back at Francis, said, "You ready?"
Yeah.
Because he knew. He had him trailing, and
keep coming, my friend.
Yep.
Keep coming. Here you go.
I'll set you up.
9-point lead for
pretty.
Second Baptist. And Vanderheit takes a hard fall and a foul. Second Baptist in control. Really the most they've been in control all game.
Absolutely, and it's not like it was a big run. It's just they forced such effort by the Panthers to get anything offensively. And then, they've converted on a couple of fast break opportunities when they've gotten it and made a couple of shots. So
baseline J.
Nice move, Rio Shoney along
Yep.
the baseline. Freshman just in the game for Coach Schimmerhorn.
Francis from 15. Rebound for Johnson. Another point here where it feels like Washington needs a bucket. Out of bounds off Knape.
We haven't heard from Kinnear in a bit, and this is about the point of the game where we need to start hearing from him if Washington's going to.
Well, and he's working hard, but like I said, I mean, he's working hard, he's moving and things like that, but the Panthers are going to maybe need to do something to get him a shot.
Absolutely. And again, it's not from lack of hustle or lack of play.
Absolutely
it's just
not.
He's too prolific offensively not to be a part of this.
Shoney into the corner. There's Kinnear just off. Got a good look. Foul on the rebound. Washington was about to have it back. Instead, it's a foul on James Johnson. First one on Johnson.
That's amazing, and I'm not saying anything about the officiating. I think it's been good. But for him to play the game that he plays, as physical as he is, and has to be, and to have one foul, that's a testament to how smart of a player he is.
Alston is heated up in the second half. Foul before he stepped back and made that. First foul on Rio Shoney to our count. Here goes Alston. Step back three. That one's short. Go figure. It's like a field goal kicker that makes the one before the timeout, and then this is the actual one. Shoney running point. Good defense from Lewis. He's fired up. Moving screen on Johnson. Noah Lewis.
The teammates applauding that effort. He's getting an elbow in the face, and then it just gets crushed on a screen. Johnson picks up a second foul on that. So
tough call there. I kind of thought Johnson was set, but maybe they felt the lead or maybe an elbow out.
Alston drawing contact and one. Reese Alston won't be stopped. I mean, he was surrounded.
That was almost like, I mean, there are very few high school guys that can say, it's my turn. And I'm going to score. And it's
against three guys.
Exactly.
He was seeing more orange than a prison guard. Converts the and one.
Coach Lance Smart says, "Hey, come on over and have a seat here for the remainder of this
Yeah.
third
Let's
quarter."
not pick up a silly
Yeah,
foul.
exactly.
Sit down and catch your breath. You'll start the fourth strong.
Double-digit lead for Second Baptist for the first time. Johnson still playing with his foot on the gas, draws a whistle. .32 seconds left. These are a big 32 seconds for Washington. You can't really afford to go into the fourth without another bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this level of game, they want to be under 10 going into the fourth if at all possible.
Kinnear, bit of a mismatch. Kaminsky curls, floats it up there, left it short. Rebound for Nape. And now Second Baptist can hold for the final shot of the quarter. Francis commanding the offense. Backing down Johnson. This is old school, and he got fouled.
I did it again. It was just like talking about the free throw shooting. I said James Johnson had played smart, hasn't picked up any fouls. He's gotten 3 in about the last 2 minutes.
Way to go, Mr. Broadcaster Jinx.
Yeah, my apologies to James.
The Jeff Jinx.
The Jeff Jinx.
Francis makes the first. Francis hasn't exactly lit it up in terms of scoring today, but tell you what, his impact has definitely been felt.
Absolutely.
He creates so much with his movement. And with his movement, defense has to collapse, and he finds guys.
Well, and he's, at times he's been matched up on Johnson in the post when their post player, when Smith's been out of the game. So, I mean, he has done a lot for Second Baptist here.
We're through 3. Second Baptist has taken hold of this ball game. Time to thank some of our sponsors. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun, and a family-friendly environment. And Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric are proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC. All of our timeouts are Enercon Power Up timeouts and quarter breaks, to be specific. If Second Baptist hangs on for a win, they will play Victory Christian tomorrow in the Washington Invitational title game. Now that would be fun.
Yeah,
that would be a good game.
Yep, absolutely.
Washington trying to get there themselves. It's been a little bit since Washington played in the title game of their own invitational. They finished 10-19 last year. Bit of a down year for program standards, but based on early results and what we've seen this week, they are going to be gunning for a winning season again this year.
Absolutely, and I think one of the key things is a lot of the same players are back. Right. So, I mean, it's not like those kids have given up.
No.
Didn't give up on coach, didn't give up on their teammates. They are back out here fighting and have gotten better.
It's every coach's dream, right? You keep a full group together.
Absolutely. Continue to grow.
Kinnear inbounds for James Johnson, and the fourth quarter is underway.
Absolutely need a bucket right now. Start
Absolutely,
this quarter
you
off
are
strong
correct.
and start getting your stops.
Well, I think that if my math is right, I think that third quarter was a 15-5 quarter.
Johnson whips it out.
Yeah, tough pass.
Vanderheit against Alston. Shoney from the elbow. Left it shy. Rebound for Alston. Oh, boy. There goes Reese Alston all the way to the cup. Left it short. Rebound for Washington. It's on the deck. And a travel. Davidson shuffled the feet on the way down.
Yeah, tough break. Good job rebounding in traffic. You get knocked to the ground. You just kind of have to travel.
Yeah, it's you go down with it. You don't get much of a choice.
Goolsby to a wide open Hall. Rebound tracked down by Shoney. Lid on the bucket for Washington right now. Kinnear. Now Vanderheit. Slices into the lane, fadeaway shot, short. Washington's been off that front of the rim a lot on these last few possessions. Alston feeling it, fouled.
And again, I would say over half the shots he's had in the lane today has resulted in a foul. I mean, he's just so quick that either defenses are, they've been told foul him, or they're just not fast enough to get in front.
You talk about a skill, but there's a skill to learning to still be able to shoot that even though you're being contacted, and shoot it in a way that it has a chance to go in. I mean, kids can throw it up there, but I mean, he can take the physical nature of the way teams are defending him and still be effective.
Alston second, swirled out. No shot. Lane violation on Second Baptist. What kind of sums it up for me about Alston as I was reading about him, take a look at the lane violation here. But Alston was talking about his summer and how good it was to get in front of college coaches and college scouts. But he also mentioned in the same sentence, it was great to be seen by college and NBA scouts.
Wow.
This guy's a junior in high school talking about NBA scouts.
Unbelievable.
See where his vision is, that's for sure.
Yeah. Dream big, son. Dream big.
Vanderheit smothered by Francis. Twisting, turning, turns it over, but it's back. Kinnear, what a play that was. Into the corner, Davidson, shy again. Johnson gets it right back to Davidson. Turned over again. Washington can't buy one right now. Goolsby, count it.
A little too much generosity on the Washington side of the court there. Somebody had to put it up.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, just one too many passes.
Trying to be unselfish,
Yep.
Goolsby right to the cup. Guy who's getting mid-major interest, including some Missouri Valley teams. Belmont in there, Middle Tennessee, Samford. Francis gets a rare breather today. Cason Hall also to the sideline. Jude Brown back in for Second Baptist. Goolsby can't convert. It's tapped out of bounds by Johnson. And the frustration continues for Washington.
Like I said, I mean, I said it earlier, Second Baptist is making everything hard. Even getting a rebound off a missed free throw is hard. I mean, they're just physically, making things difficult for the Panthers.
Alston. Brown. Kick ball. 5:45 left, and the way that Washington's offense has kind of come to a screeching halt here, it kind of feels like they're running out of time.
Yeah,
it's
a little
really
bit.
Getting stagnant.
Yeah. I'm gonna give shout out to Coach Land because you've got a player of that caliber, and I'm just watching that last offensive sequence.
Another and one.
Good drive to the basket by Alston. He draws the foul. But I watched that sequence where Alston brings the ball, draws the defense, kicks it back, and I guarantee you they were looking to go inside to the sophomore Smith. I mean, it was like, let's get it inside to the big guy. Let's give him some props and for the things he's done and can do for us because we're going to need him at some point. And and you could just see it.
And I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but Jackson Vanderheit just fouled out.
And that's a starter for Washington. On the bench now with 6 points.
Well, and that'll put a lot on the shoulders of this freshman, Rio Shoney, handle the ball against this pressure.
19-point Second Baptist lead after a closely contested first half. Pass taken away by Goolsby.
Great play.
Doing his best OBJ there. Alston, spin cycle. How did he get that pass to the corner to Goolsby?
Unbelievable.
Bonkers.
Just unbelievable.
Might say a little out of control, but under control enough to find his wide open teammate.
Shoney pops off the heel and a kick ball. And this gym is gotten quiet. And you mentioned a shout out to Coach Land. You know, whatever he said in the locker room at halftime, whatever adjustments he made, worked to a T.
Well, and I applaud his use of his bench. I mean, he's played so many guys here, and they've contributed in ways.
Manganiello. And Francis backing down Davidson. Pass deflected, and it'll stay here. If you're Washington, and we just took a look at head coach Eric Schermerhorn, positives to take from this, especially defensively. Second Baptist still has not lit up the scoreboard by any means. 49 points, well below where they've been in the last few games.
That last sequence right there, I mean, Francis was trying to back a guy down, and, you know, the help's coming to kind of take away what he's doing there. Draws a foul on the ground.
Fouls piling up now with 4.5 minutes left in this game. But a defensive effort against a team that has a 4-star prospect. Imagine what this effort will do against teams that don't have that luxury.
Exactly.
Francis slips it in.
I don't know if that was the exact same out-of-bounds play that Alston got his dunk on, but it looked
pretty close
familiar.
to it. Pretty close to it.
You know, sometimes when you're on the weak side, it's easy to kind of watch the ball and.
Washington without a bucket for what probably feels like an hour for the Panthers. Johnson changes that.
I tell you, Washington needed that basket as bad as they've needed one tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 21-point deficit, but it's
sure
was threatening to get really out of control here. Pick up the defense here, get a good stop, and see if they can't cut into that a little bit more.
Johnson with the steal, bounces it out ahead for Kaminsky. Low by layup. Chuck ahead. Oh boy, Francis, it's showtime.
Big dunk.
Shia Francis, his second dunk tonight. All dunks brought to you by Martin Tech. Almost said renewal by Anderson.
No, they're the three-pointers.
Yeah. Whatever it is, it's all entertaining. Panthers with some of the reserves in now. And Shoney got fouled.
Draws the foul on Jude Brown over there.
Second Baptist also digging into the bench. Francis comes out for likely the last time today. Alston already well out of the game. He's going to rest his legs. Second Baptist is on its way to another impressive win. The Banker Bunny goes down for Shoney. So Cason Hall operating the offense now. Second Baptist has won all of its games by double digits.
I can see with their effort, defensive effort, and their ability to
do that.
Their ability to have multiple people score. I mean, I can see how they wear teams down. I mean, it's
just a great take by A.J. Jones.
Yeah.
Absorbing contact, going straight up.
Cason Hall going to the line for one more.
Sorry, I had that wrong. That was Cason Hall. I had that teams flipped. My apologies.
That
everybody.
happens. What game is this for you? What number?
432.
Hall misses the end one. Johnson chucks it into the corner, and the three is off for A.J. Jones. Hall shuffling his way up the floor.
Just doing a little dance down the floor.
Yeah. Hey, they're feeling it. Why not?
Yeah.
Hall curls to the cup.
Strong to the rim again.
With Francis and Alston on the sideline, Cason Hall says, yeah, I'll take over, sure.
Thanks for sitting down, guys.
Foul on the floor. So our final game of the night coming up shortly, featuring the local Metamora Redbirds. So this crowd is holding steady, if not growing here. Metamora getting ready to take on Grace Christian. So for those tuning in for the 8:45 game, no, you didn't miss it. It's coming soon. Turnover for Washington.
Kind of the story of tournament life. The
Right.
schedule is tentative.
And it all started when somebody's bus couldn't start this morning at
Is that
9 a.m.
Was that
Yep.
Oh, boy.
That's how you know you might be in for a long one.
Yep.
But all things considered, with that game starting late, we haven't been that far off
Not
schedule.
bad.
Good steal by Craghead. Read the pass into the post.
Good ball movement for Washington. Abe Lucas out there with Zach Edberg. Edberg trapped. Hands off for Shoney. Into the corner, Shoney got fouled. Tell you what, the relentlessness for Shoney when he's on the dribble stands out for me, considering that he's a freshman.
Absolutely.
Well, he's able, I mean, Noah Lewis has done a great job defensively for Second Baptist, and he's able to withstand that physical nature the way he's being guarded. I mean,
shot clock under 10 here for Washington. 3 from Zach Edberg. Missed it. And good effort from A.J. Jones. But it's going with Second Baptist. So Washington will play tomorrow in the final game of the event. Now their opponent to be determined. We'll find that out here soon. Abe Lucas. Bounce pass to Edberg. He wasn't ready. And the pass deflected away. Kind of physical there. And at this point in the game, you just hope nobody does anything reckless or gets hurt.
Right. Just two people hustling after the
Baptist.
basketball. That's all that is. And
Colt Craghead will head to the sideline. Lewis.
Chase Carnes into the game for the Panthers.
Lewis with the first hit the line. It's good. Either of you guys seen Metamora play this week?
Yes. Yes, I have.
I wondered.
Yeah.
We don't have a booth camera, but Jim's wearing a Metamora dribbling Redbird pullover. Washington trying to capitalize on its final possession. The runner is too strong. Rebound for Lewis. Ball's on the deck. You got to love this effort, even with the game in hand. Washington's bench up and clapping. Ball's loose, and the buzzer sounds with the ball loose. Second Baptist tried to put an exclamation point on it, but couldn't quite do it.
Getting rim stuffed, but at least they got up and cheered him on.
Absolutely.
59-32, the final score. Second Baptist dispatches Washington in the second half. They stymied their offense after a really kind of back and forth first half.
It was a great first half. But Reese Alston, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those where I feel like, he just kind of, second half, was just able to do what he wanted to do.
Right.
I mean, regardless of the Panther, it wasn't the Panther effort, slacked off. That's not it at all. He's just able to find a way to find gaps and seams and finish shots. So great effort by Second Baptist. Great effort by the Panthers. I mean,
absolutely.
Battled a team that's top notch and has, like you said, a 4-star player that you're not going to see night in and night out.
Right.
Alston, a guy with offers from Illinois, Kentucky, the whole gamut, finishes with 18 points and everything that he was cracked up to be in this game. There you see the cause behind the tournament, kbstrongfightingthefight.org for more information on how to help battle glioblastoma and honor the memory of late Washington head coach Kevin Brown. Metamora Redbirds, Washington's rival, coming up next, taking on Clinton Grace. We will step aside and send it down to Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, and then the nightcap of Day 4 at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Back at Uftring Motor Group, Tournament Central, Washington falls to Second Baptist 59-32. I'm alongside Charlie Shermerhorn. I'm Wesley Stombaugh. Charlie, a rout there of the host team. What's your assessment of that game?
Yeah, I thought that the boys came out hot, in the first half specifically. We were shooting the ball well, rebounding the ball well, getting after it on defense, and really that defense, in my opinion, didn't really stop. 52 points, obviously, is not really a small number, but it could have been much worse, in my opinion. I think the main difference we saw in the second half, really, Second Baptist defense really just stepped up to the table, made some great halftime adjustments, and really came out and flying around and playing.
Yeah, I think Washington had 22 at the half, so that defense was really locked down in that second half. A rough showing maybe in that second half, but what does Washington have to look forward to the rest of the season?
Well, they got a lot of experience on the team, right? I mean, you got a lot of seniors. You got Luke Kaminsky, James Johnson, Dean Davidson, Cole Craig. I could go on, right? And then you look, too, you got young guys like Rio Shoney, Aiden Kinnear, people like that, Jackson Vanderheit. So you got a really diverse mix of, young guys, and you got a bunch of old guys, too. And really, it's a good spread of people who play defense, right? They play hard, they get after the ball. They're not afraid to get in defenders' faces. They're not afraid to get in the opposing team, faces. They're not really going to take a lot. So one thing that I think we could maybe look to see is just a Washington team that plays aggressive, that plays tough, that plays defense, and it's going to give it their all every night.
Do you think that mix of old and young can be beneficial? Maybe the old guys teaching the young guys invigorating the older guys?
Well, absolutely. It kind of builds a culture, where you got guys who have been in the program for 4 years, teaching the guys who have only been in the program maybe 2 or 3 years. In Rio's case, he's only a freshman, right? So you got people who have been there, done that. They're all really skilled players, and they do their best, which is really a respectable trait. And so really it's like a domino effect, right? It kind of just folds off on the younger guys. So in my opinion, I think it's a positive.
Charlie, you're somebody who's been around Washington for really your whole life. What are some traits of the program that are consistent throughout the years, even though some players come and go?
Absolutely. Starting with Coach Brown, right, all the way to my dad's coaching, Eric Sherwarn. You see this culture of toughness, right, in defense. This never back down mentality, right? So every game they're going to go give it their all, okay? They're going to go play defense, and really they're just going to play team basketball, right? They're going to dive on 50-50 balls, loose balls rather. They're going to go hit the glass, offense and defense, and really they're just going to look to push the ball in transition. So really exciting for me. I'm obviously, if you couldn't really tell, I'm a little bit biased, but that's not that important, right?
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Metamora's coach, Dame, at halftime, and he kind of talked about the quality of the teams in the Middle Illini and the communities kind of that go along with them, where he's saying, it's packed gyms every night. It's people who care about sports. Do you think that part of the culture of these programs has to do with just the culture of the communities they represent?
Yeah, for sure. Just to point out, the Middle Illini this year is absolutely loaded, right? I mean, Metamora, right, they're young. Okay, I don't know if they have any seniors, but definitely they're a talented group. They're super skilled, well coached too. you look at Dunlap, Limestone, East Peoria is going to really be good this year. Quentin Kitt, congrats on his commitment to University of Illinois. I don't know if you saw that the other day.
Yeah, I did see that recently.
I mean, so we got a Big Ten player in the Middle Illini, and that doesn't happen that often. So really exciting. But to answer your question, though, I think the community really around these towns, is sports-like. Basketball, football, baseball, you name it. Really, any sport is going to draw attention, especially here in the Middle Illini with all the local community.
Have you seen much out of the kid from East Peoria?
I have. He's quite good at basketball. Yeah, yeah. He's pretty good. He can really do it all, and he's a big guy too. He's tall and he's super athletic. He can jump like crazy. I've seen some of his dunks on social media. I'm sure some viewers have too. It's wild. He can jump out of the gym. He can shoot. But more than that too, he's willing to rebound and he's willing to play defense, which I think really is appealing to college coaches, especially Brad Underwood.
Yeah, that size and that athleticism are really fun to watch, and that's, I think, a great part of this tournament. There's so many guys. You had like Irving with that big three there for Pasadena a couple games ago, and he's standing at almost 7 foot. Just so many guys in this tournament with so much talent and size and athleticism.
Right. I mean, look at that last game. We got Reese Alston, and he just completely dominated that second half, right? Really took the game over, took it personal, honestly, the score at halftime, and he decided to show why he is one of the best players in the nation.
Yeah. As we start to wrap things up, what does this tournament mean to Washington as a school and the basketball program and the community?
Well, I mean, it means the world, right? This whole, you obviously see it around here. There's so many people. Just look to my left, and there's a whole bunch of people lining up for players' autographs. But really, it goes back to a man who is not just a coach, but also a weightlifting teacher. He was just a great guy, really. He's a friend of mine. And, he's taught me personally so many lessons in life that I can carry on later and that I'll be able to maybe give to other people later on. The community aspect in Washington is so much more than just sports, though, right? I mean, you look around. Washington, and you can say this about any school, too. They pride themselves in athletics, they pride themselves in academics, and they pride themselves on being good people, right?
Yeah.
And that's not just common for Washington. That's common for any school you go to.
Yeah.
And so big shout out to any school like that. But this tournament, it just means so much. Not only from a personal aspect, but everybody around here is here for one cause. They're obviously here to watch basketball too. Don't get me wrong, it's great hoops. But when you're here and you're providing, your time and your money and your support, really it's to a great cause, and that's the fight glioblastoma.
Yeah, it's just really cool. You walk around and you see, the posters with NBA players, and then you see the college players who are alumni of these high schools, and the guys who are older and committed, and then you see the young kids watching and getting the autographs of those players, just that long line of people kind of looking up to each other, and it's a chain of great basketball working for a great cause.
Well, look, I mean, not only, there's so much great basketball. Guys like Anthony Davis have came here, Zion Williamson, Buddy Hield, just to go on. But one of my favorite things that I've witnessed at this tournament is I think they call it the reverse autograph thing, where they have the warriors, they call it, from the hospitals come down and sign players' autographs. It's really amazing, all for a greater cause. So we appreciate everybody's support in this tournament.
Hey, well, thanks for joining me, Charlie. Up next, we'll have Metamora and Grace Christian in the last game of the day here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group, take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking. Member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Good evening and welcome back to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's the final matchup of the day here. It's Grace Christian, the Rams, and the Redbirds of Metamora. Teddy, what can we expect tonight?
I think we're going to have a lot of action. I mean, it's my first look at Metamora in person. I've seen Grace Christian play. I think I'm really looking forward to it. Last opportunity for Grace Christian, they didn't come out on top, but because of that, there's a little bit of an asterisk. And not a lot of players got in foul trouble early on. We didn't get to see this team at its full potential. And so with Metamora and the coaching that they always come with, a little bit of a different regime of players, losing a lot last offseason, but this is always a competitive program, so I'm sure we're going to see a good game out of both sides.
Yeah, neither of these teams has a win in the tournament, so both will be hungry. As we take a look at Metamora, the Middle Illini team, a rival of this host Washington team. They're young. They lost Matthew Zobrist coming in to this season. He was huge. He's now a freshman at Bradley. And Coach Dame talked about the hole that they're going to have to fill, that he just kind of did a little bit of everything for their team, so it'll be big. But they've had guys step up. They're very young, though.
They definitely are very young. They only have one senior on the roster. And if I'm thinking about a Metamora team that's young, what I talked to Matthew Zobrist about earlier in studio was when they made the state finals the first time against Sacred Heart Griffin and fell short, that was a very young team. And a lot of people thought they overachieved in that season. And they came back the next year and won it all against Simeon. Now, I'm not saying this is a team poised for a state championship, but at the same time, I'm saying you never know.
You certainly never know. There's a lot of great basketball here in the Middle Illini. As we get set for tip-off, it'll be Brady Jones to jump for Metamora and Segman Sampa for Grace Christian. Sampa, a guy you talked about it, Teddy, he got in some foul trouble the other day, and they'll need him to stay in the game.
Yeah, and in the minutes that he did play, he had very efficient offensive ability. He had 8 points on 3 for 6 shooting, and so we know he's going to be a main focus for this offensive team, or for this offensive Rams team, but it really just depends. He's got to stay out of foul trouble.
Rams won the tap. Now it's Sampa in the post. He turns around, can't get it to go. Rebound, Metamora.
Didn't make the shot, but still good luck.
All right, the look ahead to Koch. Koch baseline drive, missed it. Rebound, Sampa. Making his presence known early already. John Martin will bring it up the floor for the Rams. Good find there to Hudson Wilkins, and he gets the bank shot to go.
Credit to Wilkins there using the backboard. You don't see a whole lot of modern-day players who want to go for that swish, but backboard's always open.
Here's Koch with it up top. He'll give it up to Geyer. Geyer lost it. Goes back to Koch. Koch drive from the wing, kicks it back up top. That's Brady Jones for 3. No good. And rebound goes to John Martin.
It would have been a bad turnover if Koch wasn't there. It bounced off a Ram defender.
Sampa with it back to the basket, now turns around. He drives, dumps it down. Ball goes out of bounds. It's going to stay with Grace there. Lynn couldn't quite handle it.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a miscommunication. Good drive by Sampa, finds an open man, threads the needle. Just Lynn not on the same page with him there.
A little over a minute into this first one. 2-0 is Grace Christian lead so far. Inbound to Wilkins in the corner. A bit of a tough spot up top to Sampa. Now Martin with it. He drives just past the elbow. Wild shot, and he gets it to go. What a tough finish for Martin.
Way to fight through the contact there.
Yeah, really tough take. Couldn't get all the way quite to the rim, but pulled up and a little runner off the backboard and a chance for 3 the old-fashioned way. And he gets the free throw to go. 5-0, the Grace Christian lead.
Metamora got to find a way to get their first bucket of the game and get a rhythm going. Don't want to be trailing
And here's a take, a foul on the Rams. So it'll be Geyer to go to the line. Chance to get Metamora on the board.
Metamora, the 2 games these 2 teams have played, Metamora really close game. against Pasadena, who we know is a good team.
Yep.
64 to 59, if I'm correct about that off the top of my head, and we saw them play a few games ago.
Geyer splits the pair. Rams now have it. 6:20 to go. Right wing with it is Cody up top. Sampa now left wing. Dribble handoff to Martin. Martin got doubled, now poked away. Martin gets it back. Sampa up top on the Washington logo. He's going to dribble drive, gets past his defender, count it in, one.
And that's the play this team's going to be running through Sampa all game long. Big physical body, able to use his size to his advantage and not afraid to go through contact. Taking 2 trips to the line now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a couple of the Redbirds in the area, but he scored over both of them and came up flexing on the N1.
Now, I'm really curious to see, like I said, we saw this team before, but we saw a very, not full version of the team. And John Martin in that game they lost put up almost half of their team's points, 23 out of the 51. So I'm curious to see how those two play together in full game action.
Yeah, it's a team. Martin was really huge for them. He's a shooter and their best scorer. We talked about how they were without Lind and Sampa, and that really hurt them. They have stayed out of foul trouble so far early. Just over 2 minutes into this one, 8-1, the Rams lead. Martin with it on the left wing, beats his defender, tried to dump it down to Lind, but it was taken away by the Redbirds. Here comes Koch on the right wing, driving, spins, and he gets the N1. What's that, 3 or 4 already in this game?
Koch is, in terms of N1s, yeah, there's been a few. It's been a lot of trips to the line. Koch has that ability. He's a little bit smaller than his older brother Cooper, not playing at Iowa, but he has that same presence down low, and I think it's probably playing a lot of ball with his older brother. He got that paint presence. Nice little spin move down low.
He stayed under control on the spin move.
Koch only a sophomore. You mentioned this whole Metamora team just filled with young guys that are going to continue to improve year by year.
Wilkins trying to lose his defender. Good defense, has to kick it back out. 3-point try from Martin is good.
I had to give it to Wilkins there. I think if his foot didn't slip through, that was a really good move. The spin move, fakes it out the other side, jab step, and just locked his footing.
Koch gives it up. Now Geyer with it, back to the basket, handoff. That's Boosie back up top to Geyer. Geyer trying to back down his defender, spins, puts it up, no good. Rebound to Lind. It's Martin, the point guard, taking things up. 5'10" senior. Now they get it into the post. It's Sampa working on Jones. Gets past him, but then loses it, and it'll go out of bounds off of girl Lind, and the Redbirds take over.
I think it was Koch the one that poked that one free. Sampa didn't see him on his right side, his left side.
Yeah, he's got the height advantage in there, but certainly some of the smaller players can do that. Come in and poke the ball free. Morrison, right wing. Now Koch with it. He'll try a 3, and he gets it. Metamora, a couple of big baskets here, and they're right back in this one, 11-7. The lead for Grace Christian. Here's a drive, tough finish, and he gets it to go. Wow, how did he get that one to fall?
Yeah, Logan Vasquez kind of smiling after that one. No, he couldn't do a whole lot more in defense.
Vasquez puts up a try, and it's an air ball. Not sure whether he had his foot on the line there, but it's a moot point as that one goes out of bounds and Grace Christian takes over. Coach Dane having a conversation with the official in the corner, not sure what that's about. Sampa with it. He puts it on the floor. Not much going there. Finds the backdoor cut. That's that's Mercer. And we've got a foul called here. It's going to go the other way. Offensive foul on Mercer. And turnover for the Rams.
Now, Wesley, one thing I want to talk about, Coach Dame, his second year as the head coach, although he's been in this program for 17 years with Metamora, and he's done a great job at kind of He's done a great job at kind of reinventing this Metamora team for the future. Last year, having a couple guys, the foul gets drawn there. But last year, still finishing with a 28-win season and continuing off what was a legendary career from Coach Danny Graves at Metamora. And this could be his first real addition of crafting the team for himself, this group of young guys and what they could mold into over the next coming years.
Yeah, consistency, I think, is a big thing you think about when you think about this Metamora team and a lot of teams in the Mid-Illini. As it looks like Mercer is going to come out of the game as he just picked up 2 quick fouls.
I've always put the comparison of, Metamora basketball is what I think of Washington football. They do what they do so well, and that system has been planted. Although it's a different coaching regime now, it's still mainly the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just they do what they do so well, and it's well executed year in and year out.
Pair of free throws there for Geyer. Grace trying to respond. Pump fake, drive, hand off, up top to Martin. Martin gets the jumper to go.
Tough shot by Martin. Just getting a couple inches of margin to have enough confidence for the shot in the mid-range J. Nails it.
Vasquez with it on the left wing, gives it up top to Morrison. Now it's Brady Jones. Jones to Vasquez in the corner. Jab step. Kicks it up top. Good defense so far by the Rams. Morrison over to Koch. Now down low, it's Vasquez. There's the screen, double team off of the screen, and good defense by the Rams. Morrison doesn't have anywhere to go with it. Wow, somehow that ball stayed with Metamora. It's a corner 3, no good for Sam Koch. Officials are going to blow the whistle. A flopping warning they're going to call.
Seen a couple of those in this tournament already.
Yeah, it looks like it was number 12 in white, Caden McAfee, I think it was, who got called for the flopping warning for the Rams. So next one will be a technical. 15-9, the lead for the Rams. Martin has it up top, gives it to Wilkins. Turnaround jumper, good. Here comes Metamora quickly the other way. Koch, a ball fake, drives, kicks it to the corner. Morrison try to get it down low, but taken away by Grace Christian. Here come the Rams the other way, and Wilkins gets the layup to go.
Nice bounce pass there. 21.
Brady Jones driving, and he got fouled. So it'll be a bait sign out of bounds for the Redbirds.
Yeah, I see number 21 for Grace Christian on the program. There is no 21 on the stats for the tournament. It just says Lee number 21, so don't know his first name, or if that is his first name and not his last name. It's bounced pass by him with possession to go. Look at some nice shoes there on the court.
Those are sweet.
I don't think I could ever pull off shoes like that, but I always envy basketball players that could.
I recently acquired some Giannis's. I'm not a big fan of Giannis, being a Bulls fan myself, but I like the shoes. The options were limited, but I like them. They're blue and yellow. I think they're pretty.
Apparently they're some of the best to actually play in, from what I understand, of the modern day players' shoes.
I didn't do quite that much research. I just went and tried them on, and I liked them.
You know, besides like Kobe's and Jordan's, the most worn shoe in the NBA is actually a WNBA player, Sabrina Ionescu's shoes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, interesting.
Martin gives it to Wilkins. Back to Martin up top. Rams trying to find some offense. Pump fake, and he traveled. Just lost the pivot foot on that pump fake, and Wilkins picks up the turnover. 56 seconds to go. It's a 9-point lead for Grace Christian. Colin Morrison gives it up. Left wing with it, Zach Bourne. Now right wing, Geyer. Geyer to Koch for 3. No good. Rebound to the Rams. Hudson Wilkins with it. 48 seconds to go. Good defense there by Bourne. Wilkins able to get it back. Nothing going there, though. He's going to have to kick it back out to Martin. He'll look to set up a play here. A screen's going to come from Sampa. Martin uses the screen, now gives it to Wilkins. Wilkins thought about a shot instead. He'll give it to Lee. Now the pass over to Dilligard. He drives, step through, dump down to Sampa. Good find, but he missed the layup. Gets his own rebound, back up, counted and one.
I don't think Sampa realized how close he was to the rim when he went up, and so he wasn't able to get that first one to go. But at that size, his ability to rebound, that second chance opportunity was a no doubt.
It was in his plan all along. He wanted the and one. It's been a theme in this
Get a rebound
first
on his stat line as well. Yeah, we have seen a lot of and one so far today.
Our big, strong players finishing through contact. Sampa converts. 21-10. Metamora should get the last shot in this first quarter. 17 seconds now remaining. Morrison taking things up for the Redbirds. Pass to Bourne. Bourne lost the handle, gets it back. Now gives it to Geyer. Geyer trying to get to the rim. Ends up having to shoot a fadeaway jumper. No good. Rebound to the Rams, and that'll end the first quarter. 22-10, the lead for Grace Christian over Metamora after one. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixture purchased this week will be donated to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Keps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment.
Nice to always acknowledge the good sponsors to help this tournament go around.
Certainly an important aspect of things because, you know, we're not just playing for basketball. It's a cure for glioblastoma. Important. Raising that awareness and those funds for such a great cause. Metamora will have the ball here to start the second quarter. Bourne with it. Now Geyer on the right wing. Koch left wing, dumps it to the corner. Spin move there by Morrison. There's nothing going there with Sampa defending. Now Geyer back to Morrison. His 3, no good. Rebound to the Rams.
Good look by Geyer. But you got to think eventually this Metamora team's going to start hitting some of those opportunities because their ball movement has looked pretty good so far. But
they've had some good looks, and they get a break here as the Rams travel. Checking in for Metamora is 23 Brady Jones.
And although that first quarter, 12-point deficit for Metamora, I'd say very competitive first quarter. It doesn't stick out like it's that big of a disparity. You got to keep battling through these opportunities and just look for the good looks that you might be able to get.
Yeah, it really did not feel that lopsided. Here's the dribble drive from Bourne. He lost it. Grace Christian now with it.
They're just cleaning up on those little things like that turnover there. That's going to be something crucial for them. They want to sneak back into this at the end, within this second quarter at least.
Maybe a little bit of indecision there from Wilkins on that take. He dragged the pivot foot, and it's another turnover. There's been a few of those turnovers for Grace Christian.
Yeah, and neither team, or for Grace Christian, yes, Metamora just hasn't taken advantage of it.
Yeah.
Kind of getting bailed out if you're Grace Christian. You're like, don't mind it too much because turnovers haven't affected you.
Yeah. Here's the drive. Count it. And the foul from Sam Koch.
although they're trailing, I don't think it's because of him. He's had a great game so far, at least 6 points on the day. A couple of trips to the line to go along with him.
We've been calling the sophomore's name often. A young team in Metamora, only 2 guys on this squad who played varsity last year. He's a sophomore. They've got a number of underclassmen having a big impact on this team. Metamora makes a couple of substitutions. Brings Boosie back into the action for the Redbirds. Martin with it, not a Sampa. Here's the handoff, fakes it, now gives it to Martin. Martin driving, dumped it down, and an offensive foul on Martin.
There's that Metamora crowd getting into it a little bit. That's one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to have a momentum swing in Metamora's way when you're this close to home for them. We know in years past this Metamora team travels well, and their fans can get pretty rowdy.
Yeah, Teddy, it kind of feels like deja vu watching that play where a guy makes a pass and then kind of forgets to keep control of his body and runs over the defender after he's made the pass. One you see pretty often. Here's a kick to Bourne for 3, airball it. Martin crossing the timeline, screen from Sampa, he's not going to use it. Driving left, good body control but couldn't finish it. And Sampa got the rebound, but he'll be called for a loose ball foul.
That was a great drive in by Martin. Like you said, good body control, being able to stop at a dime, not able to hit the shot. Right now, both these teams kind of bailing each other out. Only 1 point's been scored in this second quarter. A couple minutes in now.
Here's a 3-ball, no good for Metamora, but the offensive rebound from Vasquez. Then he looked like he threw it out of bounds, so Grace Christian's going to take over.
Yeah, he knew he was going out of bounds. He tried to bounce it off of Martin, and Martin smartly evaded it.
5:40 remaining in the second quarter, 22-13. Grace Christian leading. A bit of an offensive slowdown here in this second quarter. Metamora remaining at arm's length, and yet another turnover, an illegal screen.
Yeah, and I know Coach Dilgert is just probably fuming right now. We see him on the sideline, doesn't look too happy. This is now at least 4 or 5 turnovers in the second quarter alone.
Mercer, the handoff to Koch. And we've got a foul on Grace Christian, and Metamora is going to be in the bonus.
Yeah, you have the 12-point lead going into the quarter, and you've done almost everything to give the other team an opportunity to come back. And although they've scored a point in the quarter, now Koch takes the trip to the line. This Metamora team did not capitalize on it. Both these teams have a lot to address at halftime. Metamora wants to come back, and if Grace Christian wants to maintain their lead.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a theme of Grace Christian making some mistakes, but Metamora just unable to make them pay for those mistakes. Second free throw is up and good for Koch. Full-court press there from Vasquez, just picking up the ball on the other side of the court. Here's a dribble drive from Lee missed it, got his own rebound, missed that as well. Now Metamora coming the other way. Vasquez gives it to Boosie. Now kick to the corner, and a bad pass goes out of bounds.
From our perspective, it looked like it might have gotten tipped, but the referees say no, just a bad pass out of bounds. Going back to possession, the credit to Bourne, he would have had, if it was NBA 2K, he would have had the pogo stick badge. He kept jumping, able to avoid another bucket, but costly mistake from Metamora, winds up in no points yet again.
Dilgert gets it to Sampa in the post. He wants to take him one-on-one. Turned around, but he switched his pivot foot. Travel.
I think every time I talk about it, I'm expecting, the game to clean up, but both sides just continue issues.
Yeah, it really has been messy. Up top with it is Koch. He gave it up. Now back to Koch. He'll try a 3. No good off the front iron. Rebound to Sampa. Sampa has been huge in this game, and we talked about he needed to stay out of foul trouble. He has so far, and he's made a big impact. And a steal here. Coming the other way is Boosie. What a finish. Oh, no, he missed it. And the rebound goes out of bounds, and it'll go to the Rams. I thought he had a really nice finish there at the rim, but it didn't go down.
I don't know if we'll have a replay of that specific play. I mean, like you mentioned earlier with the body control, that was perfect, textbook. Being able to go up on the other side, had the defender coming up behind him, like he had eyes in the back of his head, switches over way, not able to connect.
Got a timeout here, just 30 seconds. Teams will talk things over here as we've got just over half of the second quarter remaining. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
Not too sure the view on that was looking at the viewfinder of one of our cameras.
Rams with it, out of the timeout, it's Sampa. He gets a screen, refuses it, drives left, jump stop, step through. He got fouled on the attempt, so he's going to shoot two.
I've seen a big trend of that so far this basketball season in terms of players calling for a screen and dipping to the other side. I think it was Timmy Anderson on the couple games ago was doing the same thing. Every time a screen was set for him, switching left side and going away, having players come down, but on this result resulted in some contact. He's able to shoot two, hits the first.
Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to evade a defender, sometimes it can be more effective to refuse the screen and go in the opposite direction the defender thinks you're going to go in than it is to actually use the screen. Splits the pair, and now the Redbirds with it. Lucy gave it up to Jones. Now Vasquez. Here's Bourne with it. Vasquez pump fake. Now he's in the lane. He lost it. There's a steal for the Rams.
Tried to swing it out to the top wing. Defender got a hand on it, broke it up.
Good defense from Vasquez. Forces Wilkins to give it up. They go back to Sampa. He turns around, pump fake. Got the defender in the air. Now he's driving. Stops in the paint, turns around, and can't get it to go. Rebound, Bourne.
Got 3 minutes left in this quarter, and only 4 points have been scored.
Sampa gets called for the blocking foul there. It looked like he tried to take a charge, which was not a good idea because he was nowhere close to having legal guarding position. Would have probably been better off trying to go up to contest that one. 2 free throws coming up for Brady Jones. Missed the front end way short. 6'6" sophomore, another underclassman on this Redbird squad. Redbirds make a couple of substitutions as they trail 23-14. 3:09 remaining in the first half. And he missed them both. Wilkins with the rebound. Pass ahead to Cody. Cody takes it in. Missed it. Rebound to Jones. Jones now trying to go coast to coast. He goes up and couldn't get it to go. No call on the contact, and there's going to be another flopping call, so this one will be a technical. Wow. You got Isaiah Dilligard on the flop. Well, take a look at this replay here. Yeah, there was no contact, and he fell to the floor. Very good call. I mean, there was
I don't know if he
zero
was
contact.
anticipating whether he was intending for the flop or if he was just anticipating for him to put his shoulder down instead of jumping. But, yeah, no questions there.
That's why as difficult as it is, you've got to stand tall and take the contact. Even if there is contact, if you're falling backwards before the offensive player hits you, it's going to be a blocking foul. Got to maintain that verticality. 23-16, Metamora picks up a couple of points on the flop and gets the ball back. Up top with it is Geyer.
I would really like to see Metamora really create their own shot on this possession instead of some free throws. As Sam Koch drives in, he does just that, right on cue.
Good take by Koch. He's taken a number of threes in this game, but he faked the three-point shot that time, took it right to the hoop and scored. And a bad pass Able to keep it in bounds, though. Sampa now has it in the post. Rams end up in a pretty good spot despite the mistake. Sampa going up and gets it to go over the 6'6" Brady Jones. Sampa standing at 6'9". Mercer drives baseline, kicks it out. Head fake, spin move, and no good. And on the rebound, there is a tie-up. It'll be a held ball. Possession will go to Grace.
I just want to really give credit to Sam Koch so far this game. Despite trailing right now, 25-18, Sam Koch has 12 of the 18 points for the Redbirds. He's made plays both offensively and defensively a couple possessions ago, just stopping stuff down in the paint, keeping his hands straight up and down, not playing messy.
Sampa with a jump stop, nowhere to go, kicks it back out to Wilkins. Gets the screen from Sampa. Good hedge there. Now Cody with it. A jab step and a drive, beat his man and got the layup. Now the Redbirds with it. Little booty ball from Geyer. Now he drives baseline, had nowhere to go, gotten it in the air, had no one to pass it to, and ended up making a turnover. Wilkins lost it. And good hustle there from Boosie as he gets on it, gives it up, and the slam from Brady Jones.
There we go. That could be something to build off of. It's been a slow quarter. Something emphasizing like that.
Some momentum maybe for the Redbirds. Some space for Wilkins, but he missed a turnaround jumper. Here come the Redbirds once again. Taylor driving, jump stop, kick, baseline drive from Koch, and he lost it, but it goes right to the corner to Jones. Jones with a three, no good. Wow, that would have been huge.
Would have cut the lead down to just 4.
Instead, it remains at 7. Wilkins across the timeline near the Washington Panthers logo, and Grace Christian is going to call a 60-second timeout.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why another timeout wasn't called earlier in this quarter. It's really been ugly for both sides, but Metamora finding a way to scrappily come back in here. Only trailing by 7, starting the quarter off down 12. We see a replay here of Sampa. Screen set.
Yeah, there's ways to go. I think there have been flashes for Metamora, and it's certainly a gettable game with all the mistakes that the Rams are making. Early in the game, they weren't capitalizing off of those Rams turnovers, and to Grace Christian's credit, a lot of those turnovers were dead ball turnovers. With this one, they had a live ball turnover. They're able to get out and get a fast break and score, so that's a little bit of a difference. But still, if Metamora can do a better job of capitalizing off of those turnovers from Grace Christian, they could certainly come back in this game. Just a 7-point lead, 41 seconds remaining in the second quarter.
Yeah, they've had moments like you said, and I think their ball movement has been great all game long. It's just they struggled early on hitting shots, and then they had a period of time where they were having a lot of turnovers of their own. And just being able to clean up stuff like that, like you said, a lot of those turnovers for Grace Christian were dead ball turnovers. But regardless, if you have any type of turnover, your coach is going to be real upset if you aren't taking advantage of it, at least to an extent. And they started to, towards the end of the second quarter, have a little bit of a closer game.
Martin gives it to Sampa. Looks like he's got a smaller defender on him. He turns around, goes up. No good. Good defense from the Redbirds, and they get the rebound. Boosie, 6'2" junior with it. On the left wing, trying to get into the post, but he can't. There's Morrison now up top. He gets double teamed. See if he can get rid of it. And they tie him up. It'll be a held ball. Metamora is going to retain possession. Shot clock is off. Now 10 seconds left. Metamora will get the last shot. I mean, they could go to half with this being a 2-possession game.
Yeah, this would be great
Inbound.
for them.
Nice find to Ashton Taylor, who gets the easy bucket. And it looks like Ashton Taylor gave a foul there, as they had only 1 foul, so they had 3 to give. So Taylor gives the foul to stop the break. 3 seconds now, and the Rams have to inbound. John Martin checks back in for the Rams. And a substitution for the Redbirds, they bring in Zach Bourne.
Gonna stay close there on Martin. We know he can shoot. A couple seconds left here on this clock. Make sure he's not the guy that gets this inbound.
Inbound to Martin, and they give another foul. I'm not sure if that was really necessary. I mean, I get you want to stop them, but at the same time, you're picking up personal fouls.
Yeah, I mean, I won't question coach's decision, but I think maybe he realized he got beat around the side a little bit. He chucked three.
So here's the heave from Dilligard, and it was pretty close, but no good. So at the half, it was a sloppy half, but it's Grace Christian 27 and Metamora 22.
Overall, we definitely have a close game, and I want to give credit to Metamora for battling their way back through that. Sam Koch having yet another great game. Had 22 in the game, or in the last game, and he's already got over double digits so far today, even though Metamora is having some offensive struggles. But if any team is able to come back, not from the score, because the score isn't too bad, but if any team is able to battle back from turnover issues and capitalization issues in terms of getting stuff done when you have an opportunity, it's this Metamora team. Coach Dem is going to be able to get his guys going in the locker room, and we'll also see how Coach Dilligard goes and approaches things, because they had a bunch of opportunities missed due to dead ball turnovers, live action turnovers, missed shots that were pretty easy for the most part. Either one of these two teams could come out red hot in the second quarter. Both of them could. We'll have to see. Or second half.
Yeah, Justin Dame wanted to see a bounce back game from his team, and I think the second quarter was a bounce back quarter. They got down, but they were able to make somewhat of a comeback in the second quarter. They trailed by 5, but it's a game they're certainly in. It's one they'd want to win to get some momentum as they prepare for Middle Illini play. We're going to go send you back to the studio. We'll be back for the second half of action between Grace Christian and Metamora. It's 27-22 the lead for the Rams at the half.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support, so you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Upstring Auto Group, take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Upstring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at upstringautogroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking. Member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hey everyone, my name's Sky Gillespie. I'm joined by Hudson Westerfield. Hudson, how's it going, man?
Good, how about you?
Pretty darn good. Last game of the night. Are you having a good time at this tournament?
Yeah, loving it.
Good to hear. So you're a ball boy, is that correct?
Yeah.
Talk to me, how did that happen?
So my dad, he knows the coach of Mount Bethel. So I got to meet the players in Georgia, and then I got to pick them for TOC.
What was it like meeting such talented basketball players?
PJ, yeah, I love him. He's really nice to me. Nate too. Yeah.
Nice.
And shout out Zandy Media and Ethan Genders.
Love it. Love the free promo right there. So Hudson, where are you from?
Washington, Illinois.
Washington, Illinois. I believe we're in Washington, Illinois right now.
Yep.
Washington, Illinois, Torrey Gymnasium, the home of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. How many times have you been to this tournament?
3 years.
3 years in a row? Is it your third year being a ball boy?
No,
is this your
second.
first? Second? How does this year compare to last year?
Definitely a lot more fun because, I get to do more photo stuff. And it's really fun because she lets me use her camera a lot.
So I see you have been taking some pictures. How are those turning out?
Ask her. I don't know. She's saying fire over there.
Okay, we're hearing fire. It seems like you're a very popular young man here at this tournament. We have a lot of eyes on you today. How does that feel, just having all the lights shine on you, Hudson?
My brothers know a lot of people, so yeah.
Tell the viewers, who are your brothers?
Parker Westerfield and Camden Westerfield.
Awesome. I hear they're pretty talented people as well.
They both play football. One plays baseball too.
Do you play any sports, Hudson?
I do. I play 3. I play baseball, basketball, and football.
Now, what's your favorite?
100% basketball.
Basketball. You a shooter?
I mean, I can shoot 3s.
Okay. What kind of basketball shoes do you wear?
Some Aja Reeves right here and some Kobe's.
Okay.
If you see Jackson Vanderheit wearing those Kobe's, I have the same one as him.
He's a very good player, that Vanderheit kid is. So
yeah.
Tell me, I see you got some autographs all over your arm. Should you hold it up to the camera?
Yeah.
Who are some of the players that have signed for you?
Nate.
Or from what team?
Nate Robinson. He's on the Mount
Bethel?
Yeah, Mount Bethel.
There you go.
That's the team I'm ball boying for. And I'm also got some other ones. I don't know all their names. I got Dean Davison. I got AK. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, with how popular you are at this tournament, maybe you need to give out some autographs, Hudson.
I did.
Oh, he did?
I went with my team over there.
Okay.
And I signed some people, some
Nice.
shirts.
What has been your favorite part about being a ball boy for this tournament?
Doing handshakes for sure.
Awesome. So Mount Bethel playing very well. They came in from Georgia. What's it like meeting all these different teams from all over the country?
It's really fun and stuff. I think all the kids that do water boy and stuff love it.
And do you think that more people should be water boys next season?
Yeah, 100%. It's really fun. If you're out there and you want to do it for sure. It's really fun.
Hey, you heard it from Hudson Westerfield. Very popular kid. Bright future for this kid from right here in Washington, Illinois. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Hudson Westerfield. Going to take a quick break, and we'll resume the action after
See ya.
this.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. The Breakthrough Treatment Center at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is changing the game in cancer care with advanced therapies, innovative clinical trials, and compassionate support. So you can play hard. And when cancer is the opponent, OSF helps you fight harder. By Uftring Auto Group. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find a new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. And by Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 50-plus locations in over 30 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking. Member FDIC. And by Teamwork, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Washington High School for the last matchup of this Friday. A long slate of games. 27-22 is the lead for Grace Christian over Metamora. What are you looking to see here, Teddy, in this second half?
I'll get to my keys for the second half in just a second. First of all, I want to talk about this shirt on the screen right here. It might be the best drip of the season so far as we're getting ready for holiday season coming up. Christmas right around the corner as well. I want to say, great job, Parker Westerfield, who joined Sky Gillespie down in the booth, one of the ball boys for Mount Bethel. That kid he's got a future in medium. I mean, I was sitting here up at halftime watching our screen of just Parker Westerfield cooking on the mic with Sky Gillespie. So that kid's fun to watch, as well as this Metamora and Grace Christian Academy game. Although it was a little sloppy in that first half, Wesley, I think both these teams have an opportunity to turn things around. And if either one of these teams, if they were to turn things around and get things going really in the second half, what would be your keys for either side?
I mean, if you're Grace Christian, it's just to play a cleaner game offensively. I think they've been relatively efficient. I think Sampa has been really effective in the paint, and John Martin has been really good offensively, but they've just got to quit turning the ball over. And then for Metamora, it's the opposite. It's to keep turning them over and then to capitalize on the other end on those turnovers. Get some more drives to the basket. I think maybe a few too many three-point attempts in that first half.
Yeah, I think both sides have done certain aspects well. Grace Christian's defense has been great to this point. And we haven't necessarily gotten a chance to see Metamora's defense, so I can't really comment on it because Grace Christian has turned the ball over so many times in that first half. But, you know, kind of a small adjustment for either side, clean things up, and we could be in for a much different second half. But still, only a 5-point game, and what was a 12-point game after that first quarter. Metamora cut things back a little bit thanks to some giveaways on the other side, but probably a different game here in the second half. Both coaches had an opportunity to talk things over with their guys, figure out what they want.
Yeah, it felt like the Rams were in control in that first half, but then you look up at the scoreboard and it's a 5-point game. The Redbirds are really right in it. Grace Christian talking things over before we start the second half.
Referee's trying to tell him to get out there, taking a little extra time, but
no rejoinder from Marcus Dilligard. He gets his team out there and ready to play as we will start second half action. Martin brings it up the court. Martin gets it to Sampa in the post. He gets past his defender, and they call it a blocking foul, so he gets the and one.
How about Sampa? Had 9 points in that first half, already over double digits. Not in this quarter as a whole, but double digits on the game just at the start of the second quarter. Chance to make it one more, put this lead at 30-22.
That was a really nice finish there from Sampa. We'll see if we can get a replay on that a little later as he converts the three-point play. Vasquez bringing it up for the Redbirds. Geyer, left wing. Koch, he's got an open look. Can't convert it. Big offensive rebound there, and he draws the foul. Logan Vasquez in there amongst a number of white jerseys, but he comes down with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I like to see out of Metamora. Obviously, Koch not able to come up with the bucket, but the second chance opportunity with the rebound is something that they really weren't doing at a high rate in that first half.
Here's a dribble drive from Koch, and he gets a tough finish in the paint.
Good job of putting his head down, driving through two defenders, splitting the gap. Calm little floater when he saw the bigger Sampa coming in.
Martin to Wilkins. Wilkins to Cody. Back to Martin up top. Cody will try a three. He missed it right. Good box out and good rebound for Geyer. He's bringing it up quickly the other way. Now they'll slow things down a little bit. Jones up top to Vasquez. Coming off the screen. Good defense there by Sampa. Now there's a bit of a mismatch up top. And off to Koch. Vasquez was open but couldn't handle the pass. Corrals it and gets the 15-footer to go.
Good shot by Vasquez. Not quite sure what the double was for. I think there was not a whole lot of threat in terms of going around the arc there. They're just moving the ball, send a double, leave a guy wide open on the wing.
Vasquez makes some pay. Here's a drive from Martin. Layup no good. Rebound to Koch. Excuse me, that was Jones. Now he gives it to Koch. The layup good. Good transition offense.
Now this is what that Metamora team was trying to do all of that first half. They just weren't able to hit those shots. They came out quickly, cutting the lead down to 2 because they're finally getting those easy buckets that they should have been making in the first.
Getting out and running in transition. Now Cody with a tough take, and he finishes.
That was about as good as it gets, too, going through 2 defenders. The smaller body still able to finish the Bryce Cody.
Jones takes the screen. He's at the top of the key. Now Geyer turns around and drives. He's got 3 guys on him, and he still goes up, and he still gets it to go.
Credit to Geyer. I don't know if I personally would have went up with that shot, having 3 guys and an open man in the corner, but he finished home.
Good tough finish. Martin trying to take it all the way, then pulls up with the elbow. No good. Chance for Metamora to tie or take the lead. Coming the other way. Football pass They'll have to kick it back up top. Now in the corner for Vasquez. He gets it to go. 3-point shot from Vasquez, and the Redbirds have the lead.
There you go. Quick third quarter action. Sampa, the closest defender there, but still sagged off a little too low in the paint, leaving a wide open shooter.
Vasquez hits the renewal by Anderson three. Now a drive from Sampa, missed it, got his own rebound, back up and good. We've got a whistle here. Announcing something to the score table. He gave a number.
I think he said either 44 or 34. If he's 34, it's Sampa, but had to have been Sampa. There's no 44 active.
Some kind of warning.
Not sure.
I'm imagining. I'm not sure.
It's back to being a Grace Christian lead.
Vasquez gives it up for Boosie now. Koch gives it to Geyer. He gets another renewal by Anderson three.
Wesley, I think we've already seen more points in this quarter than we did in the second.
Yeah, it has been high octane so far. Chaos here on the offensive end now. Cody gives it to Lee. Pull up in the lane. Got it.
I think Lee was surprised to find himself that wide open,
Yeah.
getting right at the free throw line. Nobody was there. Pulled up mid-range J.
I was surprised as well. Koch, dribble drive, kicks it. Here's Boosie on the drive, and he got an open lane to the bucket, but missed the layup.
What a great pump fake. Still a good drive.
Cody has it. Looking to run a set here. Grace having trouble getting set. Now they get the corner three, and Wilkins gets it to go.
These teams are trading now. Both squads
Jones.
heating up early third.
Some cleaner offense and some more buckets. Head fake. Now the skip pass to Koch. Drives, gets his defender in the air. Now kicks it out. Boosie for three. No, excuse me, an extra pass to the corner. Jones hits the three.
The timeout called there by Grace Christian. How about that? That was a Metamora possession here. Great ball movement. Finding a way, getting to the corner. That was from a couple drives ago, but this last one as well. Sam Koch driving in. The patience on the pump fake, finding a wide open on the wing. He dishes to the corner off the double. Just classic Metamora basketball there.
Yeah, I got a little excited. Thought Boosie was going to take the try, but he made the extra pass, and it paid off as Brady Jones nailed the corner three and tied things right back up. These teams just going back and forth, trading punch for punch.
Just a reminder, that timeout brought to you by Intercom.
Another renewal by Anderson, three there from Jones. We've seen a barrage of threes. And a little bit of a full court pressure out of the timeout from the Redbirds. A little bit of a dangerous pass, but Dilligard gets it. He's got a wide open three, but he airballed it.
I like that approach. I mean, I wouldn't say run that every play, but keeping this team on their toes a little bit, showing them something they haven't seen this game. And 2 quarters of prep goes out of the way in that possession.
Dilligard taking the ball up there. He's 5'4", a freshman, and they're still able to use him as a guard who's part of this squad. Drive baseline from Vasquez, turns around and gives Metamora the lead.
Nice little Kobe mid-range J there.
Dilligard, the freshman. Now here's the three-point attempt from Wilkins is good. Lead goes back to Grace. Tried to get a give and go, didn't work. Now a kick out to Vasquez. He gives it to Geyer. Geyer thought about a three. He won't take it. Now Boosie coming off the screen. He drives right, kicks to Koch. Koch now to the elbow, kicks it back to Boosie. Boosie, a three, it's good. It's raining threes at Washington.
Trading back and forth, and Boosie hit the three. Logan Vasquez had the screen in front of a defender to create the space for just enough time to get that three off.
Sampa now driving. He kicks it, pump fake, and here's a long two is good for Wilkins.
Another timeout called. Wesley, I will take a slow first half if it means we're going to have this quality of basketball in the second. These two teams have came out of the break swinging at each other.
I mean, these teams just can't miss. We've seen a number of threes. Here's a look at another one of those, a nice kick to the corner for Boosie. It's just been back and forth, and I don't think the teams are playing terrible defense, but really good ball movement, and nobody can miss a shot right now. So we go to a 30-second timeout here. Teddy, did you see who called it?
I did not, and I can't really see the timeouts on the scoreboard from the viewpoint we're at.
We are pretty high up here in the gym at Washington. But we come out of this timeout all tied up at 44 apiece. 1:52 to play in this third quarter. It's been an action-packed quarter. Redbirds now have it. Koch gives it to Jones. Jones, another three. This one off the mark. Rebound to Wilkins.
Jones open in that corner.
Oh, and a bad pass and a steal for the Redbirds. Here comes Geyer. Had it knocked away. Now in a lot of traffic, Boosie finishes. 46-44. Metamora has inched ahead. Cody on the right wing. Sampa, he'll try a three. He can't get it to go. Couple of missed threes. Now the Redbirds coming the other way. Right wing, Boosie gives it up. Now Geyer has it on the left wing. He crosses over, kicks to the corner. Koch drives baseline, kicks it. Now Brady Jones driving, layup, good.
It's not just one player doing it for Metamora anymore. Since the start of the third quarter, every player has gotten involved, moving the ball around, scoring, defending hard as well. All of these guys are playing great to catch this team back up when they were trailing by as much as 12.
Drive from Lee, left it short, trying to get the rebound, and he does. Kicks it to the corner. Dilligert a three, no good. Rebound, Lee puts it back up and in. A couple of offensive rebounds on that possession.
Offensive rebounding was key there.
Jones gives it to Koch. Boosie over to Vasquez. Touch pass there to Koch. Koch gets it back on the dribble handoff. Almost had his pocket pick. He's being sworn. Finds an open man. No good from Geyer, and that'll end the third quarter. Some exciting action. 48-46 is the lead for the Redbirds with 1 quarter left to play.
Interesting. Great third quarter. I mean, if we get something similar to that in the fourth quarter, going to be having another all-time classic here at TOC in the last game of the day.
The City of Washington welcomes you to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria and let Scoopy know we sent you. Kebs is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric are proud sponsors of this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Great action here as Metamora has the ball. Gives it to Vasquez down in the backcourt.
Things looking like they're going to come down to the wire. 2-point lead for Metamora. They've got the ball. Koch kicks it to Vasquez. A three. Good. 5-point lead for Metamora.
Great shot by Vasquez, and what great vision as well. Koch has really showcased his playmaking ability alongside being the team's leading scorer.
Martin has been handling it all night. He dribbles on the left side. He's trying to get it to Sampa. Sampa back to the basket. Jones on the defense. Turn around. Sampa gets it. An answer there for the Rams. 51-48. Just over 7 minutes remaining in regulation. Jones gives it to Beckman, and a foul called. Look like it's going to be on Lee.
Going for Grace Christian, that last possession with Sampa getting another bucket. I feel like he's been really efficient. I don't have the live stats up here. I'll try to pull them up. But whenever he has the ball, I just feel like they're in good position to score. It's just they haven't gone to him as much as they might.
Ugly miss there from Vasquez, but an offensive rebound for Metamora, and they turn it over. And Colin Morrison was trying to play tight defense there on Martin, but he committed a foul. Probably not one you want to pick up so far from the basket. Only his first foul, and the team's first of the quarter.
To go back on my previous statement, though, Segman Sampa, 6 for 12 shooting. Really efficient player. I would just start feeding him here if nobody's able to really guard him down low.
He has been effective, and he's got it again, working on Jones once again. Spins around, fadeaway, jumper, good. We haven't seen him do that much, but turns out he can do that as well.
Yeah, the fadeaway.
Morrison is getting swarmed, and he dribbled it off his own leg and out of bounds. Good defense from the Rams.
And now they void a big swing from Metamora. Metamora led by, I think, as much as 5 or 6 in that last little stretch. Now they've closed it up, a chance to take the lead again for Grace Christian.
51-50. Rams trying to take the lead back after they had it for the entire first half. Wilkins, guarded by Bourne, takes it into the lane, pulls up, no good. Rebound for Beckman. Pass ahead. Bourne in the lane, goes up, got blocked. Rebound Sampa. Sampa the pass out ahead to Cody. Cody, they've got numbers. He goes up, and it's an offensive foul. Sam Koch picks up the charge in a huge situation and gets the ball back to the Redbirds.
Plays like that's what's going to really differentiate yourself amongst the good from the great players, being able to get dirty, play good. And yeah, I mean, I think even if he did take the charge in any way, I mean, he got hit hard.
Cody maybe could have given it up there. They had numbers. Lee was cutting to the basket. Here's a three-point try from Jones, short and no good. Ball being tapped around, rebound for Bourne. What a tough rebound, kicks it out to Koch. Koch got knocked, and that's going to be a foul, the third of the quarter on Grace Christian. That could be a storyline, only one more foul to give for the Rams, still 5:30 to play.
And, I mean, that last possession, we had 4 guys clogged up in the paint. I don't know if it's going to show that exact. Yeah, 4 defenders down here. I mean, obviously, Koch drives, gets fouled, but he had a shooter open on the wing. Going to have to be careful defensively, letting guys. Good drive
really
there.
Good ball movement. And Bourne finds Jones on the back door cut. Extends the lead to 3. Cody to Martin. Martin pulls up from 3, left it way short. Good hustle, though, by Wilkins. He saved it to Sampa. Sampa drives, head of steam, no good. Rebound goes to Taylor. Taylor trying to run out the other way, and his pass was errant, and it rolls out of bounds. So a crucial turnover, and the Rams get it back.
Got lucky there. Going back to that three-point attempt, I just don't think that was the shot to take there. I mean, let something to develop, especially in a close game, fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was contested. It was pretty deep and early in the shot clock. Wilkins takes the screen. Bourne is all over him, but now he picks up the foul. So Wilkins able to beat his defender and draw the foul. That's the second of the quarter for Metamora. 4:47 remaining. The Redbirds with the 53-50 lead. Martin almost stepped in the backcourt. Good defense. Cody, right wing to Wilkins. Wilkins thought about a 3. Now Martin. Martin pulls up from just inside the arc. No good off the back iron. And the rebound to Jones.
Even there, a contested jumper.
Yep. Nice crossover, but then he lost it. And here comes Martin the other way. The layup is good off the backboard.
Able to redeem himself a little bit there.
1 point game. Big turnover from the Redbirds. Good job by Martin to convert. Koch. He gets the pass to Beckman. Beckman trying to get it right back to him. He's not open. Taylor now. Taylor on the pick and roll. Gets it to Beckman, who loses his defender and puts it up and in.
Great use there of the body by Beckman, and I don't think he was anticipating the defender to fall from that contact, but after that, wide open layup, we'll take it.
Metamora able to extend the lead back to 3. Rams are going to need to get a stop or two to tie this thing up, or a 3-ball. They're certainly capable of it. And what a jump shot from John Martin. Jones, left wing. Beckman back to Jones. Jones on the drive. He's got a lane. Blocked by Sampa. Now here come the Rams. And that one's blocked. It's a block party. Here comes Bourne. Bourne to Jones. Jones with the dunk.
What a sequence. Anything you can do, I can do better. Let's see what Grace Christian has to say about that. Maybe a dunk of their own? Let's get Sampa on a pick and roll.
Wilkins, Rams looking to answer. Martin. Now Cody over to Wilkins. Wilkins tries a 3. No good. They can't answer. Now Jones. Redbirds coming the other way. He drives, had it knocked away by Wilkins. Good defense. Now the Rams, the 2-on-2. Maybe looking for Sampa, and a pretty hard foul there on Cody's take to the rim, so he'll earn 2 free throws. 2:23 remaining. Metamora with a 3-point lead.
At first I was thinking, before I heard the whistle, like, wow, why don't you pass that? You got wide open Sampa on the backside, but draws the contact there. And
so 2 big free throws for the 5'9" junior Bryson Cody. First one is up, and it's no good. That's a big miss. Could come back to haunt the Rams. A few different substitutions for Metamora. They'll bring in Briggs Boosie, Logan Vasquez, and Gavin Geyer. So a number of changes as we get into the final stretch of regulation.
Vasquez had a couple of big threes in this game so far. It'll be crucial in that late stretch for a shooter.
Cody able to hit the back end, 57-55. Vasquez, left wing. Now to Boosie. Over to Jones. Koch. Vasquez didn't have anywhere to go with it inside. Now Koch on the right wing hits. Vasquez got the defender in the air. Now dumps it down to Geyer, who got Sampa up in the air, and he'll shoot 2.
Again, I mean, we've mentioned it all night, the ball movement there. Koch in the corner with just such a nonchalant, like, no-look pass to the side. Able to get the behind the back after that and draw his contact. A couple of good swings. Puts in a good situation to take a trip to the line.
I think Sam Koch has been big for this offense. He's a guy who can shoot it, but has also had the discipline to know when to shoot it and when to pump, fake, and drive.
Yeah.
When to pass it. He's been a selfless player. Here's the second free throw, up and good. So Geyer hits them both, and it's a 2-possession game. Just under 2 minutes to play. Martin now just across half court. Sampa in the post. They go to him in a big spot, and he converts. Got around Jones and got the layup to go. Back to a 2-point game.
You got a minute 30 to get back in this game and take control, and he's been so efficient. I would just keep going to him.
And a mistake there. Sampa trying to be aggressive and get the steal, but he ran into Brady Jones, and he'll pick up the foul. That is going to put the Redbirds at the line.
Made the mistake there. Hopefully, you're hoping he at bare minimum makes one, so you can keep it a 1-possession game if you're the Rams.
First free throw good from Jones.
A guy like Jones, though, it's going to be hard to pray for him to miss one. He's such a good shooter.
Second free throw from Jones, no good, so he splits the pair, and it remains a one-possession game, 60-57. Wilkins pushing things for the Rams, crosses over, takes it to the rim, a wild shot, no good, but the offensive rebound for Sampa puts it back up and gets it to go. Now back to just a one-point game. Vasquez to Jones. Here's Boosie. Right wing Vasquez. Vasquez faked the pass, now gets it to Koch. Vasquez in the lane, spins, had it knocked away, regained it. Jones to Koch. Koch took the screen. Good defense so far from the Rams, but Koch beats his man, dumps it down to Jones, who gets the layup.
As pretty of a pass as we've seen all night. Two defenders closing in. Kind of the windmill behind both of them.
Good patient offense for the Redbirds. Now just 33 remaining. It's a three-point game. And a bad pass. It goes out of bounds. Looked like it was last touched by Bryson Cody. And so the Redbirds take over. What a crucial turnover.
About 20 seconds to go in this one.
We apologize. We might have an issue with our clock. 28 seconds remaining. Had a problem with the clock on our scorebug, but Metamora calls the timeout here, so now 27 seconds remaining. Metamora has the 62-59 lead. So, looked like Grace Christian was in control to start this game, but now Metamora in the position to close down this matchup.
Yeah, and down the stretch, it just comes down to coaching. And they've had such good execution in terms of even when Grace Christian gets something going, Metamora has been able to respond and stay atop, even if it is just by a thin margin. They haven't let up. I don't think they haven't led since they took control. And maybe one possession, but for the most part, ever since they got the lead back in that mid-third quarter, haven't let go.
The Rams have been hurt by turnovers. Now they're going to try to force a turnover here. Metamora is going to have this ball at the 28-foot line in the backcourt. Kind of an awkward inbound spot. A chance maybe for Grace to try to get a 5-second call or a steal on the inbound. Metamora with 3 timeouts still remaining. Grace Christian with 2. Those could certainly come into play here. Rams are out of fouls to give. The next one will put the Redbirds at the line. Metamora still with 1 to give. 28 seconds. 62-59 the lead, and the inbound is actually going to be at the division line. Koch is the inbounder. Gets it in. Boosie takes it up, and Rams aren't going to go for a steal. They're just going to give a foul right away. So Briggs Boosie is going to take a trip to the line. Big thing to close out games. Hitting your free throws. Big one here from Boosie, and he missed it. Ooh. So an opportunity for the Rams, opening just a little bit. He'll try to hit this one to make it a 2-possession game, and he does. 63-59. Some defense for offense for the Rams, or offense for defense, rather.
Now Grace Christian has to go fast, but at the same time, I want them to know, I mean, they can't hear me, but they don't need a 3 right now. You can take a 2. It's been the most efficient shot for you.
Certainly. Martin, left wing, taking a long time, though. Crossover, he'll try a 3. No good, off the front iron. Rebound to Metamora. And, wow, a steal from Sampa, and that'll give the Rams a chance here. Sampa now, and a whistle and a timeout from the Rams. Whew. So it looked like this game was just about over, but then Sampa got a big steal there to give Grace Christian a chance. 8 seconds left, still going to need a quick bucket. Probably going to try to draw up a play to get a quick 3 here.
Yeah, and I think a situation, go back to the last 3-point attempt, you could have gotten a better shot. I mean, they got lucky. And in a situation like that, I was almost expecting the whistle to come when we were going for the steal. I'm like, oh,
I did too,
it's going to be a foul. But poke the ball free. I wouldn't say got lucky because it was a skillful steal by Sampa, but now you're in a situation, 8 seconds left, you have to get a quick shot off, and it doesn't matter if it is a 3, you got to get the ball back regardless. I don't know, I think get Sampa involved some way, maybe not as the shooter, definitely set a screen, use the big body frame to come off.
Yeah, probably going to need a 3 here. I mean, You don't want to be in a spot where you hit a 2 and then you're relying on Metamora to miss a free throw.
Exactly.
So a 4-point lead. The Rams have a play drawn up to try to get a quick 3 here.
Additionally, that last timeout brought to you by Intercon.
Cody gets it on the inbound, and a bad pass. Metamora with the steal. Boosie has it, and that is going to do it. Metamora got a bit of an issue with our clock, but now the clock expires.
Wow.
63-59, the lead. The win for the Redbirds. I mean, early in this game, it looked like the Rams could run away with it, and Metamora came right back and ended up with a 4-point win.
Yeah, I mean, early in this game, they kind of did run away with it. They were up by 12, and we talked at the end of that first quarter about how this game is a lot more competitive than a 12-point game, and it ended up being exactly that. Quickly, Metamora, I wouldn't say stormed back because that second quarter was still very slow, but they chipped away at that lead. And in that third quarter, both squads came out and erupted. Metamora was able to take the upper hand and just really never let go. It just comes down to coaching. Metamora, obviously one of the best coaching staffs in the area. And I'm sure Grace Christian as well has always had a phenomenal coaching staff. But it's just the history, man. I mean, that's a Metamora basketball game win right there. And it was ugly, but a win is a win.
Yeah, for the Rams, we talked about it. We felt like they were getting away with some mistakes early in the game, and Metamora ended up making them pay for those mistakes late in the game. This is our last game for the night, but we've got another packed schedule tomorrow at 11:30. It'll be O'Fallon and South Point. Then Pasadena and Grace Christian play at 1 p.m. Then at 2:30, we've got Mount Bethel and West Hancock. 4 p.m., it's Eagle versus Xavier. 5:30, it's Victory Christian and Second Baptist. And the final game tomorrow will be Santa Ana Mater Dei versus the host school, the Washington Panthers. So that'll do it for us from Washington tonight. 63-59, the final. Metamora over Grace Christian. Send you to a quick break. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow for some more action in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions from Washington.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.